watched some of your vlogs last night. They were funny, man.
Huh?
I watched some of your vlogs last night. Yeah. I like the Doug Polk one.
Oh, yeah. Oh, I'm like, Doug, I'm coming for your spot.
Yeah, that was good.
Thanks, man.
Yeah?
That's cool. And I know I trust that you're being honest.
Yeah, of course.
I appreciate that.
Who's the big blind right now? Him?
Yep.
Okay.
This is gonna be your sensor.
Yeah, I'm gonna fix it. 40, 80. Okay, so I do 200.
200 rate, 200.
Remember, guys, we also have the massage girl, 20 minutes for $20. She's super good. Super nice. And he's like, I have her booked.
Re-raise, 600, 600. Pasó esto.
Sorry, Andy.
Why can't I be sitting the opposite seat of you? That would be way easier.
I won't get too crazy.
Nah, you gotta do you, bro.
Yeah. I was gonna say, like, oh, it's taking me so long to stack. That's a good problem to have.
50?
Wait, you're big, right, Andy?
Yeah.
Don't fold, don't fold.
80, right?
Yeah.
Okay, 50, 75, 80.
Raise, 175.
See if my mic is on.
Andy?
175?
Yep.
Okay.
Heads up.
Okay, gotcha. Check.
Check. Check. 200.
That was so much fun playing Mario Kart last night.
Yeah.
And shit, like,
I didn't really play Mario Kart.
Microphones. All right. Hey, what up, guys?
What's up, everybody?
Welcome to the second day, final day of The Cage, live from Costa Rica. I'm Scott, a.k.a. The Hop Grenade. This is Bet on Drew.
Yo.
And we're here hanging out live for America's Card Room's live marquee event. And, man, I'm looking forward to it. We got a couple of a lot of fun players, and some piles out there.
I know we got Ryan and Andy both at the feature table right now.
Which is, we heard your cries from yesterday, and so of course today that was our main goal, was to make sure we brought you some Andy and some Ryan, and so yeah, let's let them do most of the talking. That's pretty much my plan for today. Oh, and hey guys, look, it's Fat Train.
Hey.
What happened with you, buddy?
So JJ tried to punt to me and he failed. So instead he got my last 2.8K. So that's lame.
Oh man. Well.
So JJ went perfect runner to make a 4-card straight with his 10s, and he can die in a fire. Good talk. See you guys out there.
Okay. Well, hey, thanks guys for hanging out with us for an exciting day of No Limit Hold'em. That's Troy Kenville there with the table chip lead. He is one of this event's previous big winners. As a matter of fact, the second biggest winner there. Sorry, I don't want to do that over the top of the current graphic. He scored over $51,000 in this event a year ago. We'll see how he does now. But everyone's got some chips to play with, and this should be a fun day.
So side note, because I busted and we were 15-handed, that was 3 tables of 5. So when I bust here shortly, they're going to combine down to 2 tables of 7-handed. So you'll see these players mixing it up here probably in the next 10 or 15 minutes.
Nice, nice.
No, it's not nice, Drew.
Well, the
It's not
combining.
nice at all, Drew.
I think he was getting to the end part where the combining was good. But it's good for us, though. We get to have you here, Train.
I know. I love you guys. I love you all. I just couldn't stay away.
Just to recap, 19 players entered this event. There were 5 double buys, and we are down to 14?
Yes, you are. Unfortunately.
Cannuli's chip leader going into today with 18,400 in chips, followed by Troy, who started with 15.4, and then Ryan DePaulo with 10,900. What's up, chat?
Gamble, that is correct. You have nailed the formula for the cage. And yes, we have all been following the news, guys. We are aware. We are aware that dying in a fire jokes might be a little too soon and inappropriate given the news of about an hour ago.
Yeah, true.
We're all reading it. We're all reeling. It's pretty wild stuff, man. Life, she's a fragile thing. So I guess my plan, especially because as someone who grew up in Los Angeles and watching, Lakers win championships and stuff, my plan today is to just lose myself in this poker event and focus on, fun things in life, such as playing card games for big money.
What's up, Gravy Train? How's it going, Ghost? Good to see you again today.
Indeed. Thanks for hanging out, Ghost, and doing the Lord's work as usual.
Maybe not this silly, I don't know. Maybe you could say to me, Ryan, you don't need this, you know what I mean? You don't need this.
You're better than
You're
this.
better than this buffoonery. And I would be like, Andy.
No, I'm not.
Andy, no, I'm not. I'd look you straight in your face and say, no, I'm not.
I love Ryan's outfits.
A fashion legend.
Ryan was saying that he forgets how ridiculous he looks wearing something like that. So he was like at the Wynn talking to like the main floor director, just like super normal conversation, and then realized, oh yeah, I absolutely look insane.
He does look insane. Look at this. This is like a Phil Unabomber. What is
Phil Locke.
Phil Locke? He used to rock the
Yeah, the
shades.
ski glass, the ski goggles. Yeah, you're so right. Yeah, it's a combination of like the street performer mixed with Phil Locke,
Judging you.
mixed with just general crazy guy. Yes, we will get out the password to you guys, the free roll password, later in the stream. We do have another $250 free roll
It
today,
was like reverse sarcasm.
so hang out and we'll get you the password a little later.
I'm too prepared to couch
D-Kane is still in as of the start of today, everybody.
D-Kane gets a ton of credit for surviving to day 2 after a rough stretch of hands and he got coolered in several pots and made some great laydowns. And here he is with his life intact today to try to run it up.
A lot of D-Kane fans out in the chat. He was fun to get to talk to a little bit last night after the cage.
Nobody
Played
wants
some
me to play a hand.
roulette with
I
him.
see.
Nice.
Yep, yep.
Okay.
If you guys haven't already,
Have a different
hit the like and follow,
We have
the follow and
sunglasses
subscribe
on.
buttons on the
Yeah,
Twitchers.
you look way more intimidating now.
Hang out with ACR for the other streams that we do, and of course the
He
cage.
hasn't said a word.
So Dan, today is the
Definitely
last
seem like
day.
a
We'll be
different
here.
person.
This
I
is
like
the
that.
start, and then we'll go for about 6 hours or so till the end, and then I'll be going back to Canada tomorrow. And then you staying longer? You heading back?
I'm heading back tomorrow.
Yeah.
Yep. Back to Los Estados Unidos.
Raise one thing.
I got to start working on my book from yesterday, Fish Talk Nonsense.
I'm excited about
I've
that.
got a title. Now I just got to write the thing. A lot of red cards out there.
So it looks like Ryan raised here under
Yep.
the gun with sevens.
Yep. He's going to get some pushback from Troy here.
I think Troy's gonna flat. Looks like he's
No.
carving out a 3-bet, huh?
Yeah, with position and a big suited ace, I think he's just going to... he's also going to get credit for having maybe even stronger than he actually does because he's raising the under the gun raiser. So
Yep.
Ryan's got to be, Alarm bells a little bit here.
Oh, the alarm bells went off. The shades went down.
Ryan's going to set mine here. See now, this 3-bet is really good by Troy, of course, because he's going to set himself up to win, even if he doesn't hit. He's flipping a coin, right? But it's going to be Ryan who feels like he's hunting for a 7, and if Ryan doesn't hit a 7, Troy's just going to win the spot.
For sure. Power of the 3-bet.
This exact flop, though, I might eat my words. An 8-high flop here, 7s are so often good.
Probably going to see him check call at least one street here, right?
I would think so. Check call on this exact flop. Check fold on this exact flop seems too tight. Especially against Troy, who plays these events frequently. Ryan has seen him play these events. He knows how aggressive he is.
Yeah.
Tough spot for Ryan, though. This is going to be tough going on later streets.
It would be interesting a check raise on this flop to kind of deny equity to these overs and to stop the bluffing.
I like it. It feels in the moment like an overplay because jacks will just jam on you and doesn't Troy just have jacks? But you're right.
But then you can just fold.
Yeah, you're right.
Right.
Yep, I like it. I think I would check call in the moment and then hear that reasoning and be like, oh yeah, that's a great spot for a check raise.
Yeah.
And Ryan is
Ryan
right there
did it.
with you, buddy. Right there with you.
Ryan did it with the 1.1. Let's see if Troy's got some.
Troy, so stubborn.
Yep.
So stubborn. Will not go anywhere here. And he wants to see a turn card, which is an irrelevant 8. Actually, that's a great card for Ryan's hand. And Ryan senses he's good. He's right.
The thing is, too, is that Troy, being a seasoned player, he's going to be flatting aces here and kings to this check raise. He does still have some big pairs that he could have. So I would imagine Ryan's going to fire at least one more and then likely shut it down.
Yep. Yeah, but what the hell's Troy going to do? Troy's in no man's land here. Is he just going to make believe he has aces?
There were some decent turn cards for Troy. I'm sure Troy was looking for a diamond, a 3, things like that.
Sure.
And at this point, he must be just putting Ryan on a draw.
This move, I don't understand. Oh my God! And he finds the ace. Ah, God. Yikes. That's a horrible river card for Ryan, obviously, and we know it here because we can see. But he doesn't want to just check, give up. He doesn't want to let Troy steal this from him, so he block bets.
Yeah, it looks
that's
like
a small block bet,
500.
textbook block bet, and he might buy himself a $500 showdown here.
Yeah, so he's paying $500 not to get bluffed, but Troy could raise here because all those kings, queens, and jacks that Ryan potentially had, full houses probably bet bigger on this river. You would think, if Ryan did flop set of fives and then fill up on the turn.
Oh, of course, he's not betting it $500 here. Yeah, no, he bet $1,500. Yeah. This is just a screaming block bet.
And then Ryan's gonna get the bad news. He's like, what were you doing?
That's the block bet does what it was intended to do, though, right? If Ryan checks and Troy value fires 1,100, Ryan's puke fold. And, I know exactly what he's trying to do with that bet.
I wonder, I kind of missed it, but I wonder what Ryan's sizing was on the turn that Troy is peeling another one there. I feel like had the turn been sized a bit bigger, stronger, maybe Troy gets away from it when he doesn't pick up any extra equity there.
I guess, but if Troy is just calling with an air ball 2 streets in a row, maybe he's just incredibly stubborn and he's just not going anywhere.
He's like, I'm just gonna
he called with air twice.
Yeah. I could see the flop call, with some good turn cards.
Sure, you have a lot of good turn cards, but the turn is a total banana.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's unfortunate. That's really unlucky that Ryan doesn't win that pot. He played it really well. His senses told him that even though he got 3-bet pre, that his 7s were good. He exercised a great check raise when a lot of people would check call, including my dumbass. Your reasoning was much better, and so was Ryan's. And then on the turn, that Ryan doesn't just win the pot on the turn that sucks.
Yeah.
That is crazy stubborn play by Troy.
Yeah, that hurts. What up, Tough Spot? Good to see you, buddy.
And that's it's so tilting, if you're in Ryan's spot, because you're just ace 10?
Yeah.
But why?
Even so, though, it's but river, right? Because the ace doesn't come on the river. Ace or 10, that's it.
That's it.
And then I would imagine Ryan is still maybe block betting that river. I guess
If it's not an
depends.
ace, yeah, I don't know. I think on that exact river that block bet happens. Maybe on any other river he checks and calls to induce.
Yeah.
On that exact river he's block betting.
Yeah, yeah.
2,500, 27.
So probably any high cards he might be block betting.
I don't know about any king or ace.
King or
I think
ace,
it may be
yeah.
just that
You don't
queen
know if
seems
you're
more
playing with
much more
sunglasses,
random.
right?
I mean, dude, if he can show up with ace 10, he can show up with queen X, I guess.
Yeah,
I mean, but
yeah.
you know, king queen, right? What's the difference between king queen and ace 10 in that spot?
For sure, yeah.
Unfortunate, very tilting pot for Ryan there.
Looks like he's keeping it together well, though. I feel
Yeah.
feel like that was a good moment to be frustrated.
100%, and he does seem to be holding it together. So good on him. We'll see how the next set of hands unfolds here.
So it looks like this must be the point where Train busted out. They are combining tables
Yep,
now.
yep.
Down to 14 people, so they're playing 7 and 7.
Yeah, this was when JJ runnered him in an all-in pot. Yep.
All right, guys, we have 42 players left.
So we got D Kane moving to the feature table here. What's up, Juanito?
Yeah, Dizzy's like, I'll have to see Phil Locke at the feature table. Man, he looks a lot different now. Yeah, and I did see Jen Tilly over there in the green room, rooting him on.
Ryan had 11-5 just a little bit ago, but he just lost that big pot there. So every 5 hands or so, we will see the chip stack updates here on the feature table.
D. Kane joins us.
It's on me. I raised 400.
Raise 400.
Coming in firing. I like it. You know it's fun stacking a lot of chips like that.
Building towers, man.
Gosh, it feels so good.
There's nothing quite like building towers.
So you sit down, very first hand at the table, you get 10s. He's got 2.1K and he makes it 400. And it looks like everybody folds, so.
Maybe still
You
the
know what?
prizes
No
are too
problem.
much.
Yeah, I'm cool with
So,
that.
brazen take
Said
it.
how much is
Sure.
for ante?
Especially sitting on 2.8K at this,
70.
the 40-80 blind level.
Too
So
much for
he's
me.
got less than 40 bigs, about 35 or so.
50, 60, 70.
So there's the chip stack updates. Ryan's currently sitting on 8.6K, Troy up to 18.6, Andy on 8.2.
And Troy, obviously, commanding chip lead. He did use his double buy, I do believe. So he has double bought and run it up, and he's got himself a pile.
Did they already merge tables?
Yeah,
Yeah,
they
just
did.
right now.
Good. Glad I could help him out with that.
This is just about, just moments ago is when JJ runnered you in an all-in pot, right?
Yep.
Yep.
That's
cool.
perfect.
That's
Moments ago.
a summary of Train's recent
JJ did
run.
legitimately feel bad about up there. Like he just looked at me. He's like, "I'm so sorry, bro." I'm like, "If you're sorry, you wouldn't have called in the first place."
Yeah, totally. You could have just folded.
Yeah.
I was like, "Ace King suited is the weakest part of my range."
70 now.
That's a minimum ace king suited.
I wanted to play at the same table with you today, but I didn't want to be in this position. I wanted you to be here, so all your dunk bets I could fold to. Not
Do we know what time the free
start a
roll
hand
is
and then
today?
follow.
Do you know, Trey? What time is the free roll today?
Probably the same time as yesterday, so a couple hours from now, right?
6 Eastern?
Okay, one second. But this is exciting. We have Marvin Rettenmeyer, who also got moved to the feature table now. WPT champion, longtime poker pro.
6 p.m. Eastern.
Okay. So the free roll tonight, everybody, is 6 p.m. Eastern. We will post the password once it gets a bit closer to the start time. So make sure you stay tuned to the stream. Yesterday, I believe we did it about 30 minutes prior. So we'll look to do the same thing today.
Sounds good.
What up, Flow Junkie? How's it going, buddy?
Reverse of stressing.
Thanks for hanging out with us, guys, here on this Sunday. Let me do the airline thing. We know you have a lot of choices in Twitch Poker on Sundays, and we're glad you chose us at America's Cardroom's The Cage. Yes, The Cage. Marvin flops a flush draw here, and no one else likes it at all. This pot is primed to be stolen by 8 high. He's going to bet. He's going to get it done.
What is it?
Put me in a cage, says Coinbags. Well, Coinbags, you can put yourself in a cage by winning your way down here. Those $55 saddies on Sundays. Come party with us in Costa Rica, man.
Luckily, yesterday. No, I
Willie,
didn't
yes,
lose
30
any,
minutes prior to the start
I
of the free
lost
roll,
other
we
shit
will
with
have
the-
the password available for you in
the
chat.
chips, but-
Free roll starts at 6 p.m. Eastern.
Poker Guru is in the chat. What up? I think he said he was going to come hang out in the booth for a little while later in the broadcast.
Nice, nice. What up, Poker Guru?
Shouldn't he have a mod sword? I mean,
I was
Team
saying
Pro,
something.
you know. Can you do that from here?
Slide the box up. It's just missing. You know what I mean? Grab here.
Here, let me let you do it. I'm an idiot.
Usually it's down here.
Oh, yeah, sorry. Can we get an espresso?
You just gotta do it in chat.
And the salmon.
Boom. And Melissa, hanging out too. What up?
Hey, Poo Dog, good to
The
see
Poo
you.
Dog. Troy makes a monster flop here. And Dustin, as the pre-flop raiser, is going to c-bet, and Troy has two options here. You going to check raise here, or are you going to just call it? I guess with a hand this monstrous, we can just call. Dustin picks up some wee bit of equity here.
Okay, give him the 4.
Yeah.
Poker Guru confirming that Melissa cannot stop ripping ass in their hotel room, and the windows don't open. Feels bad, man.
See if Dustin continues here with the gut shot. Imagine. Oh, so the turn was actually a 5, so Dustin picked up a pair.
Yeah. I mean, I heard him saying good game.
It almost looks like a Dustin has run out of straight here, but not quite. Troy going to scoop it up. Extends his chip lead, getting towards 20K, and man, I wonder what percentage of the entire chips in play he has.
All right, 2 tables left. He was the big chip leader coming into today. Who was even close to him? It was Canuli. Canuli might have some chips on one of the on the outside table. Then Ryan was the next biggest stack, and Phil. So
Boom. How many players left? JPM, I believe we are at 15. 14, down to 14.
300.
All of the chips in Canuli's stack are unlucky chips because they once belonged to Melissa and Poker Guru. So
took him out in back-to-back hands, right?
that's
think
what I heard.
yesterday. Yeah.
So GL Canuli with those cursed chips.
So it looks like Dustin raises here in the cutoff with the Queen 10 suited to 500. So it looks like he's got like 16 big blinds behind, so he's raising a large portion of his stack here. I guess he's just trying to get it all in or take it down.
I'll do
And then if this
I'll
graphic
get
is
that
right,
front.
Troy puts in a tiny 3-bet.
I hope I don't dunk away all my chips.
Yeah, is that
Or
right?
hard at this shit.
I mean, knowing Troy being a strong player and knowing how small Dustin's stack is, it could be kind of an epic way to apply pressure to Dustin here. And to put Dustin in a spot that you just wouldn't be in much. Not a lot of people will do this. I think he's just trying to apply some awkward pressure to Dustin here and put him to a decision.
Well, yeah, but I mean, what is the difference though between that and just jamming? You know?
I think the difference for me is that you put them in a spot where now he has to consciously put the rest of his chips in. You know, in a spot where, like, especially if you're not like a seasoned player, like, what is Troy doing here?
Right.
You vulture.
You know, it's just very awkward.
It is. I mean, geez, it's so awkward that he actually blows Dustin out of the pot.
Yeah, at 48 blinds, Dustin raises to 500 and then
And has to
folds.
fold. Yeah, and I mean that's obviously with more experience, D. Kane will figure out that that's just not a spot we can. We've already put in too much of our stack.
Right, exactly.
And he'll you just learn by doing. Like it feels like only if Queen 10 seems bad, fold, not really taking into account as much as he should what he's already put in the pot versus what he has left.
Exactly. And I think that's a spot too where we're kind of overcommitting to trying to take down the pot pre-flop, and then it opens up for somebody who's like a really good player like Troy to just create an uncomfortable situation.
Totally.
Essentially for a newer player.
Yeah, and I don't want to get on DK too hard here, guys. I mean, I know that play looks. I mean, we know how it looks to card. We're card players. We get it. But remember, guys, DK's not a card player. Not yet, at least. I mean, not in the sense that he's got tens of thousands, hundreds of thousands of hands of experience where this sort of stuff is second nature.
Right.
He's feeling his way through this, man, and doing so admirably. He really played great yesterday, and you know what? He made big laydowns, and maybe he's just kind of in that mode, like he got a lot of credit for it, deservedly.
Yep.
And so now he's just in that thing, like I want to keep making sure that I fold in spots where I should.
Right. And it was an interesting and uncomfortable spot he put him in. So
Totally.
Props to Troy too, and can't really take anything away from DK, and it's tough to know what to do there. So it looks like we probably got a big pot going here. It was raise. Andy raised to 200 with ace king, got 3-bet by Zephania. Called.
Tough spot for Andy. He whiffs the flop, and so he decides when check to, why am I checking back? Like, I'm not trying to get closer to showdown. Maybe I can just steal it now. Maybe Zephania has jacks. I can just win. Maybe they'll just fold.
Yep.
Tens.
Yep.
But, of course, that is not what is happening here. And Andy, I suspect after getting called here,
Oh boy.
Now
Does
Andy,
he has the king of spades.
He does. And that looks like the most nutted turn card what there ever were. Because even if like Zephania has something like ace queen or queen jack suited, Andy just turned the best hand. He has the best hand here on turn so often.
And he's betting 1.5k into 3k, it looks like.
And this is now, it went from a maybe I can just win now bet on the flop to a value bet here on the turn. And he's, I suspect, with 3 spades out there, about to get raised.
Yeah, I would assume.
This is a jam spot for Zephania.
Yeah, with how many chips he has left.
And Andy will not be able to fold, I don't think.
Yep. And Andy's going to call here for sure.
For sure. Is a cooler.
Felt that coming.
Yeah. Are you ever checking back here with the ace king as played on turn instead of betting?
Sometimes.
Yeah?
Yeah, for sure sometimes.
Like, just because, I don't know, are we scared of any river cards? It doesn't seem like a terrible spot to check back now, but then I don't want to be too I can see the cardsy, but it doesn't seem like an awful spot to check back, given that you don't really mind any river card.
And the fact that Zephania here is shorter stacked.
Right.
I think if personally, if we were deeper, I would probably be betting the turn more here.
Sure, for value, but like when we're shallower, you set up some awkward get jammed on spots. Tough spot for Andy.
And too, when they have like tens and jacks and some of those hands that are check calling flop, they're just going to fold this turn a lot of the time. So we might be able to check off the turn ace and then value bet the river.
Now, of course, this is not a bluff. Andy has become experienced enough and has good card instincts just sort of naturally to know that, like, players that don't think as much would just snap call.
Yeah.
Like top with a flush draw.
Yeah, it's like
But-
a king of spades.
But in fact, like Dell is pointing out, Andy can only beat a bluff or like a turned flush draw, but he has the king of spades.
Yeah,
There's no turned flush draw that's doing this.
yeah,
So he has to know that he's just looking for a spade.
yeah, exactly.
I got a fucking sick draw. I feel like he has fucking pocket queens though.
Wow, he just
Get
nails
him,
it.
Andy.
Andy just
Let's
Great
see if he can make
instincts.
it. Let's see if he can make the fold now.
Terrific instincts. This is the classic curse of the poker player. You develop your instincts. You know what's going on, and then your hand won't listen to your damn brain.
Yep. So this is that point. This is that exact point here. Let's see if Andy can now exercise discipline. He wants to call though.
Of course. I mean, he's king of spades. This would be a sick laydown. Agonizing spot.
He looks like he's leaning a little bit more now towards folding. His
With
hands are off the chip.
the posture on the cards, yeah.
Yep.
How much is in the pot before his all in?
He's
Tell
doing
me
now he
about.
wants pot odds. So he needs to call 1 point. What is it?
2.2.
1.7 more to win 9. Oh my goodness, it's close.
I'm not gonna draw for my whole fucking.
Wow, what a laydown! Wow, Andy, incredible. Well done.
Andy makes a big fold here.
That is a card player fold right there, my
Yeah.
friends.
Andy will
Wow.
be checking the stream to see that later. Did
Holy
he show?
cow!
So I was right.
What a
Really?
fold.
I'll find out anyway in half an hour. Come
right?
on,
Is
tell
it half
me.
hour?
You gotta tell me.
Yeah.
Yeah?
You're the
Absolutely
man.
terrific fold.
Yeah, he told him to. He didn't make him wait 30 minutes.
You can ask him in the future, but I
He let him know that he had the queens. Nice
Not,
job, Andy.
not, it's really just
visualize.
awesome job by Andy to know the
I
spot
had
he's
the
in.
nut flush draw. So like,
And
even though I really
fold.
felt like
Yeah,
he
and
had
still fold,
queens, I
for
felt
sure.
like he was bigger than me. Do I risk my whole tournament life on a flush draw?
I wouldn't be your whole life, but that I think that'd be a good No, I don't think.
Notice he's not even mentioning the ace.
Yeah.
He's just
it
talking about
would've
his
been
flush
my
draw.
whole life.
Yeah.
It's like almost all my chips. He had like 4,000. This is like 25. What is this?
We had
35.
15 in already. It would have been 2K more.
Fantastic fold. Wow. That's
I
the
like
fold
that.
of the tournament right there.
I like that he took his time. He thought about it. He pieced it together, and
And once again, his hand
180?
actually
Wait, how much is it?
followed
80.
the piecing together, which so often doesn't happen.
yeah.
He was no, but there was already chips in the middle, and they was all in, and they said 4,000, like
Boy.
more.
No,
It wasn't more.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. I didn't want to tell you.
It was
mid-hand.
25,000, 2,500 more.
Yeah, something like that.
Andy's saying right now he thought it was
That's
actually
still
4,000
super
more.
cripple.
No, it's still a lot. You shouldn't. I mean, you should fold. You made the right
I still think he makes the fold.
I think so. I mean, it's so close, and you're not getting awful odds to just try and hit a spade.
Plus, I'm lucky, so you gotta put that.
But he doesn't want to, he's not trying to just like get up out of his chair if he can't make a 5-1 draw.
Yeah.
How much is it?
225.
225. I'm gonna make it 1,000.
And Andy here, very next hand with jacks out of the big blind, and he did save himself a lot of money there. He's got 5K to play with, and he's got a monster.
And it looks like there was a raise, and then Andy 3-bet to 1,000 if I am
fuck, that's still like, what is it? 1 and 4.
understanding
still?
correct. It looks like Troy raised in the cutoff with 6s to 225, and I believe Andy, I heard, made it
How many
1,000.
Spades there were less.
Yeah.
Poker Guru confirming that his left calf
You could
weighs
hit
40
the
pounds. It's very
Yeah.
thin. Calf exercises are tough, man. It's a tough muscle to build. I hear you.
When I had the fucking nut flush draw and the fucking ace, I was like really aggressive, I guess.
So Andy putting in 20% of
You
his
got ace
stack
king?
here. Let's see
I had
what
ace king,
Troy
and the king was a spade.
decides to do.
It's funny that you even kept talking as if only your draw was good. I didn't think you had that.
Yeah, I didn't either.
Oh yeah.
I mean,
But you knew that you
yeah, good.
just the pair was good.
We could have just done it.
With
We could have
his
just
all
run
in?
it off pre-flop. Would have been a fun sweat.
With his all in,
Yeah, I think by that math, Melissa, like each toenail weighs 7 pounds. Is that correct? Hi, I'm here for Troy and Marvin, and I'm staying for Andy, Drew, and Hop Grenade. What up, Ellie Sriracha? Nice to see ya.
And you pull in our 15. And
So Andy's
Yeah.
3-bet here takes it down. Troy decides to fold the 6s.
I could have hit, but it would have cut my chips in half.
You're smart that you even knew that you know, there's a lot of people.
That Andy fold has me wanting to play right now.
It is an inspiring card play, isn't it?
Yeah,
That
yeah.
is just a card player fold right there. Sick.
Andy's getting better the more and more he plays this game.
That is really a high level fold.
There's a scar.
He does pick up a few $100 too with those jacks on the very next hand, and look at that. See, the universe rewarded him
Yep.
with some immediate healing.
I believe in that.
You know,
I
it
believe
does
in
seem
that.
to be a thing. Sriracha wings, yum. Yes, update on Train is that he went busto to JJ, all in pre-flop. Train jammed his ace-king suited, and JJ made a big call-off with tens. Train flopped an ace, and JJ runner to straight on him. Yeah.
So here, Ace Jack of Zefania raises in the cutoff, and Ryan 3-bets the big blind
600.
to 500 with Ace 4 off.
Yeah, Ryan doesn't want to just call out of the big and see a flop with a garbage ace. He figures he'll turn that into a 3-bet bluff-ish. And Zefania doesn't want to fold ace jack. But again, here's a spot where Ryan has given himself control of the hand. And on a flop like this that Zefania misses, Ryan has a great shot to just take it away on the flop. Assuming that Zefania doesn't pull an absurd stubborn move like Troy did.
Let's see Ryan's sizing, because Zefania does have the ace of clubs here. Backdoor, straight draw, and flush draw.
You know what? We're working on it, Ellie. We're trying to take our minds off it too. We're just kind of sitting here trying to bury ourselves in some 2-card poker. Get our mind off it.
All right, so Ryan bets about a fourth of the pot, third of the pot or so. Gets called here. See if he's going to continue. He's just got ace high. No draws here.
Ryan being put in some tough spots by some very stubborn opponents. And he does slow down.
Stefania's got 5 blacks. See if he tries to take it away here.
I mean, I don't know why he would check back. This is a prime spot. Remember what we talked about? The float flop and then bet turn when check do? We were talking about that yesterday.
Yep.
How very often that works.
Yep.
Now, in this case, he has the best hand.
Right.
But he doesn't know that. He just says ace high in the pretend nut flush draw. And so I don't really quite understand the check back. I don't, trying to get closer to showdown with just ace high. But he does check back, and now here's Ryan with another spot to try to steal.
I would like to see him bet like 1.5K or 2K. After Zefania doesn't bet the turn there.
Yeah, and I don't blame Ryan. He just has air, like it was, and what credit? He doesn't feel like his story's credible. After he slows down on turn, he's going to bet what now? What does he have? King Queen that didn't bet turn? It just doesn't make a lot of sense. I don't blame him for slowing down. Zefania is very fortunate. You see a little mini head shake there by Ryan. It's frustrating. Zefania's just going to get to showdown ace jack high and it's good. Ryan's like, how did we get all the way to the river?
Right. I think with his flop c-bet sizing in a 3-bet pot there, out of position, that he's just going to be getting called a lot, honestly.
Clearly,
and
yes.
floated a lot. 370. I think he bet 375 into 1.1K on the flop. So I think that's part of why what was his sizing in the hand with Troy? I think his sizing in the hand with Troy was a bit smaller as well too.
His flop bet?
Yeah,
I don't exactly recall, but like less than half pot kind of sizing?
for sure. Yeah, which I think is generally in a lot of a good amount of tournament situations kind of going to be like the standard nowadays. But with this cash game tournament hybrid, it's like you're either going to need to fire some streets, you need to bet bigger on some flops. Different strategies, I think, out there.
Super Sport, there are 14 remaining as of right now. And yeah, we've all been following the news too as well, guys. Man, life, she's a fragile thing.
I just had a really crazy.
Just gotta enjoy
I'll
ourselves,
tell you in a second.
right? Just
Look,
hang
there's
out and
Cookie
enjoy each
Roo and Pooh
other.
Dog.
There they are. They're enjoying themselves.
We're gonna make it 7.
Hey, bot lady, good to see you today.
Andy here, another monster. King's on the button. Some good cards out there, but King's commanding lead.
And I just played was fucking brutal.
You know, and Edson's got to have some alarm bells. He raced from under the gun. He's getting 3-bet. It's a pretty strong range, generally speaking. And indeed, he does get credit and is going to scoop up 320 uncontested dollars. And Andy chipping back up.
It's going to be interesting to see with the shorter stacks at this featured table when they decide to play for it, because we have Dustin with less than 10 bigs. Edson has only 1.8K here, so he's got less than 30 bigs. So we'll see when that moment comes where we're like, all right, all in.
Oh, Melissa seems to think that modding Rob was a. I mean, there are big mistakes, and then there are like catastrophic miscalculations.
At least she didn't caps the word huge. So it's like, you know, could
Maybe
be worse.
Should we unmod Rob and mod Melissa?
Ooh, what a sick play.
Yes, I had ace king. My king was a spade. The flop was like queen.
Oh, there she
Oh,
goes.
correction.
There were 2 spades out at the time. I'm betting into him pretty big. He's just calling it down.
Free roll
Turn
is
is
coming
another
up.
spade, so now I have the
Potato,
best plus
aim,
draw
proud.
with the top pair.
for you.
6 p.m.
I
Eastern.
bet 1,500.
Password will be
Yes,
coming
all
up a
in.
little later in the stream.
So,
Another
like,
$250
on the river, if I hit a
ECR
spade,
free
I
roll.
have the nut flush, and I have top pair, but he was so fucking strong going all
So
over
it looks
my
like
fucking
Marvin
board.
Rettenmeyer raises the hijack to 400 here.
Oh.
Or no, it's race to 200, Ryan 3-bets to 600
Yeah, I called
with his
it out. I
ace
got
10 of
a lot
spades on the
pocket
button.
queens, and I folded, and he had queens, yeah, so he hit the set. So I
That'll
still
get her
could
done.
beat him on the river, but like that's still fucking hella risky with like relying on a fucking shoot to fall.
How much is the ante total?
Kind of thing.
70.
So I saved about like almost 3 grand in chips by folding on the river.
Yeah, maybe we should do a new system of who to mod based purely on physicality. Right? So obviously Rob's out. Lawn Car gets a mod sword.
Yep. Congrats, Lon
You
Car.
know, Lawn Card. Well done.
I know, I'm forgetting. I forget. I'm like having a good conversation.
You know, it'd be sick, those ski goggles with a HUD no.
Yeah, the digital readout HUD.
Yeah.
Oh, dude. The Google goggles.
Yeah.
Oh man, now you're talking.
Are you German?
So here it is, one of those moments. Edson is pushing it all in here with his last 1.9K blind versus blind. Just going to take it down.
Bless you.
Troy maintains his commanding chip lead here, table chip lead.
Oh shit. What's that?
I mean, someone bets 200
No,
per
no.
flop, 700 is a good raise in China, right?
The Corona?
1,000 people dead. Coronavirus.
Like exactly the beer name?
That's how it's spelled. Yeah.
Okay. The coronavirus, no. I don't watch much news though, so I might, is that just recently or the last couple months or what?
Yeah, it's kind of blown up in the last week.
So,
Yeah, I mean, I had
what's up with,
Jack-
is it,
I had Jack
is there any like
Sisson,
rules
I
with
think he made that
traveling
a
and shit
little
like
too
that?
big.
Or no?
1,000. That was like,
Seahawks, like, yeah. And Rob also
Yeah.
thinks ice cream is gross and hates puppies.
That's fucking scary.
The worst kind of person.
Only like a few isolated incidences in countries other than China, but they can keep it under wraps.
So Andy raises his 7s here, and Ryan 3-bets the ace-jack on the button. Zafania's got ace-10 suited in the big blind. He's got both of them covered. Ryan has been 3-betting a bit now at this point, so
Yeah.
it is on the radar, I would imagine.
Definitely, he's upped his pre-flop aggression game considerably.
I'll call you.
There you go, Andy. I'll call you. I like it. So here we go. Classic. Let's see what happens.
Andrew Milanakis mixed top set. Unfortunately for him, and he's gonna dunk. He's just gonna dunk out at Ryan and hope Ryan was 3-betting with jacks.
Yep. So he bets 500 into 1.4K.
Now, unfortunately, in this exact spot, Ryan has big cards and not a big pair, and this is just going to induce a fold, I suspect. He does have the ace of hearts, but oh, see, yeah, it's frustrating. Ryan's like, why is nothing I'm doing working? He really should have had a couple of things work at this point, and nothing has.
Yeah.
And he's frustrated, and he is going to try to make himself a heart, an ace, or a jack, and he better hope he doesn't see an ace or a jack. Indeed, Andy fills up.
Look at that. Andy wants to bet. He does the little turn and look to the chips.
At this point, when I get a call from Ryan, I'm thinking 2 10s, 2 queens. I can get another bet here.
Yeah. Looks like float the flop is the theme for today, though. So if that's the case, I like Andy's lead.
I do too.
If he's caught on to that people are not folding to the C-bet.
Sure, absolutely. If he's
Granted,
gonna,
this
if
was
he-
a donk, but
if Ace Jack High is going to call, it's a great lead out.
Good fold.
And that is not the turn card that Ryan was looking for. Once again, he's fortunate to not catch an ace or a jack.
That's all.
And top full house is going to get her done.
Andy saves him 30 minutes of
Little
wondering.
boaty.
Flips over the sevens.
Yeah. True. I was thinking about checking the boat. I should have, but
No, he
hindsight's
shouldn't.
20/20.
His lead on turn is good
I figure,
because
like,
if he
not
checks,
checking, it looks suspect
basically
too, though,
everything
right?
is checking behind. Even like, let's say Ryan really did have like 2 10s. What's Ryan going to do with 2 10s when check 2 on turn? Is he going to bet them? Maybe he would.
Maybe he would.
I think
if
he would-
Andy's just betting top pair, potentially.
I was thinking
Okay,
about
I take
checking
it back.
but
Yeah,
looking
maybe
at
he
the
would.
front hand, I don't
Try
know
to
what's too
protect,
suspect,
potentially.
and I was like,
Which we've seen a couple times, I
500 is
think.
like
Yeah.
not that much, you know.
It's interesting because if, like you were saying, if Ryan does have an overpair there that he 3-bet, then Andy's just, if he's going to get all the chips, he's got to keep betting. At that point.
Yep. Ooh, and another monster for Andy here. Boy, he's caught a little run of cards here.
Chip on his
He makes a
card.
terrific laydown and gets rewarded by the universe. And it's going to be the battle. Oh, well, it'll be 3-handed now unless Marvin wants to 3-bet.
I feel like Marvin is definitely going to 3-bet here. We will see, though. Marvin's sitting on 3.7K. There is 590 out there. Troy's been playing a bunch of hands. Andy's playing some hands at this point, too, but he is raising under the gun.
Hey guys, it's me, Rob. Could you please unmod me and mod Melissa? Okay. Yeah, we'll do that.
All right, so Marvin just
He
calls.
just calls, okay. And we're going to see a flop, and not surprisingly, with all those big cards out there, it misses everybody.
Had Marvin been deeper, the effective stack's been deeper here, I think Marvin would have potentially 3-bet, but it isn't under the gun open, so.
Troy is going to take this opportunity to fire with the worst hand, and I think this will just work.
That's 425 into 710.
Andy might not be keen to give this up, though.
And he does have the ace of clubs, right?
He does. And he did see the showdown with Troy and
That's 425.
DePaulo, where Troy had absolutely nothing the entire time. So Troy could easily just have an air ball, which he does, and Andy's read it right.
And Andy's already check called once in a situation with two strong overs. I believe it was ace king just a few hands ago. Troy looked like he got pulled out of the background a little bit, doesn't it?
Yeah, totally. Oh my god, one of the faceless avatars has come to life and doesn't fold.
Yeah. So So Troy fires a turn, takes it down.
Andy's instincts were right, and maybe there's a variety of turn cards. Yeah, you can hear him saying I should have folded the flop, but his instincts were right. Ace King High was good, and the problem with all these damn streets is that while that decision was correct and still would have been on turn, you end obviously if Ace or King comes off and it changes everything, but most of the time that's not going to happen, and you're just going to have to you're trying to navigate your way to showdown.
Yeah.
It's very hard. You're like, well, I think Ace King High is good, so call. And when I show down Ace King High, it's going to be good. But how do we get there? We're only on the flop.
Troy's going to be a tough person, I think, to get to showdown versus, but I do think that check call with Ace King there versus a variety of players who won't double barrel that turn, just to double barrel it. And Troy's got all the chips too, so he knows, especially at this point, I would imagine it's got to be the forefront of his mind that, okay, day 2, this is cash, like everybody's kind of feeling the pressure, and he's in such a sick spot with this many chips that he could just fire. Like 100%. People are going to make big folds.
Yep, and he just saw, minutes ago, Andy's capable of making big folds.
Yeah.
Now, that wasn't necessarily a, quote, big fold, but he could be bigger than that and still fold. Okay, how do we unmod? Is it /unmod?
Yep. What's up, Gravy Train? Thanks, buddy. Hope you're enjoying the stream. Chat, everyone, thanks for hanging out with us today. 740, if you're trying to do that.
That is, yep. Rob doesn't trust himself. He's like, you gotta take my sword. Wait, dude.
Is that what he said?
Yeah, he's like, I hate puppies, man. I'm not to be trusted.
Oh my gosh, that's funny. What's up, Poker Chef Jeff? How's it going, buddy? So Zafania raises to 175 with Jack 10 in the cutoff, and he's going to take it down here.
The blinds do escalate, just to keep the thing moving along. So that is another tournament aspect of this hybrid format.
You ain't get my plaques. You gotta win them, bitch. You just got new plaques, bro. You chilling.
Nah, but I lost they come and go.
True. If you want a little, oh no, I don't.
Yeah, there was some high stakes Mario Kart going on last
No,
night.
no, I was gonna give you.
Oh, it was a party.
blues
It was a
for
Mario
Wolfie
party.
Diversity, but I only have 2 blues.
Money was flying. Controllers were being slammed.
Yeah, sometimes I'm a little bit nice.
HR doesn't like it.
Yeah, that was a fun after party.
I want you out of my head.
Yeah, maybe it might have peaked with DePaulo thinking he could get through. What is the thing where you have to just run through really fast as 8-bit Mario?
I don't know. I don't remember.
Well, I don't. Yeah, I don't. But in any case, it was some like race challenge. And he had 10 tries to beat this course, which Andy picked up the controller and nailed it on the first try, and we all thought it was the demo screen. We were like, oh, that was you playing? It was literally like, did not miss a beat, absolute perfection.
Andy said he's got some Mario game.
Oh, that is understating the case.
Yeah?
Oh, yeah. And so he made it look so damn easy. Ryan's like, all right, 10 tries, and it was $20 a person, everybody in the room.
Yeah.
And it got down to it, and he got real close, and on the 9th try, he got so close, and then on the 10th, he got
I didn't like that
close
at all.
again, and
like
paid
that.
everybody in the
I
room.
mean, the chicken soup's not easy.
Ripped Apollo.
We got a huge hand here.
Mario, is it Mario Maker? Yeah, that sounds right.
Yeah. Troy raises 9s. Marvin calls in the cutoff with King Jack, flops top pair, but Troy flops a set, middle set here.
God, what a cooler.
Troy decides to check. Marvin bets 275, but definitely assuming he's ahead here.
This is God, this is just a gift. I mean, Troy's just going to get the rest of Marvin's money here. Well,
Yeah, I like the bike way
maybe not all of it, but certainly a chunk.
Yeah, he check raises. Marvin's sitting on 3K. Troy's been aggressive in a lot of pots. This is going to be difficult.
It's just a setup board. Yeah, exactly. Because Troy's so aggressive, he's not going to get credit. And Marvin is a monster.
Not well, no. I know the concept behind it, but I mean, I know it's like you take like equal stacks.
That's, I mean,
and
it's
then you're
frustrating.
supposed to, like,
You know, this is just Marvin
kinda
getting
like
dealt a game over
pull
in
them
all
up and
likelihood.
push them together, right?
We will see. It is tough. It's going to be tough versus Troy.
Exactly. And it's like, well, you know, that's why you play really aggressively, so that you just don't get credit and you set up. But yeah, you also, the hard part is that you have to catch this kind of setup.
Yeah.
Okay, let's see.
So Marvin's going to call the 425 more, and he's going to go from there. That's going to leave him about 2,500 in his stack with 2K in the middle. So this is going to be very interesting, but Marvin's going to call, hope that Troy's bluffing, keep those bluffs in there. Quad
And
9 on
God.
the turn.
How many nines are there?
If a 9 comes on the river, I'm done.
And the 9 of dandelions on the river. 6 spot. You know, I mean, maybe Marvin has some concern that Troy might have just turned 3 nines.
Yeah.
Where do you put your index finger in the middle?
See, I think, and then Troy
Oh, you put them in the
checks the
middle.
turn.
This feels like busted diamonds or like 10 queen with a queen of diamonds that just missed and is like, crap, check.
Okay.
Potentially.
I mean, certainly that's what Troy's trying to sell here.
Right, yeah,
Now,
absolutely.
is Marvin going to buy it?
Lifting.
I think I just heard Marvin say all in.
Maybe I'd be better right.
boy.
Maybe not.
Lefty.
Okay, no, he bets
Just
that was
I'm mixed
an outside
dominant.
table,
Maybe
525
technical
here.
right and then throw with my left.
Once again, a spot here for Troy where either option seems reasonable. You know, given the strength Troy just showed on the
Yeah, I
flop,
spent a
the
couple
fact that
hours
Marvin is
keep
betting
doing
when
myself
check
all
to
evening.
instead of checking behind is an indicator
enough
of the
to
strength of his hand, and indeed he is strong. So a raise could work here. A just call is totally fine. Obviously, no river card matters to Troy.
No, I'm good. I'll work on it later.
So this will be interesting. 3K in the middle. Marvin's got 2K behind.
Wow, and Troy checks. Marvin might check back here with the front door flush coming in. I mean, value betting at this point is pretty thin with King Jack. Is that fair to say?
Times
Yeah,
4?
yeah, it's going to be pretty
So
thin.
1.5 times 4.
He checks.
And it's just a check back, and Troy gave Marvin maximum rope there.
That's a lot of 9s.
That's
That's a lot of nines.
And you know, Marvin is fortunate to get out of that hand with chip stack intact.
For sure, for sure.
Yeah, right.
You know, I don't know that Troy could have gotten more value there anyway, as played. You know, if he leads the river, it looks like that queen 10 of diamonds, or whatever it was, just got there and is now value leading, and maybe the king just folds anyway.
Yeah, yeah.
And then, of course, Troy is hoping, like,
Oh,
well,
yeah.
maybe my opponent just made the flush, and he'll value that.
Yeah. Interesting hand, and Marvin does not lose all of his chips. I would imagine Troy was making some adjustments in that hand because it was Marvin. Had it been a couple of other players at this table, I think Troy is just doing a lot of betting there. Or a bit more betting. I think he knows Marvin's capable of making some big folds.
Password will be coming up later in the stream, guys.
True.
6 p.m. Eastern is the start of the 250 free roll, and we will be announcing the password before the start of the tournament. So hang out, enjoy some 2-card poker live from Costa Rica. It's The Cage. Thanks for hanging out with us, everybody. It's been a fun couple of days, and we got lots of time left here as we get towards the close of day 2. This is Bet on Drew.
Hi.
And I'm Scott, and we have had a lot of fun here for another installment of The Cage in Costa Rica.
It's been a pleasure here commentating for my first time with Hop and getting to experience the cage. For my second time, I got to play earlier in the year last year, and I survived.
Yeah, you cashed, was it 11?
No, that was Priestley.
Oh, that was Priest. Oh, right.
I starting stack, I think it was like 4900.
Okay, for sure.
Yeah.
That's awesome, though. I mean,
Yeah.
it's a nice score.
It was cool. What was not cool was the table I was at day 2 that I just got put like into a hole and just couldn't really do much, didn't really get too many hands. There was some really good players at my table, so I was fortunate to make it out alive.
And it's this is that hand you just witnessed there that Ryan is going to win is what's known as the Twitch chat nut
Even if that was a
matchup.
joke, it was
Andy
cute.
versus Ryan.
Oh yeah.
But
like that.
where's Andy and Ryan? Well, they just played a hand together, and I think a black hole opened up somewhere in the universe.
I don't know if this is some next level play by Ryan, but I'm pretty sure he just added that black glove on. I don't recall seeing that earlier. He might be really digging deep here. I like it.
Delicious.
Hi, Vanessa Cade. No, train Bustoville, runner straight, courtesy of JJ Corrado.
I would like to have
Train
a
at Ace
fucking
King,
aces,
suited, jammed, and JJ called it off.
Oh,
He wasn't getting the odds to do it, but he did call it off with the tens, and Train hit the ace in the window, and JJ went runner straight. GG.
Morning, Vanessa. Good to see you.
salmon with pesto. That's that, right? That looks pretty good. Yeah. I might rock that because it's not too greasy. It's kind of on the healthy side.
Man, I'm still reeling from that fold from Andy. I'm just so damn impressed that he was able to get away from that ace king there in that spot. And not only that, has had a nice little recovery since then, caught a string of hands, and has chipped back up, and I think was just sitting under 7 or something. Still plenty of chips, and it's great. Really just impressive poker.
You know what you want? You get, what do you get? Oh, what a pussy.
Chris Khalifa speaks the truth. Vanessa Cade is a boss.
Can we order food? Oh, sorry.
Where's the
Do you want
where's the
regular
link?
salmon or you want-
Caster. Vanessa
Okay, he's
Cade.
gonna have the grilled salmon. I'm gonna have the grilled salmon with pesto. Two salmon, yeah. Can you cook medium? Cook medium.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Kapow. Ghost the legend. Yeah, you got it. Vanessa, just send the check to P.O. Box 42069, San Francisco, California.
10 bit.
Yesterday I did the illest dom flip trap. Amazing. So I'd be careful. This is very dumb.
Ryan immediately knows his flat out of the hijack with 9-4 is a bit silly. Big blind raises, and Ryan's like, well, that was dumb. And
True. Or you can
lights
just
80 on
limp.
fire.
Motherfucker goes to 200, just be like 2,000.
Yeah. That's why I love the dog shit.
Yeah.
I'm just saying that. I just wanted to see it flop. I'm just degenerate. This is bullshit reasoning. I'm just
Where's Ryan's mic? Is Ryan not mic'd up?
I mean, see a flop, it's just like, why don't you just play video
He
poker?
sounds distant.
Yeah, he does.
All right, well, we will alert production.
They do?
Because, you know, a day without Ryan's voice is a day wasted.
Yeah, they do.
I
actually.
know. I love he's just so honest too. He just says what's on his mind. So
Yeah.
you get
Yeah.
into the mind.
Yeah, he's a blurter outer, that's for sure. And in a you know, never has such offensive
Yeah,
content
yeah.
been so endearing.
It's impressive.
Yeah, I haven't figured out the endearing part. I've got part 1 down pat.
Is Lankar still in? As of the start of today, Lankar had 3,400 in chips, and we have not heard about a bust out from him yet. So we're assuming he is still out in the field.
I meant where I was.
So Troy raises the button, and Marvin defends big blind with 8-4 of diamonds and flops a pair and a couple of backdoor draws here.
They pay you 10
But Troy has top pair.
I don't suspect, man, but the thing is Marvin's stack is so damn fragile. You don't really want to fold a pair and a lot, you know, a bunch of decent turn cards for you, but he's in danger territory under 2K.
For sure. So Troy bets 180, and then it looks like Marvin called. I believe the chips got pulled in. But you're
really?
right.
Oh, I thought he was still. Oh, you're right. Okay, yep. Not the turn card he's looking for.
But you're right. It's a real dodgy spot with
Yeah.
Marvin's stack here.
And I suspect we're just going to see a check bet and now fold. Oh, wait, what? Marvin's raising. Interesting. Is that okay? Did they correct the action tracker? That's not right though. That the flop went check check, right? That's not correct.
No, flop did not go check.
It went check bet call.
You're right.
And now are we seeing check bet raise? Interesting. Marvin's turning his hand into a bluff here.
I don't believe the graphics are right, because if Troy bet 180, I don't believe that Marvin could have raised just the 250.
Okay, so that's not correct.
You know, it looks like 250 went out there, so I think that maybe Troy bet smaller.
Troy holds here. Tens and fives are good. I don't think the raise is correct, guys. The graphic sizing I don't think is right.
1K in the middle. Supposedly here Marvin's got 1.6 behind.
You don't have black chips to screen?
Sorry.
Oh, yeah.
Troy trying to get a sense for how much Marvin has left to figure out how much he wants to value bet here.
Troy's putting them all in.
Figures his 10 is good, he's correct, and he's just going to make Marvin Vietitul. God, you people are so dull. Oh my god.
Eli Hirsch, the free roll is a $250 free roll that starts at 6 p.m. Eastern on America's Cardroom. About in half an hour or so prior to that, we will release the password in the chat. So Marvin folds for the last 1.6K. Still alive though. Just under 20 big blinds.
You want some reds?
Yeah.
Man, survival, the name of the game for a couple of these short stacks, man. They're clinging to their tournament life, as it were.
I think there's definitely a lot of pressure. I can feel it. You can see it. And Troy isn't just a sixth spot having all the chips. Of course, he's making hands, quads, top pairs, things like that.
Rip Vanessa. Man, Vanessa, stop being such a troll. Jesus.
The fruit plate. Bro, you look hella lit with that fruit plate, homie. Do I seek revenge now or wait?
I like that, Andy.
I will wait.
Good wait.
Good wait. Quick explanation of the format. Too fat, Matt.
Yeah, it is.
It's a cash tournament hybrid. Everyone buys in for real money. 52.50 in real money, and we play for 2 days. You cannot cash out until end of day Sunday. Whoever has money left at the end of day Sunday cashes out their real money chips. That's real money in front of them. And so it's kind of a cool mix between a cash game and a tournament.
Yeah, I just walked to this random cafe around here. And they like pretty much gave me the same mix. Is that like the go-to here or what? Or is it just in season?
They're local. And
That's yeah.
pretty good.
It's like almost the exact mix thing, and it was delicious.
As far as we know, Lonkar is still out there, yes. All right, the big ace kinger in the hand of Stephania. Troy's got some big cards too. Well, let's see if Troy can get a little taste of his own medicine here and be second best one time.
Dustin raising his queen jack off here under the gun to 300. I believe he's got like 700 or 800 chips to start this hand. So he puts in a decent portion of that. Troy hits him with another small-ish 3-bet, a little bit bigger than the last one he hit him with. Now we get to see what Zephania wants to do here versus the table chip boss. But imagine he's not too worried about Dustin. The question is, how does he want to play versus Troy, right?
Man, they've got a little love connection going on here while this hand plays out in the chat. Zeok and Sam Rekka might be yet another Twitch chat couple. I've met a few of them. Good luck to you guys. Are you Brad?
So Zephania decides to 4-bet to 2.3K. I'm imagining Dustin's probably going to fold again based on what we saw earlier.
I gotta get lucky at this point.
GG. Whoa.
Probably got it. Maybe I can get lucky.
Oh wait, no, he got it all in here.
Yeah, I'm live.
Dustin decided to get it all in for... We'll
And
see here in a
he
second.
thinks he is live. He is definitely not live. He's going to have trouble winning this one. He needs himself a Cracker Jack. And he
Oh, he
finds
gets a
it!
jack.
He finds it! Just needs to
Got it.
fade an ace. He does.
Oh, that was huge for me.
An ace or a king, rather. But
He's
yep.
feeling it. He's feeling it after
Wow.
that.
And he is rewarded for his crazy patience.
I knew you had ace king too. I was like, I'm gonna go for it because the chips were in the pot. I was like, I have to.
Oh
I'm
yeah,
so
you can't
low.
fold.
And that's a double up.
Yep.
And then some, I think.
I'm glad he didn't fold there. He had 9 big blinds to start the hand, so it's a huge double up.
Wait, what's the... It's 70. Not bad.
It's the first time I've gotten lucky today. I've had a bunch of bad news, so
That's
Ray
sick.
said he's like he's gonna turn around for you.
yeah.
You just gotta have faith.
Yeah, man.
All right, T. Kane. One more double up. And then one more after that. And we're right back in it. No, but hey, you know, chipping a chair, man. In the words of Joe Stapleton. I don't know if you know that, but Joe Stapleton came up with that phrase.
He said you got life.
Is that what he said? That's what,
That's what
he said.
He was insistent.
Yeah.
And I take a man at his word.
He's funny. It was fun meeting him last October.
I've now narrowed your range to not beat 3 off. I'm out.
So we're getting an under the gun raise here from Edson. With the ace deuce of diamonds. Marvin has ace king in the cutoff with less than 20 big blinds here.
Vanessa, try capitalizing every other word. Oh, sorry, every other letter.
Decision easier. Thank you.
Marvin gonna jam in his short stack here. Good spot. The ace king. Especially, you know, he's jamming on under the gun. Looks very strong. Edson is not strong with the ace deuce, and I suspect
Oh, I'm chilling. Can I get it?
this will be the end of the hand.
Shorty v shorty here, yep. I'm anticipating a fold too. You never know, it might be YOLO. You think this is just some Hollywooding?
Yeah, I mean, you don't just want to snap fold when you've raised from under the gun. Like, you know, you raise light from under the gun, that's obvious. Save a little face, you know.
Yeah.
Or call it off.
Wow, he called it off, chat. Shorty v Shorty. This could be the start of the moment in the day when the short stacks are like, you know what?
Screw it.
Yep.
You know, sometimes you just hit the F it button. Let's go. I have a suited ace.
Edson's like, it was suited. Marvin's like, no. But yes.
And the deuce.
2 and then the
Spade.
Spades are live. Still almost a coin toss. And we're going to be looking for a king or a spade quickly now.
Wow.
The ace is not going to do it.
So that is going to do it for Marvin Rettenmeyer. Sad to see him go. I definitely wanted to see him play more. I was hoping he would have spun up a stack there.
Unlucky. You know, unlucky that his opponent calls. And then even more unlucky that his
Lucky.
opponent just gets there.
Lucky, unlucky, right?
Well, yeah, sure. I mean, yes, like, yeah, you want to call from ace deuce there. But, like, I'm just saying that it was the end of his tournament life because his opponent called incorrectly. So, you know, and I don't think ace deuce is calling there most of the time.
No.
Like,
I don't either.
he's living through that hand most of the time.
Yeah.
And he didn't.
I think that's I'm a short stack. This table is tough. It's
Screw it.
Yeah, screw
like
it.
right. Like, am I gonna really outmaneuver somebody? Like, yeah, you know, I'm gonna try, but this is my spot to just try and spike something and get a stack for myself. Yeah. Well, it worked out for him that time.
Thank you.
And I think it would be cool if you guys want to get a little pool going for how long that bottle of Coke will last before it is elbow chopped off the table by somebody.
Oh, so am I seeing this right? Marvin had his double buy, and I've actually never noticed that using it on the second day. That's cool. So he hadn't used his, so he's right back in it.
Yeah, I don't think you see that often.
Yeah.
Okay, well, there you go, Marvin,
New life.
alive. Yeah, it does seem like D. Kane is in prime position to be the culprit. Now, how much of the Coke gets drunk before it gets knocked off the table?
I like your crown, really.
Oh, I see it. Oh my gosh,
You
I'm
know.
nervous.
You know,
Game later.
it's
I'm
not, I
nervous.
don't. It's not long for this earth.
Yeah. You're wearing
Andy flops the best hand here. Troy's up and down with the back door and up flush draw, and he is incredibly stubborn. So this will be some rough waters for Andy here. Ten's a brick. Andy's still good.
Where'd the glove go? The glove. I saw it. We played that one hand. I saw it come out, and then yeah, you lost that one. That's it. Is it done for the day? Or you're gonna test it out again?
Andy's got the best hand here on the river. See if Troy can push him off it, though. I know Andy bet it. Okay.
Yeah, Andy is going for value here. He correctly reads 6s and 5s are the best hand.
So I left the glove behind. I lost like 210 in Mario props.
Troy calls.
5 and 6.
Wow, and he's going to get a call? Troy, absolutely no credit given to Andy. Now, the straight draw's bricked off. Troy's blocking one end of it. If Andy somehow had, like, but even, like, ace-8 still wins. Or does it? Is it chop? I don't know. That's a very speculative call by Troy. You know, maybe that's just like a, don't try to bluff me. I will call you down with freaking 2 napkins.
Yeah.
$20 each for 7 people.
There was just one
And,
mechanic that you didn't know. You would have beat it if you knew that one mechanic.
There is an illustration of the value, to be redundant, of thin value betting.
Yeah.
Man, sometimes where you're just like, how can worse call?
Right.
It does.
Right. Andy's playing well. I'm impressed.
Very impressed. That's a great
Yeah,
thin value
it's 'cause
bet.
You're self-aware.
His sizing was good. I think he bet about a third of the pot there.
Against the right
You're
opponent.
like, I'm being a little too much right now. I'm like, it's good that you're self-aware, Ryan.
Yeah, I see some talk about previous cages and stuff, and they are a blast. The next one's coming up the rest of this year. End of March will be the next one, and then in May, August, October, and then back to 4-card poker in December. So definitely, play those $55 saddies on Sundays. Try to win your way down here. It's a blast. Come hang out with us. Have a good time in Costa Rica.
Confirmed blast.
Yeah, I've been waiting on the mic check thing, guys. I think our producers went to see the Joker movie. It's just me and Drew all by our lonesome in here.
Yeah.
Now I'm like, maybe it would have been good.
What up, DeBeast? How's it going, buddy? Good to see you.
Don't second guess the feeling.
Yeah,
Maybe-
yeah,
no,
no, that's
gotta go
true.
with
I had the feeling, I was like,
Let me text Ryan. Maybe he's just not wearing his mic.
Saying it, Chief.
So Andy raises up the king, queen of spades here to 200. Lines are 40-80 currently.
Sunglasses. Troy is about to attack me.
And he is right.
It's
Andy
more
calls it.
intimidating without the
Says
fruit,
Troy
right?
is about to
much?
attack me. Then Troy 3-bets to
9?
900 with ace-9 from the small blind.
Fuck it. Let's go.
Oh, I love watching Andy play. So Andy calls here. We're going to go to a flop. Ace-9 versus the king, queen of spades. Andy flops top pair. Troy does have the lead. Let's see how he continues here with 2K in the middle. Troy chooses to continue 625. Andy just calls. I like it. We're working on it now, Farks. We will get it handled. Turn is a deuce. This feels like a spot where if Troy's betting this turn, he might be unloading.
Oh, thanks.
And what do you mean by that?
That he's going to fire the river again.
And does Andy just get out on turn?
Twitch.
And Andy just
does.
folds.
Well, that looks
Fucking
good. What is
folded
that?
900.
Pesto what?
Salmon.
Dude, I might have to try that.
Looks like he bet 1.8 on the turn there. Troy did.
This putting max pressure on Andy, and it does work. Yeah,
Ace king.
yeah. And Andy thought he might have been up against a better king there, and his spidey sense has been very spot on today. That time, overestimated the strength of his opponent's hand, and Troy just read that situation correctly. That Andy is going to only feel comfortable with a set here, basically.
Yeah.
You know, I mean, it looks bad as we can see the cards for sure, and it does feel it's tight. There's no doubt it's tight.
Raise.
You know, he is only
Troy, I'm
beating a
gonna get you,
bluff.
boy.
I shouldn't say only beating a bluff.
know
Do
you
you
had
think
ace
Troy
nine.
would do that with a worse king, king 10?
Should or shouldn't?
Yeah, I mean,
That
I don't
bullshit
even
was
know
a
if
bluff.
Troy is going to play it like
No.
Yeah. I mean, it outs.
He had-
Oh my
he had
God,
oots. Yeah,
so
he needed a river, a
aggressive.
wheel.
I fucking hate you.
that.
Right.
Tough spot.
Bro, I had a fucking king. But I can't just with a fucking pair, man. He's like,
You misspelled there, Salmon.
I don't know, it was bullshit. Fuck.
Let's do like 2,500.
I think even though as poker players we don't feel bad, I feel like Troy actually feels a tiny bit bad right now. Just that expression on him and everything.
Yeah, a little meek.
Yeah,
Yeah,
just a
totally.
tiny
Like,
bit.
I'm sorry. I know it's
You know what I
Andy,
mean?
my B.
He can just do that
I'm just
whenever
playing
he
cards
wants,
here.
and it's
Yeah.
cool.
Sorry.
But At the end, he bet like fucking like 3K. It was like half my stack, more. And I just had a fucking pair, right?
On the river?
No, I mean, I had a pair on the flop, but I was like,
I mean, you folded on the turn, I was not even paying attention.
no,
Okay,
I just
Ryan
folded
is
on the river, I
confirmed working
forget.
on his mic.
I don't fucking know. That was
He thought it was
brutal.
working. Maybe his pack wasn't on. They're on break now. Hopefully, coming back from break, Ryan will be mic'd up live.
I don't have kings races.
So as they're going on break,
Alright, I'm
we're gonna
scared.
have a level increase.
I can't look.
And it looks like I
yeah.
imagine Troy's gonna start implementing some pressure here after that one hand. I wonder if he's gonna target certain opponents. We'll see.
Even if he had ace king, he had me.
24,
I had to
20?
call with queens, right?
He
You
could
can't
have
hold
so
queen.
much more.
Thank you, bro.
I don't want sixes. I can't look.
Everybody eating is
think you're
making
pretty
Oh,
safe.
moves.
I'm good. All right, cool. I'm back.
Quads!
All right, baby,
No
let's
chicken
go.
soup on the
think you made
tables
it.
today.
It seems wrong.
Damn, I needed that. Holy shit. I actually was scared. For some reason, I thought you had kings. I was like, does he actually have kings?
I'm glad I didn't have kings.
Oh, that would have been even worse.
So Dustin had queens there, picks up a little pot.
Wow, that's the first time I've hit quads live. Actually.
It's in pretty big spots. So.
Yeah.
That's good. That's good to use.
No, Bruce, he's still here. He just picked up a pot with queens. Six is folded pre-flop.
Yeah, D. Kane drinking that sugar cane Coke for sure. You know, down here though, hey, you correct me if I'm wrong, our producers. Cane sugar Coke in the bottle down here in Costa Rica is just called Coke. Yeah, that's just Coke. Yeah, only we up in Los Estados Unidos are going nuts with the corn syrup.
Oh, he doubled up. I missed it. Let's see the. So six is called there, huh?
Believe him, but
No, I believe him.
don't sweat it. You know what I mean?
It doesn't.
It's not me or
It doesn't really matter though. Even if he doesn't have it, like, how do I?
Yeah,
how
you
do
guys
I
are right,
call
he did
my
double
whole
up.
stack
Boom.
of
Up to
fucking
3K.
pair when there's so much he could have. He could even.
Well,
he
it's
could even out.
great
I
little
agree with
mini
you.
spin up here for Dustin, up to 3K now.
No, he could have
I don't know.
even out.
If you had ace king, I might have called that because you raised all that pre-flop and like you had the ace, the king was out there and there was just low cards. You know what I mean? And he
Should've
raised
just
pre-flop.
fucking
What do you think?
folded
He
when
just
he
like
made it
raised with like
9.
7-9 or like?
Ryan was eating, I believe, salmon, grilled salmon with vegetables and mashed potatoes.
Brutal.
What's up there, Fire Rain? How's it going?
Brutal, man.
So they're going to be going on a break soon, and then there will be 2 more levels today.
Yeah, there definitely is Scratch Adams. There's a restaurant here at the hotel, a good one. It's kind of like an Italian restaurant.
So when you like use your little selfie stick, are you shooting videos for YouTube? Okay, that makes sense.
It's wonderful, you know. At this point, I've been down here enough where, you know, when I walk into the restaurant, they're like, "Here's your espresso and your club soda." They just know what I
Nice.
like, you know.
Yeah.
Good crew here for sure. Ryan does not make his set. Queen high board. Troy is not going to be scared of that. He knows tens are often good on a flop like this.
Kind of looks like Ryan's going to get sticky, huh?
Probably. I don't know. I don't mean that angry or nothing. I just maybe just thinking out loud.
Holy moly, Ryan rewarded for his stickiness here. He finds the duck that he needed, and suddenly Troy in 2 outs territory. No reason to believe that that deuce changed anything. What a great sight for Ryan on the turn.
Troy's continuing to bet 860 in the pot here.
It's a value bet. He thinks tens are still good. He doesn't have any reason to believe they're not.
Fucking most of your stack.
And he probably knows at this point he can get a queen to fold too. If he just keeps firing.
Based on his previous firing and folds he's seen people make, sure.
Yeah, he might be in pressure mode
You
here.
know, absolutely. You know, maybe that might not be true against Ryan exactly. But his hand is good. You know,
Yeah.
he's still in value bet mode right now.
Question is, does Ryan call or raise? We'll see what he does.
Check. It's cold, man. It's really
So it looks
cold.
like Troy bet 280 on the turn, Ryan called.
Ryan going to continue his checking ways, and at this point, Troy's hand is good enough with another overcard hitting the river and the front door flush to just go tens.
No.
I actually wanted to try that salmon, to be honest. Yeah, if you could.
And Ryan makes his set and turns that hand into a winner for him.
He said that he can't order me one.
So it looks like we might
Can I
have
get that? The
the.
salmon pesto?
Yep. So the chip stack updates. Ghost just dropped in the chat for you. Exclamation point updates. Looks like JJ is sitting on 11.1K. JJ Corrado. Canuli has just under 16K.
Oh man.
Lonkar has built up his 3,800 stack from earlier today to 9,500. Phil Nagy's still in the field there with 7,500. And the 5 shortest stacks we have here at the feature table. But they're definitely not that short. Still a good amount of play here.
I lost $2,500 versus trumping you like versus Rob. He was all in pre-flop at sixes versus my kings.
I was hoping Train would make it on stream so we could send him a platter of assorted alcoholic beverages. The giant silver tray of vodka sodas. And man, would you believe it? Train finished the whole damn thing.
Yeah.
Chef Jeff confirmed Ghost of M is an absolute legend. So
Confirmed.
So hard that position.
thanks for everything you do,
is
Ghost.
Like barreling.
You the legend,
It's
Ghost.
Like, oh yeah, I have top pair with not even the top kicker. How do you fucking call that shit, dude?
Yeah, I saw you guys talking about how Ryan possibly getting more value with those deuces. I'm not. It's tough to get too much more value. Donk leading the river looks like you maybe just got there with the front door flush coming in on the river and another overcard to the tens of Troy, and given what a blaster Troy is, I don't know that he can really do his own bidding there, Ryan. Letting Troy hang himself might have been more often the right play. I'm not really sure.
I agree with you. I think that's probably what was going through his mind,
after
and would
you
be going through a
win,
lot of people's mind at that point.
Sometimes
Sure.
you go,
There are
fuck,
definitely
I
some
gotta
river
get back.
cards that he could have gotten more value on for sure, I think. But like the Jack of Hearts might not have been one of them. Yeah, that's the food
20K
pyramid,
checks,
isn't
I
it?
feel like,
Meat,
I have a
veggies,
strong
and
hand, I'm
booze.
gonna call that.
Now I know.
Boom. Now, of course, the bottom part of Train's pyramid is the booze part.
We're playing this hand?
Oh yeah,
Yeah.
for sure.
Yeah.
We're on break?
Oh fuck, I forgot. I was too triggered, man.
Andy's still thinking about that king queen fold. I'm sure after the break
Oh, boy,
he'll
man.
reset,
Yep.
get back into it.
Yeah, really, so far as that we've seen, his only misstep of the day. Otherwise his instincts have been spot on. So
Yeah.
look, it's a
Impressive.
game of incomplete information. You're never going to always be right.
Yeah.
So we'll see how the rest of the day unfolds for him. What can you do? He's got plenty of chips to play with. No big deal. And as we do head into break here, our first break of the day, the password is coming up later in the stream, guys. The free roll, the $250 free roll is coming up in just a couple hours, 6 Eastern. And we will be providing the password for you shortly.
Yep.
These guys are going to come back and play live more in, 10-minute break. So hang out, and we will see you guys in just a couple of few. Thanks for chilling with us. It's America's Card Room, The Cage with Bet on Drew, and myself, Scott. See you in a second. really even chip stacks here, though. Obviously, Zach Thornton with the lead, but man, it's kind of been anybody's game here.
And it looks like somebody proposing to Vanessa Kate in the chat. If I had $1 for every time I saw that, there you go. I'd be rich. I'd have my next Venom buy-in at least, for sure.
This just in, Vanessa's cute. Whoa.
Look crazy.
News for Twitch.
So what is this, a 3x open here? The 3x actually after the small blind limps. 3x raised by the big.
And that Shipski.
Wow. The good old limp rip, huh?
And that's going to get it done.
Gets the fold.
Yeah, definitely. That's where I was going with limping the button and having some limping in your range. It's people will definitely get tired of limping, and it's if you open up your range that you're limping with some big hands and you're limping with some bad hands, it's you can definitely make some things happen like that.
Butt raise and a shove.
Or you can piss somebody off and they just shove it in your face.
Yes.
Yeah, for sure. I think these guys are starting to get a little bit more like, you want to go, let's go.
Let's go.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's like at what point in the metagame of the you've now been shipped, you've had just piles of chips shoved in your face like 400 times in the last 2.5 3 hours.
Yeah.
At what point do you just like?
We actually have an F it button for that. We just hit the F it button and go for it. F it.
There we go.
Nailed it.
I like that. I've got a Stream Deck and it's in the box and I don't use it and I should.
Oh,
It's
you
wonderful.
You can use it for everything, man.
You don't use your Stream Deck? What?
So it looks like we got an open to 22 here.
Just some fish. Limp the button, open up to 22.
He's like, yeah, I'm in the big blind. I got a hand. I'm ready to rock.
So a pot was 18. So that's like almost pot, right?
Yeah. Flow Junkie nails it. He says, hey, Phil, do you have any open positions at ACR for someone who is slightly amusing with little to no other qualifications? You nailed it, Flow Junkie.
Well, he brings Train and I to do commentary, so presumably that's his wheelhouse.
Done. Yeah, but we took the last 2 spots like that. So I got
yeah, there was a
nothing to
limited
tell you.
amount. Yeah.
I might be looking for a massage tip. No.
There you go. There you go. He's definitely not skilled in that, but he's teachable. He's totally teachable. And so it looks like we do have an open from Thornton on the button. It's going to get looked up by our big.
I think I need to buy JJ some friends. Maybe that.
Oh, that would help.
Oh, I'm so
man.
mean to
Poor
JJ. But I
JJ.
do like
What
him.
is it about JJ that like he inspires us to be so?
JJ, how does it feel to be like the world's most loved punching bag?
That's right.
Like,
It's really a signifier of our love for him,
It
right?
is.
But man, it probably doesn't feel like that to him.
well, that's what Renee was saying. I only needle you because I like you.
exactly.
You know?
They could make a deal, but you have to leave $1 million for first place, which doesn't really make a lot of room for
Just
dealing.
you're gonna throw the change of 39,000 at somebody to just say go away.
Yeah, I may
Yeah.
I may look to change that the next Venom, but I hate it. I know.
Poker's coming.
I'm sick. I'm
Phil wants
sick
him
like
to be
that.
playing for $1 million. You know.
That's why do you think I like the cage? Right? Because you win this big giant package and you have to come play the highest stakes that you ever played, and you have to survive, and then you get money, right? But I want to give you the experience. And sometimes, you know what? Sometimes you have to force people into that experience.
Right. Yeah. I mean, of course, a lot of people will take the option to just no pressure for less money. I just
The
get some money.
nits.
Yeah, which I relate with you guys. This
Right.
for sure.
And you know what? They'll talk about this experience their whole life, and it's whether it's that it was still a great experience.
Every home game they ever play, they're like, well, I mean, we're not playing for $1 million, but like, you can come play if you want, you know. It's gonna get needled for being at the final table of Venom forever. So a little limpage on this pot here. 9-6 deuce, couple of hearts. Yeah, it looks like a few in the chat definitely on the agreement for the no deal option for the big events. Pretty sweet.
And there's so many more of us than there are of them.
Yeah.
Yeah. Way more.
Majority rules.
Yeah, that's right. Mob rule.
Make it sick.
So it looks like we just had a battle of the blinds, just a limp complete, and then we just had a little min bet call. And now we're going to start to slow things down. We're going to check over to Zach here. Howie Mandel says, no deal.
No deal.
Yeah, Flanders, you're not the only one to say that, buddy. He says, I hope we get the Cyclones going. They will definitely be up in the near future, like we said, shooting for end of January. But yeah, they, I mean, they were only up for a little bit, but everybody who played them loved them. I mean, you had some stats on that. Those were wildly successful.
With mad stats. And funny enough, I have them right now. It's just, if I put them in there, I'd be afraid that I'd crash everything. So we're gonna work on everything. You know what? These guys aren't playing for much money. Maybe I should just go put some Cyclones on. Give them a try right now.
Let's crash the entire thing right here, just for the Venom. No big deal.
This is a terrific piece of information. Thank you, Pork Soda 25. Zach Thornton already registered for the $11 8K tonight.
That is so sick.
So good.
You know
so
how
good.
I love you, Zach Thornton.
Poker players are poker players, man.
I love it. That is like, that hands down made my night. That is so sick.
Good.
And Vanessa Cade still in Avatar cheering mode. Come on, Dragon. Let's get him, Dragon. Wow, 10 days 3 rainbow. Nobody's excited about that board.
It's the $1 Million Sundays. I hope to run them more often. Right. We'll definitely see OSS Cubed is always in February. Right. So you'll see a couple of $1 Million Sundays there, maybe 3 or 4.
Oh no, Pork Soda, you're kidding? Where was the Kappa emote? Oh no. Come on, dude.
Okay, at least Zach, now you know how to be cool.
No, Zach, yeah, seriously. You should go reg every tournament under $20 you can find in the lobby right now.
Exactly.
And just sit out.
Every single one.
Say, baller. That's baller status.
Give it back to the community, bro. That is hilarious. There it is, exclamation point Cyclones in the chat. That's what they're about.
Man, all of a sudden there's 40 million chips in this pot.
Can anybody tell me if the two 2650s are in the lobby yet? So that this next break I can go kick Dan in the nuts if they're not.
They have a slightly, looser employee harassment laws around these parts.
And actually, somebody else was talking about the Venom steps, and like we were saying before, you'll be able to use those tickets you win in the Venom steps in other tournaments as well in the near future. So definitely.
Right now, we changed both daily high rollers, the 660s to the 630s. To the high rollers, so you can use those $600 tickets for that. The 215s you can use for the $1 Million Sunday right now, and very shortly, in 2 weeks, we'll be changing it for the Sunday special and some of the other 215s.
Sick.
So it's this is all kind of in preparation. Is listening to it's some of the feedback that we've got is price points, splinter. Player pools just as much as anything else, right? So kind of consolidating the different price points so that we can consolidate the satellites. So you play one satellite and you're playing for a $200 seat in the million. I'm playing for a $200 satellite, $200 seat to play in the Sunday special, and you're just want to go up to the Venom, so you're using your 215 for that.
That's
but
awesome.
We're all playing the same satellite, so you get bigger satellite pools, right? And then just give people more options to use them.
Oh yeah, I know what you mean by like the weird, like, oh, this one's a $660 buy and that was like a $7 and something buy, and you're like, so I can't use the ticket even though it's
right.
Yeah.
So we want to make everything a little bit more fluid, right? A little bit more fluid.
So now here.
No.
No. As we head to break, guys, let's point out here that Doido won himself 2 pots in a row there. He took down that pot with the pocket 8s, and now here he finds himself in the chip lead.
Wow.
Finds the honey on the flop for the massive pay jump, and now here he is sitting on the chip lead. What a comeback.
Crazy.
Wow.
Crazy indeed.
All right, let's go check on a few things. I think you guys have some food, no?
All right, you guys are amazing. Don't go anywhere. Something tells me there will be blood coming up very, very shortly. And we are back.
Thanks for chilling with us through the break, guys, for the final table of the, wait, I'm going to get it right this time. Venom. Yeah, baby.
The Venom.
When you weren't in here to keep me on task, I called it the cage. Like an idiot.
Oh, no.
Where am I?
Oh, no. It is great that I see a lot of you guys in the chat hanging out with us. We really appreciate it. It's cool that we're doing it right here live in Costa Rica from the ACR headquarters. Phil Nagy's hopping in and out, obviously WPN CEO. Good times, man. And then we got 4 players duking it out for $1 million up top. 4th right now guaranteed $363 grand. Let's do it.
It's another universe of any poker I've ever played. I think you were probably in the same boat.
Yeah, I have not.
Fair to say.
Well, I mean, I've played for this money. I played in the Venom. I just got nowhere near the final table.
Oh yes, no, so did I. I didn't get through the second hour.
Yep, nope.
Oh, rip.
Oh man, craziness. So it looks like we just have a battle of the button versus big. And Thornton's going to check the flop over to Saranga, who checks behind. 6 of diamonds peels on the turn now. You can see the payouts scrolling across the bottom of your screen. Total player count in the Venom was 2,696 players spread across 4 day ones, culminating into day 2, day 3, and now the final table of the Venom.
Over $1 million up top. Next payout is 364 G's.
Jizzles.
Of course, you know, as is always the case with these jumps, it's going to feel bad, man, because it's 200K more for third.
Yeah. 190K jump.
$200,000, dude.
An epic pay jump.
Yeah, lawn car, man. It'd be nice to have you down here with us, brother. Next time. The 3 amigos.
Tres hermanos.
Or, I don't know, or you might just final table it, and you might not get to hang out with us anyways, you know?
I mean,
you practically almost did.
Don't get me wrong, I was very excited about obviously coming down here and doing the commentary for this, but
yeah,
I would have been a little bit more excited about being at the final table.
Yeah. Hey, why isn't Train doing commentary for the final table?
Look at the final table, it's me, he's there. Vanessa wondering, why am I the only person getting money thrown at me on my side of the screen with the falling background?
I'm chopped liver, I guess.
Oh, I think it's just playing cards. Chips. Okay, my Venom chips. Yeah, I'm the only guy who gets chips. You don't get any chips. Sorry, bro.
I never get any chips.
Oh.
Wait, hold on a second. Wait. You know what, guys? Guess what?
Oh my god, he got a chip.
Yeah, I did.
Oh, wow. Dad jokes unite.
I don't want to be doing this anymore.
Yeah,
I did it for the joke.
I like it. 33 mil in the pot here. Gylo checks over to Saranga. Saranga fires, so it does go check call here on the flop. 6 of spades on the turn brings potential other second flush draw here. But that ace king of diamonds is pretty wet on that flop there.
Some jokes come to mind that I will not make. Saranga in the tank.
And now clicking it up, going about half pot, and that's just a snap fold.
Saranga, your new chip leader.
Wow.
Here we have a complete from the SB and then a check from Saranga. And both of these guys just flopped a boat, given the pre-flop action.
We throw some odds on your side so we can bet on the winner. That'd be sick. Who doesn't like a good sweat? I mean, that's why we're all here, right?
I'm having a hard time staying on my chair.
Hey-o. So Gillabono here checks over to Saranga. And just keeps on firing. Another half pot bet.
I mean, whatever Gillabono had on the flop, I'm not really sure why he wouldn't want to call again on the turn.
Ooh.
And he does. Yeah, there you go. Makes sense.
See, he was hiring for a masseuse, but now I get the love. This is great.
There
this
you
is
go.
great.
Oh, nice. So Gillabono does call the turn here on the river.
Massage is okay, nipples not so much.
Oh, actually, nipples preferred.
Oh,
Okay.
Nipples are extra.
Here
Here the board pairs deuces on the river, and Gillabono checks again. And this time a snap check back. And the
wow, that's a lot of
sevens
full.
Sevens full. And he
Dude, Bono, and the thing is, he knew. He's like, oh my god, he was so close. He's like, Saranga like needs like he knows I need this pot. He's like, he knows I need this pot. So I love the beautiful like check to induce just the rip pot grab, so he can just snap call with 7. It didn't work, but I respect it.
You think about it, he limps, he completes his small blind with 7-8, and his opponent checks. He flops the world.
Yeah.
Checks, calls, patience. Turn is good for him. A 6 means nothing. He checks again. His opponent bets again, disciplined. He just calls, and he gives maximum rope to his opponent. But Saranga did slow down by the river.
Saranga saw the rope and was like, I'm just going to step around that, actually, if you don't mind.
No, you can't do double or nothing on the Venom. However, for next Venom, I'll include it. Just for the sickness.
Yeah, I said trip 7s because he flopped trip 7s, and then yes, he did fill up on the river, which is why I immediately corrected myself.
Chat pros, we still love you. It's okay.
Lol, he said trip 7s. Lamau.
39 million in the pot there.
We really need like an FAQs because like these long streams, you get so many of the same questions.
Yeah, that's why we end up putting a lot of these commands in the chat, like exclamation cyclone, exclamation this. Like, here's what's going on.
Oh, it's next Venom is going to be the end of July. And I haven't put it up there because I would really like to make it 10 million. I just need to win a few flips with a few different things to be able to do that.
I love it.
And a gigantic bet. Saranga bet 60
Was that like
million.
a 2x, almost a 2x pot size bet?
Yeah, it sure was.
Guys,
it was enough to get it
And
done.
he snap folded. It wasn't even like what
Yeah.
does that mean?
What
No.
does it mean?
See, when somebody does that to me, I definitely sit there for a few seconds and I just go,
What?
You know?
Yeah.
Guys, blinds are up now, 3.5 and 7 million. Dang.
Dibs on winning the next
Dibs.
one. Darn it!
Aw,
Man.
Dibs, second in line. I'll take second.
Twitch is cool. Beat us to the punch. Damn it.
Literally, we just walked out to the car and he says, shotgun. I'm like, man, well played.
We really need to put this out on Twitter. If you guys want the next Venom to be 10 million, you really got to start telling your friends about ACR.
True.
There you go.
And get involved in the affiliate program, man. I mean, tons of money to be made there.
Absolutely.
Hawkeye is super realistic fellow. Dibs on third. I like it.
Actually, he misspelled it first, so he said dis on third place. I'm like, ooh, ouch.
Dis third. I'm getting second.
Yeah, no, it's still up. You spelled it wrong.
Well, all right, so we got just a limp from the button. The small blind completes over to the big, who checks it as well.
Shack Juice 3 Rainbow. That is one heck of a dry board.
End of January, Cyclones are coming back.
Nice.
Right before the OSS Cubed and the Moss.
And if you guys haven't checked out those OSS Cube tourneys, man, it's just so many great guarantees for really, really manageable buy-ins.
10 million would be nuts. It would be nuts. 10 million. That would be crazy. Let's make it happen.
Dude, you're getting super excited about it. Like, he's just so ready to snap call. Just everybody be cool. Everybody be cool.
I've totally done crazier things.
Yeah.
I believe it. Cyclones are coming back. Yeah, I'm seeing those questions come up. We've been talking about them. We're targeting the end of January.
They were up for such a short period of time, and everybody is so jazzed about them. Like, it's gonna be sick.
It's so funny. It's a big pot.
Yeah, big race here.
It's check raise, right? Yeah.
From Gillo Bono.
And that you guys, take note that is check raising is a powerful tool that I don't think you're probably using enough.
True.
Hold on. Check
taking notes.
Raising
Taking
is
notes.
not a good tool. What were you saying?
Yeah. Check raising
Does
powerful
not
tool.
work well. Oh, I'm sorry. Powerful.
It can be the greatest thing or the stupidest thing ever, depending on depending on a lot of situations.
Well, getting it through right here. There you go. A good old 3x check raise gets it done, and the dragon gets chips, which makes Vanessa happy.
So it's I keep getting the USA only tables. It's a lot of development to do US country specific tables. I'm not saying that I won't do it, right? What I am saying is you're asking us to do something for the wrong reasons, right? Because we're working on the other problems. right? The reason you're looking for that. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
I don't mean to be mysterious, but I can't talk about it, or I can't talk about why.
Yeah.
Under the gun raise from Zach Thornton, who hasn't really had much to work with here since his meteoric rise to the chip lead.
So Otbot asking, can you withdraw the Venom in cash? So like, do you really want like just a suit? Like you want a briefcase like filled with 20s, 10s, 100s? What do you want? I would not recommend walking around with a briefcase with $1 million in it. I'm just saying that doesn't sound
Unless
like
it's handcuffed to your wrist, and that never ends badly, as we all know.
We all lose a hand, or the arm, or your life, if that happens.
Zach Thornton with a continuation bet here, and he's only got one more opponent to get through. No, he's going to get a call. Zach Thornton trying to rep the overpair. With the under the gun raise, now he's betting on that board, and if he has an overpair, he likes that turn card.
You know, it's the in response to that, you know, can you withdraw in cash? It's more than answering that question. This is the second Venom, and we never have any players complain that win big money and they get their big money and they continue to play. So whether it's cash or Bitcoin or like I said, a little red wagon with nickels, dimes, and pennies. Right? We're going to do the best to accommodate, the best we can to.
Radio flyer full of change.
Yeah, that's a lot of wagons, dude.
I totally need a radio flyer with the cage chips in it.
Yes,
right?
yes. So good.
This big pile of cage chips. That'd be awesome.
Firing 23 million now into a 73
This is interesting.
pot.
He's firing into Zach, who raised
Wow,
under the
and
gun and
Zach-
bet both streets.
Yeah, and Zach, pretty quick fold there by Zach.
Interesting. Yeah, I mean that's
slow play. I guess he's slow playing something.
Doida with a monster there trying to get paid.
And
It
then
seems
looking like you know what? I got to bet for value here on the river in case he's going to check back.
pretty suicidal lead if Zach Thornton has the like queen type hand he's repping. So that is almost certainly a value hand.
The Phil Nagy Doom switch. I reserve that only for people that are really schmucks.
Audibot is requesting his future payouts by carrier pigeon.
Carrier pigeon.
Yeah,
Absolutely.
just
Absolutely.
with a 20 stuffed in their
Fortunately,
beak.
he's right in there with JJ. It doesn't win, so we don't have to worry about a lot of
Oh, sick bird!
Apply cold water
bye-bye.
cold water to burned area. Just apply.
Oh, brother.
Right there.
Don't worry, buddy. I only make fun of the people I like. Never said anything about this guy.
Never one time.
Verified. So we do get just a limp from the small blind here, and then we get a healthy 3x raise by Saranga.
Their winnings are, we'll accommodate them as best we can, right? In whatever they choose. If they want me to send them $300 a week, what else can I do?
That would take, $1 million, that'd take you a long time to get that money, but let's do it.
Vanessa is requesting her future payouts duct taped to a dolphin. Then the dolphin dives through the waves on its way to Vancouver.
Okay.
I really don't know why you want to be so mean to a dolphin. You know how much it hurts to get duct tape ripped off of you? Jeez, Vanessa.
In Vanessa's defense, I added the duct tape part. What did she say? Tie it to a dolphin. Maybe that's even meaner.
It's as long as it's not too tight.
You guys are too funny. 18 mil in this pot. Looks like it's been pretty light played down here. It wouldn't hurt the dolphin. It has no hair. So
That's so true.
I love our chat.
You're so right.
Shave your arm, put duct tape on there, and rip it off.
See how it feels.
It still hurts.
The no hair stinger.
And this is Saranga's like GTO typical move here. Overbet pot. The pot was 18 million. He bets 27 million. Eventually we're gonna get somebody who looks him up when he does this massive pot overbetting, and we'll figure out what the hell it means.
I for one would like to know.
Yeah, because he's done it so many times, and every time he's done it, it just works.
You know what? You should start doing that.
That's obviously.
So
that's how I busted the Venom in the first four hands.
Yeah,
right
totally.
there.
Yeah, what have we learned? Check raise
Yep.
is powerful, and overbetting works every time.
Got it. Deal. And if your name's Zach Thornton, then you pretty much win every all-in, or nobody calls.
You just win all ins.
Either that.
Easy
That
game.
too.
Okay, yeah.
Hey, are we back? Hey. Hi, everybody. Welcome
up,
back.
everybody?
It's The Cage, live from Costa Rica. This is Bet on Drew. I'm Scott, a.k.a. The Hop Grenade. Thank you for hanging out through the break with us. For the next installment of this Texas Hold'em action, we do have the password for you guys, and I have been saying it's a $250 free roll, but that was wrong. It's a $500 free roll, and the password is Cage Live. One word, Cage Live. Nightbot knows it by now. You guys know it by now, and you can go score yourself some free money. Nothing spends better than some free money.
Oh, yeah. So good luck, everybody, in the free roll. Thanks for hanging out with us. Hope you're enjoying the broadcast today.
Hell yeah.
We have a very fun feature table here. Exclamation point updates in the chat as well if you'd like to see the chip count updates as of this last break. It has been posted on the ACR Twitter.
I believe the tournament is in the private directory, that free roll tournament.
Correct. Yep. Ghost just dropped the command for you there in the chat if you're looking where to find the free roll at. It is exclamation point free roll. What's up, label guy? Mustang, good to see everybody.
Absolutely, BJP official. Dude, thanks for hanging out with us, brother. We raise a bottle of Costa Rican craft beer to you, to all you guys. Thanks for hanging out with us and being fun, most of you.
That pushes the envelope, but you're walking a fine line instead of going overboard.
There's a cool different angle they had there.
I like that one. Yep, little shot of the room.
Like,
The host from Seprin. Thank you, Seprin, for the host. Appreciate that a ton.
Too much. It's just like, do you want to be somewhat marketable? Do you want to be an entertainment?
Looks like Ryan's going with an outfit change
here.
here.
Do you want to do all these things? And sometimes that edginess gets in the way. I've lost a lot of money in the past. I'm not just preaching.
Yeah, no, that's why
I've actually been there where I've.
But you still rep I nailed your mom jokes, which I appreciate.
I mean, that's funny. That's not edgy. 200.
No, you got a big one.
Oh, my bad. Okay.
Better than folding.
So it looks like Troy's going to raise, or already has raised, the ace jack here to 200.
Man, my word.
Blinds are up. Zefania with the king queen on the button calls.
I'm gonna have quads.
And
I'm scared of Troy.
Andy called in the big blind with the 8-9 of hearts.
Oh shit. How do I have quads? There's 3 different cards on that board. I'm gonna aggressively check.
Andy's feeling it. I like that. I like his energy right now.
Yep.
I think he's recovered from that king-queen fold that he had earlier now.
It does seem like that,
Feels
doesn't
like
it?
it, yeah.
The recovery vibes are strong with this one.
Oh, yeah.
Troy continues his run good here with top. Now, of course, he had the best hand pre, too, so, whatever. There's some justice.
Okay.
Troy going to show his hand here, give him some credit.
Sometimes you have it. Ace jack.
I was just going to say, good luck in the free roll, everybody, but don't forget, if you win any money in this big free roll, that the OSS series is coming up in less than 2 weeks here now on ACR. So make sure that whatever you win, you don't blow it. You wait for this series to come up because it's going to be huge. It's going to be 4 $1 million guaranteed tournaments. A lot of inexpensive ways that you can get into these tournaments, too. All of the Venom satellite tickets that you had that had a penny on the end are going to be rounded off, taken off the rake, and you're going to be able to use those now to buy into these OSS events as well. So I think it's going to be huge. I will definitely be playing it myself.
Because he says some fucked up shit on Twitter.
Yes, I know that Costa Rica has been treating Melissa nicely, Vanessa. Although I will point out that she did choke
There's like so many
hard
things
in Mario Kart last night. So it was a wonderful trip right up until the failfish in Mario Kart.
too much of an edge lord, you know?
Sounds like a sexual, like,
Who do you think's the best Mario Kart character?
I mean, I would never ask
Oh boy.
you to Disney or be
Men have studied this question for centuries. I was always partial to Toad.
Me too. I'm a Toad guy.
Toad guy.
Koopa Troopa guy.
Producers like Koopa Troopa.
Chat, what do you think? Best Mario Kart character? Go. Yoshi's.
Do you see how salty Melissa is? Rigged. Lawn card rigged it for Cannoli. It was Rainbow Road. It was hard.
Oh gosh, here we go. Donkey Kong #1. Toad is for people who can't handle speed. I see a bunch of Yoshis.
I don't even. I guess I do. Whatever. Yeah. No, I appreciate it, man.
Sick float right there from Ryan. Floated the flop. Took it away on the turn with an air ball. I mean, best hand technically, but obviously Jack high and air ball on that board.
Stuff like
Apollo, sticky icky.
Some random Luigis and Warios out there. I don't know, guys. I might have to question how well you play Mario Kart.
It doesn't matter how insane it is. It's like it is what it is, right?
Yeah.
Like is what I take from what you're saying. It doesn't matter how silly the standards are or geekiness is. They exist, whether or not I fucking agree.
Yeah, sometimes you don't want to bend. You know what I mean? Sometimes you're like, you know what? If the world is not a fan of my humor, then fuck them. I'm gonna be me. You know. So you have to also like stay true to what you believe in.
Stefania believes in these queens here from the hijack.
175, I call.
Andy believes in his ace-4. Let's see if it can find a flop here.
Look at that too, Dustin, who was short stacked before, just a little bit ago, down to like 700 summon chips. He's up to 4.7k.
Here we got a cash game situation, a raise and some calls, and we all see a flop, and that's gonna be trouble in River City for Dustin.
Looks like he leads out 300 in the 770 with top pair.
That is a donk lead. And Zafania is gonna send a message here in just a moment. Okay, just a call. No problem. We have an overpair. We are likely in a significant lead here. Just call, and that means Ryan comes along with backdoor flush, and he does pick up a diamond. Dustin has no reason to believe he doesn't still have the best hand.
Yep, he's betting 300 again here. Ryan doesn't know, obviously, that Andy folded ace-4 diamonds, so some of his outs are gone here. 300 definitely looks like a block bet here. Let's see how Zafania responds to it.
I love this raise. This is a move I would be making a lot here too. The board is starting to get coordinated. We got a straighty flushy turn card. I don't see why queens aren't good here, even three ways. Did anybody like playing set of threes very trickily? Whoa. Mike spaz out. There was that fuzz. Hey, we just got a bunch of fuzz on the table, Mike's producers. All right, well, hopefully the table audio will be back in a second. Right, it's like a full-blown fuzz catastrophe.
Yeah, that should be.
Feels like it's back.
Muted for a while.
Okay.
And it should. I fixed it like a couple of minutes in.
Okay.
For sure. So there you go. That raise serves many purposes. Dustin makes a good fold with his jack there. It does deny equity. You know, like, yes, there was a deck depleted of diamonds, but Ryan still has outs on that river.
For sure.
You know, jacks and tens are cards you don't know that you don't want to see, but you don't want to see. And we're just gonna try to take this pot down right now. If you want to call me with worse, fine. Call me with your flush draw or your Jack 10. If not, I just win.
Yeah.
100% if you fold.
Yeah.
So that is a raise I would be making a ton. I know there's, many schools of thought too that are like, why are we trying to get worse to fold? Don't we want to get more value on the river with our queens? And I know there are merits to both, but that's a spot I would be raising because, God, I love when my opponents fold. I just win.
I like it, yep. And two, I mean, even maybe the sizing might have been a little bit too big for Dustin to continue with top pair there, but still, you can get those worse hands to call, and you make more money then too, so...
Hang tight, guys. We want to hear these guys as much as you do, and we are working on the table audio as we speak. In the meantime, Andy has found himself a monster. He is 3-betting Zephania, who has one of those hands that you just want to see boards with so badly.
I definitely think he's going to.
Yep, he sure is. These guys still have some bets behind here. And Andy... looking for big black cards. Zephania looking for mid red cards. What are we going to get? Ooh, action flop.
Very action. 1 diamond. Open-ended for Zephania.
Who insta-checks, as he's going to do with basically everything.
And sizing.
Andy is going to go for value here. There's 1.4 out there, and he bets 800. That seems like a pretty great bet. What would you be doing?
Yeah. I would be right about there, I would say. If I were in Andy's shoes right now, I would be considering how my bets line up with my stack here, because he is getting shorter stacked, 2.2K in the middle right now after that bet. He's got 3.8 behind, so I would be thinking about how I kind of construct my street-by-street betting here. I think 800 probably gets us close to where we want, to where if we wanted to jam the river.
So in other words, we want to set ourselves up so that the turn bet is a chunk and the river bet is a shove. Is that it?
Yeah. Okay. Assuming, we're getting worse hands to call, I want to set it up to where I...
Yes. Sure. And indeed, we did get worse to call, of course, 10 high. Yeah. The turn is 2 pair now for Andy. A terrific turn card, unless his opponent did have a straight job, but unless his opponent had a gut shot, the 10 queen, that king is all Andy. And that's not a good... You can see the look on Zephania's face. Not a good turn card. Low diamonds would have... he might have continued. Of course, his straight cards he's looking for. The king is not one of them. And Andy fades the turn and is going to scoop himself a nice pot. With that pot, Andy almost at 7K.
Climbing up.
Climbing the ladder, that's right. Yes, it is a $500 free roll on this beautiful Sunday. The private tournament tab is where you're looking for that guy, and the password is Costa Rica. Oh, sorry, no, wrong. The password is Cage Live, all one word, Cage Live.
And you can type !! free roll in the chat as well if you need some more directions on how to find the tournament. Looks like we got a few hands here.
Indeed, and there's sevens for Zephania. Very next hand after that hand against Andy. Yeah, sorry guys. We've used Costa Rica before, but that is not correct.
So interesting. Marvin opts to just call with the jacks here in the +1 position here versus Zephania, which seems fine. I think flatting 10s here is going to happen a bit. I don't know if he wants to 3-bet get in jacks with his stack versus an under the gun open.
And he, he does inflate the pot and might be able to, get the rest of his chips in on underboard, right?
Mm-hmm, for sure, yep.
And not be given credit for something as good as jacks in all likelihood. DePaulo is going to do his dirty work for him, though, here with his 3-bet.
So this will be very interesting to see how Marvin proceeds. Because as these stack depths get a bit shallower, it definitely turns more into some tournament decisions where Marvin is very, very well-rehearsed, practiced.
It is a weird spot. He has like a little too much to jam, here.
Mm-hmm.
But does he want to just like, give Ryan a free shot at his overcards?
Right. And Ryan's 3-bet squeezing here versus an under the gun and a +1 flat.
Looks strong. But I mean, he could easily be doing this for value with worse, like 9s or 10s. That hand that might want to call jacks, that jacks are in great shape against.
I think that's difficult. If Marvin calls the 725, 2.1K in the middle, and he'll have like 2.6 behind.
Your jams. Okay. I like this jam. I would be doing this a fair amount here too.
I like it
Even
too.
though it's a bit of an overbet jam,
There's a lot of dead money there.
Exactly. There's already 1.4 out there. I have 3 and change behind. It's not that much. It's barely an overjam actually.
Yeah.
And we're gonna deny Ryan in all likelihood his 50% equity.
Yep.
That's so good.
And you hate calling off that much of your stack with jacks, and then you see an over, and then
Exactly right. And what if it's ace XX? Jacks are still good, but what are you gonna do? This is I love this shove. And Ryan cannot call here. I don't think. This would be a very speculative call. How is Marvin not nutted here?
All right, 2.6. Did he just push the? I think he's just looking for the difference. Ryan's trying to get a count here. It looks like.
Still working on the table audio for you guys.
Oh no, that looks like cards are on their back.
Wow, Ryan does call.
Ryan
God,
calls.
I'm surprised to see that. Okay, so Marvin's going to have to hold here. Straight coin flip. Can Ryan find some paint? Not yet. He's got one more try. He needs a king or a queen. Quickly now. It is a king! Unreal! Ryan finds it!
He binks the king on the river.
Oh, Marvin!
That is going to do it for Marvin.
God, that hurts. It hurts.
Big hand there for Ryan. He's up to just under 13K now after binking the king on the river versus Marvin's jacks.
Table audio, wherefore art thou? Man, that is a sick river card. And that might propel Ryan to the end of day here. That is just a huge spot to find a king. And honestly, I would have bet against him calling off there. I'm surprised to see that. I mean, that is an absolute best case scenario that he happens to be flipping in that spot.
Yeah, I think he probably, if I was looking at the video correctly, he probably got a count, saw it was like 2.x extra. He had 8K, so he's like, all right, even if I call and lose, I'm still going to have like 6K behind.
Yep, and I'm just going for it.
Yeah.
Yep. And because if he ever, for the times he does win that pot, I don't think he knew it was as high as 50%, but for the times he does win that pot, he has a pile.
Yeah.
So well done. Ryan is sitting pretty here.
So now it'll be interesting to see if he did happen to be thinking that, this could put him in a spot to use his chips to exploit this end-of-day bubble that's going to be coming up. So it'll be interesting to see if he does step up his game a bit. He's definitely been playing aggressive.
Oh, yeah.
Through betting some good hands, getting away with it, and getting into some trouble spots here and there as well. But it's been working out well. He's got a nice stack now.
Deja Vu, you got it. Hope you had a good stream yesterday.
Cheers, Miss Deja. Good to see you.
Man, whew. Sucks for Marvin. That is just a brutal way to end your day. Played well.
Yep.
Just was in a great spot to be a contender again, and just heart ripped out, Bruce Lee style.
Yep.
Just the deck just reached right into his rib cage in one fell swoop, ripped his heart out, observed the beating heart in its own hand, and then threw it in the garbage can.
I hope Marvin had a good time, though. I know he said he won a $55 satellite on ACR, which runs every Sunday. He won a package to come on down here. It was his first time. And, I'm pretty sure he had a good time. And I hope to see him back here.
Yeah, that's so true, Boris the Schmelkin. But when you back raise like that, you just don't expect King Queen to call it off. And then the river... Yeah. Also known as the Cannuli River. K stands for Cannuli. What happens, guys, with those with that fuzz? Is someone's like pack die, or what happened?
It's somebody turns off the receiver,
Uh-huh.
and it's just sending us static.
Oh, so somebody turned off their thing,
Yeah,
and instead
but
of silence.
I already fixed it.
Okay, it's
but
just a delay.
yeah.
Yeah, the table audio will be coming back soon, guys. We're on it. Someone done effed up.
Carter, this is not the last table still going with Marvin getting knocked out there. I believe we are down to 12 people now. At the last break, there were 13. We still have Phil Nagy out in the field. Longcar is still out there. JJ Corrado is still out in the field. Canuli is still out there.
I like that Andy went with Andrew for his like the way his name displays. Andrew Milonakis. Very formal.
He uses Andy for his friends, Andrew for business.
Ah, so Andy is just for friends. Got it. This is his link, the LinkedIn version of Andy. Very professional. Andy did just turn 6 deuce into a winner in that last spot, and DePaulo not looking so good with King Queen in that one. Andy scooped it up, and Andy up over 7K now. Everybody's still chasing Troy's tail, and Troy does have jacks here.
Potentially, it could be a big hand. Huh?
Oh yeah, with the ace king, look out.
I'll let you know once it's.
Okay, for sure. So a raise from the cutoff here from Troy, and then an immediate button 3-bet, of course, from Zephania. And it'll be back to Troy.
Yep.
And I think we'll just hit see him call here, what I would guess.
I don't know. Do you think we might be seeing it all in here?
I don't think so.
It'll be on Troy, really, because I don't think Zephania is 3-bet folding here, right?
No, certainly not. If
Not versus
Troy jams, we're gonna we're just gonna have a coin flip.
Yeah.
So I think Troy, given that Zephania has a chunk of change, he's got almost 5K behind.
Mm-hmm.
This is not a spot where we need to necessarily flip.
Right.
And the argument against that though is that Troy will be out of position. But Troy is an experienced, seasoned player. I don't think he minds going to the streets out of position. Especially with a hand as good as Jack's.
Looks like.
But I'm wrong. Looks like he's raising.
Yep. Looks like he is going to put in a 4-bet.
Yep. Okay. And he does know that he has a very aggressive image, and that, a hand as good as Jack's, people are not going to want to give him credit.
Yeah.
And that if Zephania was 3-betting with something like 2 9s, this is a good 4-bet.
Yeah, at this point, I think we're going to be seeing it go all in the middle.
I think you're right.
It was in Troy's hands.
And his hand said, raise.
There we go.
Here we go. Classic Texas Hold'em coin flip.
Yep, so here we go. Another flip with the jacks this time.
For his tournament life, Zephania needs to find himself some big cards.
This time jacks versus ace king.
Nope. Couple more tries. No backdoor options, really. And we are down to one more pull. Ace or king, quickly. Not this time. Troy's jacks hold. And Zephania, ace king. Now, given our pre-stream conversation, this might be a little too on the nose, but ace king goes down in flames. Sorry, that was a little inside joke for the crew in here. And Troy going to scoop up a nice pot, and the rich get a lot richer.
Yep.
Jesus.
And we are now down to then, I think 11 people. No, we're at 13 lost. Yeah, we're down to at least 11 people here with that elimination.
Too soon. I'm sorry, guys. But listen, it was a plane, okay? It wasn't a chopper. Jeez. Too soon. I'm sorry. I need a time machine so I can go back and not do that. Please forgive me. No, it really wasn't about that, though. The inside joke was not about what you guys think it was about.
pile of chips with Troy. So Andy raises the button here with the ace 4 diamonds.
Yeah, I know.
It's like Ryan calls in the small blind with Jack 10. I didn't realize we ordered that much.
Oh, hey, look, guys, the table audio's back.
We are back.
Do I have to? I don't like seat number 1. Why? Why can't the new person go to seat number 1?
Because the new person's going to number 6.
Oh, okay. Damn it. I don't get the difference.
Huh?
I don't get the difference, but you gotta do it again.
Am I here? Oh, okay.
Yes, they do keep a stable of thoroughbreds next to the production booth here, and every once in a while they forget to like de-shoe them, and they make some noise. So sorry about that.
I hate this seat. That's alright. I know. There's rules. I know there's rules.
What? If you can't see when the other guy acted or whatever? I got it. Okay. This is my sensor?
How short-handed Super Sport will we play before we consolidate to a final table? I think 7-handed is when we will go to a single table. At least that's what we've done in cages past.
Okay, whatever you want.
So we'll see. We'll see if we can get down. If we can whittle down to a single table. I believe it's only happened once. Is that right? We've only ever had like one final table, right? Yep. Otherwise, we've just been playing a couple of short tables, but got plenty of time left today to get down to 7.
Sam, the winner of the cage free roll, I believe, just wins part of the $500 prize pool. I'm not aware that there is a additional prize for whoever wins the free roll. DDR, I don't think that everybody's time banking the free roll. I would have to imagine that a bunch of people registered and are just, their time banks are kind of running through. They might not be there. So I feel like in a little bit you'll probably see a lot of people just folding really fast. Good luck in that free roll barbecue. Good to see you, buddy.
Don't see what Andy's got here, but Troy wants to see a board with him with a couple of low ball cards. He does make a pair. Andy makes the Jack High flush draw. Not a terrific board, but good enough. And Andy gonna get it done there with a flop bet.
There we go.
Troy,
Nice job.
wow, he gets Troy to fold a pair. Well done.
Troy only calls flop with no pairs.
Oh yeah, right, totally. He doesn't like hitting the board.
I don't even know what I'm saying. I don't fucking know. We don't go hard. Now we're 6-handed. I got position on someone who doesn't like this.
There's not a day 3 of the cage. This is the last day of this cage event.
Cage jittery. As always. And then Troy has all the chips, as always, as well. The tracksuit, Troy.
I don't get it.
You can have mine.
Might as well take Troy. We got a mine in seat 2. He's too busy stacking all the chips.
Is it sugar free or regular? That's yours. If it's regular, it's regular.
It's funny, I requested, like, man, I really like those overhead camera shots, like the direct overhead of the board. Like, let's use that more. Now the producers are like, okay, you want it? You want it? Here you go, buddy. Yeah, I think is Late Reg still going on for that free roll? $500 free roll. Password is Cage Live. There we go. Back to reality. All right, there you go. You guys got 25 more minutes to hop into that free roll.
You guys doing okay? Nice. How about you, Jay?
Look at this, Dustin and Hijack raising the 10-7 offsuit. He's going to take it down.
Yes, he is.
The chunky raise there, keeping it consistent. I like it.
Credit to D. Kane, Dustin, for hanging tough. Still sitting on around 4K, and he's still in the, like, if I double up, if you double me up, it's a hit to you, big chip guy.
Yep.
And I'm right back in it if I do. So he's maintained a presence for himself despite not really catching much yet today.
For sure.
I mean, and even getting cooler with that top hair when his opponent had pocket queens and sustained pretty minimal damage, all things considered.
For sure.
Well done.
Yeah, he's been doing a great job.
The degenerate wakes up with ace-10 suited. Opts to just call out of the big blind and see a multi-way flop. And he makes top and bottom. Andy does hit a king, which, as played, feels like there are some universes, even four-handed, where it could be good. When it just goes raise, call, 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 you know? And there is indeed only one ace out there, and Ryan, though.
He does not look happy about that turn.
Nope. And no one's happy, even though no one has a jack. But man, in a four-handed pot, no one likes anything here that is not a jack.
We'll see who wants it the most. Everyone's got a little tiny piece.
Andy decides to try to make believe he has Broadway. And God, what a sight for Ryan. Now he's praying that Andy has a jack.
And now, too, with this river ace, Andy might think his king is good, or at least chopping.
Yeah, I mean, luckily for Andy, he's not going to sustain much damage here because he loses to basically everything that's not an air ball.
Right.
But, I mean, Ryan's totally capable of firing with air right now. And it's like, how many boats is he going to show up here with, given that he just called out of the big blind?
Mm-hmm. Ryan bets 1.1K.
But he can't have any random jack. And for that reason, I don't predict Andy calls here. But he's going to consider it.
Oh shit! Hey Phil, is my bag on there somewhere? Oh, don't say that. Yeah.
All right, let me see the jack.
He does call.
Yeah, black one.
Whoa.
Or does he fold?
Fucking no.
Oh my god.
Yikes. That was big.
Sounds
He
like
did
he
call.
Yeah.
Wow. And Ryan.
Oh my god, I'm a retard. Never mind.
I didn't even think he had it close to the boat, but it's
Jesus.
So yeah, that river got Ryan paid there.
Yes, it did.
I don't know
Yeah.
why I felt so
Thank you.
strong. Maybe
Sorry,
because
my
it's
bad.
him, because he
It's
goes
actually
like
on my
crazy sometimes.
That's exactly
Obviously,
right.
Sometimes he
Nerves
has
of
it.
the
Holy
spotlight.
shit.
Ryan has developed a loose image for himself, and so Andy just didn't believe him.
I usually don't
It is
take
such
it
a
off.
scary
That's why I
board.
was
It
like,
would be
what?
such an easy board to bluff, like, and scare people off. But I thought.
Yeah.
I thought you had a jack.
I wasn't, for some reason, I just was like, probably doesn't even have a jack.
Right, and Ryan sized up because he's like, if Andy has a jack here, he's going to call over he'll
sure.
call a chunky bet.
Yep.
And if I was bluffing, wouldn't I I would want to make him fold, and that's going to bet 450.
Yeah. Good bet by Ryan for sure.
Big bet, good bet.
Oh, I see aces.
The birds.
I'll be interested to see if Dustin keeps his consistent sizing here. He's been raising 4 times the blind mostly. But he's in the big blind, so it's going to be a little bit different.
Many hours left. We'll be chilling with you guys for at least the next few hours as we steamroll toward the end of the cage.
He says, "Damn it."
Yeah, no kidding. How tilting. You're like you've been patient as all get out. You've been playing at a table full of freaking maniacs.
Yeah.
You finally pick up a hand and everybody lights their cards on fire, strips off their lavalier mics, and makes a mad dash for the exit.
Yeah.
What the hell is that?
You're like, wait.
Wait a minute.
60? No, dude, you gotta try to get money in with your aces. You trust me, you got the most money you could. Like, that was a good time. Like, I played that. Like, that was a waste of $350, which, with this many chips in front of me, feels more like nothing than it is. Like,
I don't know if I could see why you would think he should have just checked there, but really at this point, you really want to be building a pot with aces here, trying to win some money. This isn't a tournament. This is, cash game. The players are going to take home whatever they end up with in their stack in real money. So to just check with aces there, I think obviously it's easier when you can see the hand, but you really want to get some money in the middle there.
Yeah, maybe a smaller raise would have been in order, but just
Sure,
checking seems not the play.
Yeah, I could see a smaller raise for sure.
How you doing, boss? Yeah.
I need to double up badly,
No one with any piece of this here. So Ryan's going to use his position to try to steal, and I suspect it will work.
Looks like it.
Boom. Gets it done. Another pot going Ryan's way, and with that, he is up over 15K now.
There is going to be, I believe it's 1, maybe there's 2, but lucky giveaway winners. Ryan did a giveaway for a percent of his cage here, so somebody out there in the chat is pretty excited to see him sitting on 15K right now.
Oh man, that's so cool. What a cool sweat. And for a chunk of change, too.
Yeah, for sure.
I have that whole extra round of you guys being pussies to use this info. But no, but really, that shows you position. Because if the roles were reversed, you get my money. You played those aces perfect, dude. You got the most you could have. It's just like Andy yesterday was saying, like, oh, every time I drink
Boris, I don't believe Ryan has the chip lead on the table. I'm pretty sure Troy has about 23.
Yeah. Look at that pile. That's definitely Troy's table. 23.1, in fact. Yep. Joe with the under the gun raise, the ace queener. Troy going to defend his big blind with a very reasonable suited jack, but he's going to miss that flop.
What's up, Sir Fred? 2 tables left.
Joe also misses it. Checks back. Picks up the flush draw on the turn. Goes check again. Ace high is good, and we're just going to check it all the way down here. Man, that's got to be the first time in this whole damn tournament that's happened.
I know.
And Joe gets a very fortunate decision-free showdown. Going to scoop it up.
I had aces twice. And
Yeah, $300 for a 2% piece of Ryan's current chip stack. Not a bad payday for doing nothing.
I think I love Ryan DePaulo in the chat. I think it's 10% actually that he
Really?
gave away. I feel
Oh,
like
it's
it was.
it's you. I love Ryan DePaulo. Screen name checks out.
I'm pretty sure that was a name change from yesterday. I don't recall seeing the I love Ryan DePaulo, and I saw it today. I'm pretty sure somebody switched it.
I think I did see it, and in fact, I even showed Ryan the chat at one point. I was like, "Look, Ryan, look, someone in the chat is saying I love
okay.
Ryan DePaulo," and he lulled.
Nice. You've only got a few minutes left of late reg, I believe. This fish exclamation point password in the chat, and if you can't find it on the ACR client, exclamation point free roll. It will give you a little bit of help.
There he is. Oh, how much is this?
This is the Cage. We're live here in Costa Rica. The Cage is a hybrid of a tournament and a cash game. Those are real money chips, not tournament chips in front of these guys. You play until the end of day Sunday. So we play all day Saturday, we play all day Sunday. You cannot cash out until end of day Sunday. If you make it that far, whatever you have in front of you is real money cash. So when you see right there that Troy's got 22.3K, that's 22.3 thousand US dollars. You know, if we ended right now, Ryan would cash out 15,000.
Good to see you, T-Pop. Hope you're having a good weekend, buddy. Thanks for the good vibes.
You got it. Thanks for hanging out, Mark from Connecticut.
So Troy 3-bets the ace-10 pre-flop. Ryan calls with the sixes, and Ryan does not like this flop. But let's see what happens.
Yeah, exactly, Donnie Cannabis. After that, then you should have a few $100 left over.
Ryan's going for it. 1.5K. What does he bet here? 1.5K in the pot. 450.
Obviously, he is going to get a call here from Troy, and Ryan's going to have to spike another set. He did it earlier against Troy with those deuces.
Yep.
And, man, it seems like a tall order to do it again. Troy adds a straight draw to his mix of good cards.
See what Ryan does on the turn. Troy's going to check to him.
As we await Ryan's decision here, we did just get word that CEO Phil is out. See ya. And we are down to 10.
So I think that went to the river, and Troy bet 2.6 then.
I don't think so. I think
Ryan
Ryan
bet
bet again.
And he check raised?
That's what happened.
Okay.
Yep, and then you heard Ryan berate himself after for playing that hand like dog poop. Which in Melissa's world is a good thing, but most of us, think of the poop as bad.
My fault for calling her full house. You had an extra 1K to just throw away.
To donate to Troy, it's all going to him.
Yeah, and Ryan is especially annoyed because that is the only person at this table. Or let me put it this way: that's the worst person to be donating to.
Yeah.
You're just making the big stack bigger, and it's just making your life as a decent stack more difficult.
For sure. Troy raises the button here to 200. Joe calls with the fives. Andy's in the big blind with Jack 4, and it looks like he tossed in.
And it's a good thing he did because he flops the best of it.
Andy's been doing a lot of leading here. We'll see if he continues that trend.
He does. Yep, look at this. The donkey is in the building.
By the way, Chad, that term means that he's betting out when he doesn't have the lead.
Exactly, donk lead. No name calling around here. Look at this guy. What a fish.
No.
Andy takes it down.
Mm-hmm. And of course, there's the textbook example of when a donk bet can go wrong, which is you flop way the best of it, you lead right out, and worse just folds around.
Yeah.
And what would call? Jack King.
Mm-hmm.
So in other words, better will call you, worse will fold, generally speaking.
Yeah.
And that is suboptimum outcome in a poker hand.
For sure. I think probably with some less seasoned players, that their goal might be they might just be happy with taking it down there sometimes.
I understand that sentiment completely. Like, did I have the best of it? Yes. Am I mad that I just win right now?
Mm-hmm.
No.
Right.
Sure. Send me the money.
Right. I think the question for a lot more seasoned players, like Hop is saying, is like, what's optimal, right?
Mm-hmm.
So Andy will often win a small pot there and then be in trouble in a good amount of other situations, like Hop was saying.
Initial raise from D. Kane here. A couple of callers. Ace-8, tough hand. You just miss so much. And there's another set for Ryan against Joe's King Jack.
Deuces again.
Deuces again. And this is what you dream about in Hold'em, where your opponent is never going anywhere and they have 1% next to their name.
Mm-hmm. And Joe bets 325
for value.
Yep, looks like it's about half the pot.
And man, Ryan has just really been finding some key cards. He is running hot, no doubt. And that is just a smooth call. All Ryan did was call out of the big blind. How is he ever this big?
All right, we'll see how Joe continues. His hand is definitely under-repped.
Even a hand like sixes, middle set, Ryan would 3-bet that hand from the big blind sometimes.
Mm-hmm. So it looks like Ryan's going to lead out here. Charge the flush draws. He doesn't want to let him draw for cheap. Question is, does Joe make a big fold here, or does he at least peel one? The sizing seems 8.5 into over half pot.
So Ryan donks the turn here, huh? Check call lead. Weird. I guess he doesn't want to risk a flush draw that was betting the flop checking back.
Mm-hmm. I would think so. I definitely think that's a function of it.
And Joe, of course, with top paired, good kicker, is not folding on a 10. And the river is the meaningless honey.
3.1K in the middle. Let's see what Ryan chooses for a sizing here.
What would you do value-wise here?
I feel like I'm going to be gravitating around half pot here. What about you?
Something like that, yep.
Looks like Ryan goes 1.5. Right around there.
Yep, totally. That's pretty right on. Pretty right on for what I would bet. Not that I would be right necessarily, but that's what I would think to bet. Thanks, Mark from Connecticut. You're doing good too. Tough spot here for Joe.
Joe's got to be wondering what he's beating. And he's got to be trying to put together the story. The check call lead typically is kind of a nutty line.
Nutty in like crazy, or nutty as nutted?
Very strong hand here. You don't often see it used as a bluff. Not by the majority of people anyway.
And not for 850. That's not a block donk. That's like Brian might do that for like 375 as a block donk.
And Joe finds the fold.
Good fold. And Ryan coolers his opponent, but both were played reasonably. You know, there are some universes where Ryan can get more money against, you know, players that are not as savvy. That is a well played top pair right there to minimize the damage.
Yep, for sure. And Joe makes a good fold. Joe's a seasoned player, so he can put together the story there well and makes a good fold.
Yes, JJ is confirmed still in. Fat Train, Busto, a couple hours to go to JJ's runner straight. The Cyclones, yeah, we did get another test demo of the Cyclones at ACR's offices yesterday, and they're looking good. They're feeling good. Fun format, and I think are we next week? Is that right? Yeah, next week, guys. The new live Cyclones are imminent.
Edson's been pretty quiet here. He raises, though, with the ace-10. And he calls on the button with jack-10, flops middle pair. Edson continues.
I don't know that Andy's folding to one bet here with jacks. He does have some backdoor straight options as well. He does call. Nice looking turd card for Andy's hand. It's meaningless deuce of pumpkins. Edson going to keep up the charade here, or it looks like he wants to, but his stack is so fragile.
Yeah, exactly. But when you pull the plaque to the side, I think it's going in.
He's not ready to just give up, and that is a snap fold from Andy.
Yep.
Gives him credit.
I don't blame Andy, honestly, for how tight Edson's been playing.
Yeah, he hasn't been playing at all, hardly.
And he's on a short stack. He just puts in there at that point, and that was like 25% of his remaining chips.
Totally. Like, is he really doing that with nothing?
Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, in that case, he did also, he had a nut shot to the queen, and ace high isn't nothing. But yeah, you don't expect him. That's about as weak as you ever expect him to be with that line.
Yeah, for sure. So good on Edson there.
Yeah, well done. Wins with not the best of it on a short stack. That's hard.
Yeah. And at this point in the in day two, the cage, when you bag and you take home what you get to start putting in 25% of your real money chips, essentially, it's takes some courage.
Indeed. Indeed, it does. Huevos, as they say down here in Costa Rica. Is that right? I don't even know.
True.
Okay, good. True. That is correct. Poor Ghost. The frustration. You're a yeoman, Ghost.
So Ryan raises the queen jack here on the button. Edson defends big blind and flops a flush draw. And checks. It'll be interesting to see how Edson decides to play his hand. I imagine Ryan's going to see bet here a high frequency. Buck 50. What's up, Neckbeard? Matching the first place prize. We'll see. We'll see. So this is spot now. The 4 peels off on the turn. 2 would give somebody a straight. Edson is checking, and I'm pretty sure if Ryan fires this turn again, that he is gonna win.
You're becoming PC already. You asked my permission to touch me. What a nice gentleman.
So Edson's gonna need a bet to win here. He checks, and I think these are going on their backs here. So Ryan's gonna pick up a 750 pot. Ooh, Ryan bet the river. Nice.
And if at any time you change your mind, if you're uncomfortable, I'll stop checking.
Right, and yeah, that's of course a bluff from Ryan. He's bluffing with the best hand. But
at this point, you gotta assume he's got a deuce on him, right? After flopping sets with deuces already.
100%. This freaking guy in his run good. But hey, man, you know that wasn't run good right there. That was him. Well, I don't know. He had the best hand, but certainly he is just trying to win on the river, trying to get his opponent to fold a king, maybe.
Yeah, yeah. Definitely not assuming that Edson has an ace there at all.
Spotify, and it's a mix of literally like Madonna and then rap instrumentals when I'm like in the car freestyling to myself.
Nice.
I much prefer Madonna. I need to switch to the very big like freestyle. Yeah, like rap. Well, there is also like actual freestyle, like but yeah, rap.
Club music.
After his poker face is over for the day, I guess we'll hear him. I'm excited now. I peaked his interest like the third word he said all day. Like, yo, freestyle?
I'm gonna remember that smile next time you have your stiff poker face.
Dude, he was making me laugh. He was like an armed guard at the Queen's Palace. Like, I couldn't fucking...
He's got it back.
Troy still commanding chip position at almost 24K. Ryan got a lot of chips, though, too.
I'm getting some text talking shit about that Queen King to play.
I turned it up a little bit, guys. It's hard for us to kind of hear how you guys are hearing it, so hopefully that's better.
It definitely was. I was surprised when I saw you went all in with Queen King. I was like, wait, what?
Yeah, but you gotta factor in, you getting King Queen versus Jacks, you're a huge favorite.
Oh, for
That's
sure,
the way it
for
works.
sure. Yeah. But I didn't put him on Jacks either. Like, what if you're against Ace King? That's what I was worried about, you know?
175.
I mean, you did have a big stack at the time. And you're risking what, 3,000?
And he already was in. He was invested a little, so.
Yeah, so it's not that crazy.
It's close. It depends if he's ever doing that with nines or not, or if it's only like tens plus and stuff. It's like, it depends a lot of shit. If it just hit my range,
Ryan's ace king is still good here.
Probably don't believe me.
He's got the wheel draw to go with it. Board pairs fives means nothing. The flop went check around. It's got to make Ryan feel a little bit better about his prospects here. But Troy is now going to take the lead. We'll see if Ryan's going to give this up here. No, he is not. Ace king high is good. And let's see a river card. He gets the wheel, but Troy makes the straight. The 6 high straight.
And this is going to be tough for Ryan because Ryan's got the bottom end of it.
He's just going to snap call. It's just going to go bet call, and Ryan's going to be salty.
And it looks like bet about 800,
Got him.
850. Ryan is not happy. I don't blame him. 950 was the river bet into about 1.1K.
Man, cooler card on the river there for Ryan. He just like that's. I have to Troy just gets my value bet on or his value bet on the river.
Yeah.
Congratulations, you have a better straight. So Troy with the semi bluff catches the miracle for diamonds and gets paid. The rich get richer.
Road Warrior, I believe at this point the free roll is probably outside of late registration.
Dumb enough to fold an ace.
Troy has definitely run above average, to understate the case, and it is not the first time that the man has done so. He is the second highest winner in the history of this event from a year ago, banked over 51,000, surpassed only in October by Scott Ball. And obviously Troy has quite a mountain to climb if he wants to get back to that level. It seems unlikely, but he is up in the mid-20s right now. Yeah, not this time. Scott did not make it out for this one. Hopefully we'll see him for the next one in March. The next one is at the end of March. There'll be 5 more cages this year with some 4-card poker in December. Merry Christmas to the mixed games.
That I had him flying off the table, like, mixed it up. Well, it wasn't that bad. It's just like I lost the pre-flop raise. I was like, yo, this is fucking dangerous.
What do you do here if you're Troy? Are you stepping on the gas pedal? Are you just going to start trying to accumulate? I mean, obviously we know Troy's an aggressive player, but when you have this commanding of a chip lead in not a tournament, we're not really laddering per se. What's your
Right.
play?
I think it's definitely getting down to that point in the day where Troy can use his chips to his advantage. Where I think in that last hand, that's what we were seeing with the 6-8 of diamonds with the gut shot.
Yeah.
Nobody showed any interest on the flop,
Right.
so he went and fired the turn. Of
Yep.
course, got there on the river, but I don't even think he needed to get there on the river. I think that he's going to be firing that river a high percent as well.
Mm-hmm.
So yeah, it's a good play by him. I think he's going to continue to increase his stack, and I think at this point in day two, like that's the smart thing to do. Ryan's in an interesting spot because he's got a really nice stack, and it's probably different in this format, but in tournament poker with the short stacks around here and kind of like almost a final table bubble setting, you know, you can really pick on the medium stacks.
Yes, totally. And here he is going to get picked on by Edson. He's flopped an ace here. Edson's got the nut ace, and Ryan is, I believe, just going to end up doubling up Edson in his hand. You know, Edson's got less than 2K behind. There's already almost $1,000 out there. Maybe not, but certainly Edson is going to try to maneuver his way to getting his stack in here.
For sure.
So Ryan's just going to call. He's not going to go nuts. If he raises here, he's probably only getting called by better, which is certainly true. Edson just turns the check mark. Ryan not going to be catching any miracles on this board.
The question is, how does Edson play this? With 1.1K in the middle, he's got 1.9K behind. And he's got a tight image. Ryan, I'm sure, knows this at this point.
This is the last day. We are playing down to a completed tournament, hybrid, cash, whatever you want to call this, in just a few hours. And then everyone will get to cash in what they got in front of them.
Looks like he bets about 575. And that looks like Ryan wants to fold. And he does. Nice fold by Ryan there.
That is a good fold. He just gets out on turn. And Edson would have liked to have made more there, given that his opponent had an ace. But we'll take the money.
Mark says, can you top up or rebuy if busted? At the beginning, or when you enter, you can choose to buy a second bullet. And then you could use it at any point during the two-day event.
Indeed, and we did see... was it who used it earlier?
Marvin.
Oh, it was Marvin. Okay, yes, Marvin did use his double buy on day 2, which we don't really see almost ever in the cage.
Yeah, he got in Ace-King versus Ace-Deuce, and the Ace-Deuce hit on him, and it was Edson, I believe, who had the Ace-Deuce action.
Yes,
in that
that's
hand.
right, with the Ace-Deuce of diamonds, yep.
Binked on Marvin, and then Marvin used his double buy and was immediately back up to 5K after losing his last 1.92K.
Yes, and then was in a great position to build his chip stack, his newly acquired rebuy chip stack further. Got it all in with jacks versus Ryan's king queen, and Ryan hit king on the river. Rip. Three-handed board here. Andy flops way the best of it, with 2 overcards to the 9s rather than the 1. Joe is not going to be too comfy here, but he's not ready to fold yet. He's going to call, and Andy only looking to fade a 9. Step 1, fade 4th street, done. It goes check, check on turn. Step 2, fade 5th street, done. Andy good.
Check, I got a king.
And Andy happy to just show down here with a mediocre king. He's not really sure where he's at. He hasn't really, I don't think he's played a single hand against Joe.
Could have been on the river. I just didn't want to get fucking trapped.
There you go. Yeah, he's just treading lightly.
Yeah.
You know, his stack is not quite in fragile territory, but it probably feels more precarious to him than it actually is.
For sure.
Because he's sitting there looking around at freaking the Taj Mahal, you know?
Yeah, 100%.
Yeah, the hybrid nature of this, it's not a cash game really, right? It's not a tournament. It kind of has its own feel. It's a unique experience, the cage. Boski was not down here this time. Nope.
So it looks like Joe raises the 6-5 suited here in the hijack. And he calls in the cutoff with the king-9. Now it's on Edson with the king-queen.
This might feel like a... Well, nah, he's got too much to jam. I mean, you know, there's an argument to be made for RT hockey that Troy can just fold and fold and fold and cash out the heaps he's got in front of him. But Troy, it doesn't work that way. Troy is a veteran of these events, and he is here to accumulate.
And it's such a good chance to accumulate with all the other people who are going to look to just hang on.
100%.
And he takes it down.
Kind of a precarious board for his hand. I'm sure he's happy to just have everybody fold the flop.
100%.
Should mention quickly here, the OSS Cube series starting February 9th is going to run through March 8th. And lots of money's up for grabs. $13 million guaranteed in that time. There's going to be $4 million guaranteed events. So keep your eye out, guys. OSS Cubed. Starting in just a couple of weeks here on February 9th. And yeah, that is true, DDR, Guido. Dustin was down on just fumes and has done a great job in this format of staying alive, picking spots, making big folds when he's needed to. An impressive job by somebody who is not as experienced in poker quite yet. And Andy does make himself an up and down straight draw. He's got them honeys as well. Joe has a jack and a backdoor flush draw. And he does call the flop.
Looks like they
Wow, interesting turn card.
Is it? Oh, it's a spade too.
Yep, so Andy does hit the nuts. He's got 2 of the queens, right? So it's hard for his opponent to have a queen. So Andy is betting for value, of course, with the nuts. His opponent happens to have a live draw with the spades, and Andy is going to be a little confused to see a call. Ah,
the
God.
spades come in here.
Ah, gross. Wait, what? Check, check?
Looks like it went check, check. Andy is not happy, as you can hear.
Why did it go check, check?
Craziest check. I played pretty carefully. Fuck, I saw that fucking spade. I saw that spade. I'm like,
Joe
oh,
must have checked to Andy, and Andy
Andy
didn't
check
bet.
back? Oh my goodness.
That's the only way. Joe's not checking the flush there at all.
No, I don't blame Andy for his small bet sizing on the turn. How can his opponent call? Four to Broadway like that? He's got 2 of the queens? How is his opponent going to call?
Right, right.
So the small bet makes total sense to me. Incentivize a pair or 2 pair or a flush draw to call you.
Yeah.
And look, man, he catches the nut low river card for his hand and doesn't even lose any more money.
I know. Andy doesn't bet the river. Must have had a live read.
Right, and I know, like, if Chris Fitz was in here with us, he would say why, like, that's just a mandatory value bet when checked to at the Broadway, blah, blah, blah. And, you know, again, far be it for me to question Chris Fitz's mind.
Chris
But,
is the smartest
I'm
recreational
happy to win
I
that.
know, dude. Oh, man, what a wreck that guy is.
Yeah.
Not W-R-E-C-K. R-E-C. He's
Yeah.
a hell of a wreck, that guy.
Yeah.
But, you know, I don't know. I don't know. Is that a mandatory value bet? Is it too nitty? I'm not really sure. It was genius that time.
I would be betting the river for sure.
I would too, I think.
Yeah.
But is ace 10 going to call?
Sizing is definitely important there. Yep, sizing is definitely
I'm
important.
not running down card. I had pocket queens into a straight, and he hit the fucking flush on the river. Runner. But he didn't get paid off of it. I fucking. He
And I'm
checked.
so bad I didn't get paid.
He
so.
checked.
Don't forget that part.
He checked, and I just checked.
Oh, hey.
I don't know if I'm allowed in like this or not, but
Look who it is, guys. It's Ryan. We call him Ryan, set of deuces to Paula.
Yeah. I misplayed all of them and got the least value every single time.
Well, I don't know. I mean, so the one you turned against Troy.
100% check raise, like I think 100%. I need to raise there.
On the turn.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Don't you agree?
Yes.
It's fucking a big mistake against Troy.
Yeah. Because it also makes no sense. Like the deuce helped you because why? It would make no sense.
Yes.
So you get called pretty
he
light.
Clearly was like, yo, he said he thought I was bluffing with the sevens. What's up, chat? Yo, thank you guys for repping me. I don't know what that means.
I do have to say though, I've been a little disappointed by the distinct lack of donk limp value traps.
I tried one with 9-4
You did?
suited.
Oh yeah, you did, and you immediately regretted the big blind raised you, and you're like, God, that was dumb.
Yeah, I know. $80 feels worse than 50 for some reason.
Yeah, I know, right?
And the key was that Phil wasn't there for his big blind with that old donk limp trap. So
for sure. So, dude, how you feeling, man? You sitting on what, like 15?
pretty good. No, a little bit less. I don't want to spoil like these next couple hands. Not a lot less. Like around what I have here.
Oh, describe the feeling of that River King in that all-in pot.
It was very great. Oh my God, it was like I know I made a bad play. I know he's always trapping.
We were surprised to see you call there. And give us a quick hit for your reasoning for calling it off.
I was like, yo, fuck, hold on, sorry. I was like, my reasoning was like, fucking. This is the level I'm thinking at, guys. Here, like this. I was like, oh math. Well, so I thought that he would do it with not, and maybe, but even knowing he do, the reality is, I thought he was doing that with like nines plus, which means I should not call. But in my head, I was like, oh, nines, I should probably call. It was really, I did the math. I was like, oh, I got odds against. I'm drawing live against some of his flat traps. Like that's not true. I made a mistake. I fucked up and got lucky, which is my strategy usually. And it worked.
Well, when he rolls over his exact hand, you should celebrate.
Oh, I was pumped.
Literally. It's such a good. It's like a best case scenario for you.
Dealer.
Absolutely.
I'd have the dealer walk out of the room as if you just like knew that you were gonna win.
That was the best case scenario. The only little seed of route rationalization I could possibly think of was that he would be doing it extra light, knowing that Troy and I are behind, who maybe we're 3-betting a lot, and so maybe he'd be looking to like. Do that with like pairs as low as sevens, maybe in my wildest dreams. You know what I mean? Like,
yeah.
And it's not as intense as a normal under the gun +1 call flat. You know, re-jam. I don't know what you call it. What's the real term? Re-jam. Fuck me.
Yeah,
like,
back raise.
Back raise. So I don't know. Whatever.
Pre-flop stop and go.
Don't ask me about my strategy.
All right. Well, we are heading towards the dinner break here. So the last few hands, and we do have. It's like we summoned you, Chris Fitz. You know, we mentioned some of your like how you might have thought about a hand that Andy just played. I don't know if you saw it, where he had pocket queens. He flopped a Broadway gut shot, and he turned it. His opponent had Jack 4 of spades, so his opponent had called flop with a jack. The turn was the second spade, but made Andy the nuts, and he's got 2 of the queens in the hole, right? And Andy bet like small on turn. And his opponent called and then hit the flush, and then the opponent open checks the flush, and Andy checked back on the river. And see, now that's Chris's reaction.
There's your answer.
Lol.
Andy's the sickest. Has Andy made an incorrect decision today? I don't think I've seen.
He did. He made one where he had top pair king queen. Yes,
he's been regretting it all day.
Incorrectly.
You can hear him like he keeps being like. I was like, dude, you're playing well. Don't beat yourself up.
After he folded like the second nut boat 3 times or whatever.
I mean, you know what though? Like, you know that fold was incorrect, but how correct that ace king fold was is 10 times as correct as the king queen fold was incorrect. You know what I'm saying?
I was telling him that it's a push at the table. Like, dude, don't sweat it. You're fine. Like, and he was saying at the time, he was saying, I have a draw. Like, he just knew his ace wasn't good. He was like, I have a draw. Yeah,
he did that. We said that. We're like, he didn't even mention the part where he has top pair, top pair.
Until like 10 minutes after the hand.
Andy, like we've both, Scott, you and I played with him maybe like 4 months ago in a home game environment. Where, granted, we might have had a few drinks here and there, but like that.
It was 5 a.m.
That version of Andy, and I remember I took a cab with him to the hotel when we were getting here, and he was saying, yeah, he had a couple cashes at Runner Up Reno. He's getting a little bit of confidence, as he should, and I remember he said, yeah, my game's coming along, and like 4 months ago, there's no way he folds ace of spades king.
No, and in fact, he probably calls quickly, and then
just
is like,
laughs it off,
like, oh my god, oh this sucks.
Yeah, he high fives the dealer.
100%. And honestly, man, a lot of players would call quickly in that spot.
He did say he didn't know how much more it was. Like he has to deal. Like I wanted to tell him, have him pull in the 15 dude so you can actually visualize it.
Right.
I didn't tell him till after the hand that you can do that because he
Right.
asked the dealer how much is it, and the dealer's like, I can't
Yeah.
tell you. And then he thought it was 3. He thought it was that much more. Then once he knew, he was like, even still, I shouldn't call. But like I don't think he knew to like that it was only that much. Like not that was the total.
Right. He was. I don't know what his odds were, but it was at like 5-1.
I don't even remember.
He was very close to actually just getting odds to call with the flush draw. But I mean, he just wants to preserve a good stack size to continue on further. And maybe in a normal cash game, maybe it is just like a side call 5-1 reload if I don't make a spade. But not in this environment. He wants to keep playing.
It was great.
Yeah, it was impressive. We were definitely super impressed with that fold. And another thing we were saying is how often players, even good experienced players, will be good enough to dissect what's happening in that spot, and yet their hand still just calls.
Yeah, for sure. I mean,
I don't know if I'm a good player per se, but that's me. I'm just like, oh, I have this hand, so my cards match the board cards relatively well.
We were saying you're pretty good for a wreck.
Yeah.
Right.
I don't. I'm so bad at this that I don't even know how much time I have left before I have to go back. Do you have any?
I don't know. I didn't write it down.
All right, I'm about to go back then. Oh, I'm good. Thanks.
Oh, you guys are good. Oh, turn king.
Do you know how long? It's all right if I'm good. Once you see someone trickle back, then I'll run up. Thanks.
5 minutes, maybe.
All right, cool.
Lenny Cappy wants to know where your gold chain's at.
Oh, I didn't pack it. Like I had to choose dinosaur costume because it takes up a lot of space in the carry-on.
Sure.
And I thought I might get jumped here. No, I'm joking. I just didn't want to carry it. I should maybe, but this is working. Coming back without the ski goggles, looking normal. DK at one point asked me, he's like, "Are you going skiing later?" And I was like, "What? I don't get it. What are you talking about?" Like I forgot that I look like a clown. So
what kind of a weird question is that, you weirdo?
And Andy was sort of being like, "This isn't. You don't need to do this. This isn't you." But but a little bit.
When Andy's saying that, that's just. I wish I was a fly on the wall for that conversation.
And he was convincing me to become more PC because he was telling me he did a Hot Pockets commercial with as these guys chop. Everybody loves chop pot, right?
You guys know what
DK
they
was
say.
stoked on that. But Andy was like, yeah, man, did a Hot Pockets commercial, which is already a funny story. Like,
He did? Yeah, he
with
literally
Snoop
did?
Dogg.
This is like a 7.5 out of 10 already.
With Snoop
Yeah,
Dogg?
yeah, with Snoop Dogg. Snoop Dogg was on trial for murder, and they were debating whether or not they should hire me because sometimes I say I fuck my mom on Twitter. Like, it's like, so you gotta be more PC. Like, you just gotta play the game. Like, they'd already clinched in the deal with Snoop on trial for murder. It's like, oh, Andy says some weird things. I don't know if he can represent Hot Pockets properly.
I mean,
because people are trying to make a political statement when they buy Hot Pockets.
Yeah, exactly. Well, and they've expended a lot of energy building the Hot Pockets brand into a high, it's like Maserati, Hot Pockets.
Snoop Dogg more looks like their brand representation anyway than Andy Milonakis. Like, I mean, it's like who embodies Hot Pockets.
Yeah. I have some friends, Ryan. I have some friends that.
Wait, I want to see what you had this hand. Sorry to snap interrupt, bro.
That's okay. Which
Edson.
Did you defend your big?
Nitty Edson. Yeah. I defended my big and then well, you'll see. I don't know, but I was like, whatever. I'm just being a donk. I should probably just fold the world against him. The ante's big, man. I mean,
you're trying to fold pre-flop?
No, I'm sort of kidding. I mean,
Get out of here.
I don't do that, but
So Ryan does defend here. Let's see what happens. Ace high flop, and I got you. So Ryan makes middle pair, and Edson makes top pair, and indeed. So you're just checking, like, did he have the ace? And the answer is
but
definitely
against
yes.
somebody this nitty, when he's being so passive without even knowing his whole cards, I haven't checked the stream or gotten many texts. But like, I wish I were good enough to just fold here, even though it's a small bet, right? What does he bet?
Don't fold.
Looks like a.
Oh my god! No, I can't ever. I was just like, oh, I hate you, dude. I'm calling. I know.
And the old 2-pair draw for Ryan, does it come through? No.
Super live though, right? If he always has an ace and you just slam a 7, you can like lead twice. Like,
right?
Why not? Slam a 6 and you can just whatever you want.
Yeah, Ryan is not out. He's just on break, chat.
Yeah, I'm just on break, guys. Don't worry.
Yeah, we're
Yeah, somehow I bust this hand with it. I find a way to play it so bad.
we're broadcasting on a delay here, so
Turn check, call river.
they are on break. So I'm assuming you're checking to fold here on turn.
Yeah.
Oh,
yeah.
but Edson checks back. Interesting. And the river is the front door flush draw, queen of spades.
I have no idea why he's checking a turn.
Yeah, I don't understand that check either.
Oh, you like that Andy Milonakis check? Yeah.
like
And then
the
he
Andy
said it
checks.
for me. I had to tap him, and he goes, check. He checks.
That's so funny.
And
Look, he bet 150 into 700.
Right.
Oh my God, and you found the fold?
Oh.
I don't remember. I think so.
You
But
call
look
it
at me
six
talking
here?
to myself.
We don't beat anything, of course, with a 6. But for some reason...
Look at me like think. This is
And
me
you,
like.
you lose to like queen 10 suited, which is extra embarrassing. You know, so like
Yeah.
if he rolls over an ace, you're not super embarrassed. But if it has like the bad queen X suited, then you're just so devastated. You know.
I forget with that many chips in front of me that 150 is 150. You know, it's like or 350 is 350.
Yeah.
Right, you're thinking about it in terms
look at
of
that
like,
fold. Good job, me.
you know, it's like we're thinking about like the cable bill, not like the chip stack ratio. Like it's $150 US is how you're thinking about
That's
it.
not what made me fold it. What made me fold it was like this kid is a nit and he has it always. Like this is just a waste of money.
Fair
I
enough.
once in the there's a reason Ryan and I are friends. In the degenerate like category, I once flipped for 5K with someone, and then afterwards we were trying to figure out what was the like best value meal, like best value situation for lunch. We're like, oh, we could go to In-N-Out, and like, he's like, oh, I want to go to like such and such, and I was like, it's like 2x the price.
Yeah, dude, the In-N-Out value is
And we were-
cannot be
and-
topped.
And like that was 45 seconds after we flipped a quarter for 5K.
I know, really. Yeah, it's like I'll put in 3,800 bad against a goddamn German player with a scarf, fucking trap jamming me, and then I'm like, 150 into 700. Psh, get out of here, bro.
What a great little insight into how the moronic minds of poker players
usually
work.
Usually the scarf guys have some blast. Like I gotta hand it to you.
Do the Troy hand when I had 6-6? Do you remember? It was like a Broadway board. He 3-bet and I called. Do you guys remember what he had? I mean, I need to fold there always, but whatever.
Yeah, he had ace 10. The turn was like, it was like ace, king, queen, something.
Yeah, thanks.
He had ace 10,
Right,
yeah.
Ryan,
misplayed that.
Ryan, if you ever become a
because I
knit,
like you.
then I'm gonna get you a picture of like someone's kid, like their baby, and I'm gonna give it to you to put it in front of you, like on your stack, and then you know if you just keep blasting, then I'll
I
get you
just
some
take the
scarves.
temperature of my belly.
Wait, why? So it's scarier, so
This
people
scarf-
think the money means
this-
more to
this
me because I have a
scarf-
kid.
this-
Yeah, it's better than nine.
Yeah, the people with kids,
Yeah.
they don't blast off. They're not, they don't recklessly.
I'm playing for
blast
my
off.
family. What do
Yeah,
you think of just blasting?
There was a guy.
It's your knish, dude. You need rent money, alimony.
I got a guy to fold once because he asked me if I had kids, and I told him yes, and he folded.
What's that?
And I had misheard the question, and I do not have kids. And I was like, wait, what did you ask me? And he's like, I just asked you if you had kids. I'm like, dude, do I look like I have kids? And he's like, oh no, I should have called.
Yeah, Chris has not an ounce of baby weight on him. This man could not
I
possibly
got
have
hit by
kids.
the elevator door, and it was like I got hit by a car. Ryan, I would say that's probably close to accurate.
Yeah, you went flying.
Uh,
when I call the button here, I'm happy that both these blinds are playing on.
Oh, absolutely. This is a prime position, 8-6 suited on the button, and we're in a four-way pot, which is exactly what you want with a hand like 8-6. We're going to try to hit big.
We almost did.
And we almost do. We've got a gut shot, but top pair for tight Edson. And a 4 for Dustin, but no backup options. Feels bad. No club or anything. I did see that Andy Milonakis, the man, the legend, hosting us now. Thanks for the host, Andy, dude. We appreciate that greatly. Welcome, everybody, coming over from Lil Earth. Welcome to the cage, live from Costa Rica. And there is Andy.
Oh, do I have to go back?
2-second warning.
All right.
Bye,
Boys.
Good seeing you guys.
Good luck, dude.
Let me
Good
know.
luck.
Let me know what you think of my river play here. Bye, guys.
Okay, we'll do. See ya.
Thank you. Drew, you guys are
Yeah.
doing great.
Hey, everybody.
Hey, buddy,
Thanks, dude. So now, yeah, Ryan does call this bet with that nut gut shot. Joe with ace king high here, the original razor, excuse me. That's not a good flop for him, but he doesn't want to just check give up. To the turn. Ryan has the same straight draw. It's now no longer the nuts, though. The 7 still gives him the straight, but he would lose to the jack high straight. Now, of course, nobody has that draw, but you never feel good about a gut shot anyway. And when it's
Right.
not to the nuts, then it becomes really, really dicey. Joe finds the ace.
Turn goes check, check. Joe is definitely going to value bet this river. I would think. He doesn't. He checks, though. What's this board? Did the flush come in? Flush came in. Okay. And Ryan's going after it here.
And you guys that have usually hang out on Andy's stream and checking him out playing some poker here live in Costa Rica on the cage. For your information, Andy has been playing great. Made the laydown of the tournament mere moments ago. We'll see if he can keep up his great play here as we head toward the end of day 2. And when we get there, the players here will cash out what is in front of them. That is real money cash. The numbers you see next to their names, 7.7, 12.3, that is real US dollars. And what they have in front of them at the end of today is what they will cash out for in real money.
So Ryan gets called here by the ace king of Joe.
He does bluff. And, you know, he's repping the hand that Joe has or something like it. I mean, you know, not that Ryan would only be calling from the button with a hand like ace king, but he could have ace X suited, ace 6 suited, something like that.
For sure.
And, you know, that bluff, of course, not of course, but is, you know, so often going to work there against not anything but an ace, that rivered an ace.
Yeah. And Ryan threw out a pretty small bet, so he didn't lose too much there.
And he doesn't want to just give up. You know, that's like, man, players like that are tough to play against.
Yeah.
You know, like they're in there firing. They're not just going to give up when they miss and bet when they hit. Needless to say, the more you do that kind of stuff, the harder you are to play against.
Yeah, exactly.
Was on the turn, and I'm like, you know.
So I think that we are going on break here. We'll see in a second.
Thought it might have cost me money, but you just had like 8.
That sounds right.
It was like 7, 6, 2, king, and then a.
Yep, that might have been the last hand here before dinner break. All right, yeah, I'm going to assume that that is the case.
Yeah.
All right, guys, so we are going to take ourselves a dinner break, let these players refuel. This is Bet on Drew, and I'm Scott, a.k.a. The Hop Grenade. We've had a good time hanging out with you guys here at the cage, live from Costa Rica. We'll be back after the dinner break for the conclusion of the cage, and we'll see who gets to cash out and who has to hit the rail with a sad face. And we will see you guys in just a bit.
See you guys.
Well, I'm gonna let out a really, really big secret in poker here.
Oh.
And most pros will never tell you this.
For all ears.
If you never play against somebody who has more chips than you, they can't ever take them all.
That's so true. You can't go bust.
Another sick thing I heard is if you only win your all-in pots, you're also gonna win.
Win all-in pots.
Only win your all-in ones.
Always have the chip lead. Boom.
That and 10-5 is the only hand you can make every possible straight. I don't know. Seems like an unrated hand, underrated hand.
Oh, God.
That's so true.
Oh, mind blown. You guys thought you were mind blown then. Here, yeah, wait till you hear the 5-10 comment.
10-5. Next time you look down at 10-5, it's going to look so much better.
Now, unfortunately, I can't unhear this. Every time I see 5-10, I'm like, oh, God, I know what this means.
Two-way straight draw.
Wow, a little limp. A little
Advice
walk.
for winning flips. It's buy two-headed coins. I mean, come on! Doesn't that just make sense?
If all of you aren't millionaires after the life advice being thrown around on this stream, then you're doing it wrong. I don't know.
How about this? You and I can flip for whatever you want. Heads I win, tails you lose, you name the stakes.
Boom.
Jack 7 deuce complete rainbow. One of the most non-connected flops you can pretty much hit. Ace of hearts binks the turn.
Oh, the ace on 4th Street.
I thought those weren't supposed to come till the river.
That's Barry Greenstein said only on river.
That's true. Checks through. 10 ball on the river instead.
It didn't get wet, but it got at least moist.
Yeah, this board moistened up. Yeah, you're right.
Gosh, that should be in more commentary.
Oh, the moist. For sure. All right, guys, we are going to do a couple giveaways throughout the stream as well. We're going to give away 10 $5.50 tickets. So we will be throwing out some keywords in the chat here shortly. Get you guys some swag. Only requirement, you must have an ACR account, and I will private message you directly, and you can just go ahead and shoot me your username. We'll get them put in your account.
More solicitation for Phil advice from Flow Junkie. Flow Junkie always seems to lose his last hand of a tournament. Any pro advice on how to stop that?
Weird. Try to win that one harder. Try harder with that one. It's specifically that one.
Write that down, Flow Junkie. Don't assume you're going to remember. You know, take notes.
Yeah, it's that goes right there with it's your keys are always in the last place you look.
There you go.
There you go.
And where was the man when he jumped off the bridge? Was he in the air? No, he had already jumped.
Nope.
Was he on the bridge? Nope, he hadn't jumped yet.
There it is, Nightbot stream time. We've been at this final table for just over 3 hours so far, and we have eliminated half the field, 4 left, guaranteed $363,000 if you bust out now, but everybody's going for that big money up top, just over $1 million.
So I do have a question. Since we get asked the same questions a lot, do I get to use the same jokes later on? Like, is there like some time frame
we've
that
based
you
our
can
whole careers on that.
Oh, okay.
I mean, but there has to be a little bit of a refraction time, maybe like an hour or something, but then you're
Okay.
fine.
I think I'm fine. I still think it's incredibly funny that my son said, "Wow, that happened a long time ago."
Way back.
It must have been in the 19s.
The 19s.
That is weird. I've never heard that.
Man, that's.
What is that poker advice from the 19s, Boomer?
Right? Wow. How did I get so old?
So the 6 double pairs the board on the river here. Not a whole ton of action yet in this pot, though.
How do you deposit them? Download the software and look. You'll be just fine.
True.
We have $6.7 million worth of proof.
Also true. So it looks like Zach, I believe, checks over to Gillibono.
Can you ever become a long-term winner? I do know some people that are long-term winners in sports. I don't know enough about sports to be one of them, right? Just not my gig.
Zach Thornton getting short here as the blinds inch up. We're at 35-7 right now. That leaves Zach in the danger zone. He's had a hell of a spin up, and then he's been kind of, well, here we go. He's going to try to spin it back up right now. Open shoves from under the gun.
Nobody ever calls Zach Thornton's all in. He's good here.
This might be like Flow Junkie, the last hand.
Oh,
yeah, we're going to get it. We got it all
here
in.
it comes. Everybody else looking for this huge 200K ladder.
Here we go. King, queen. Oh, he's overcoated. He needs a king or a queen quickly now. And he does not find
Zach
it.
Thornton, GG, buddy.
GG.
That is going to be leaving Zach Thornton.
I'll tell you what. That was a sick shove and a sicker call.
Yeah.
Like
With
I would
ace
love
jack
to.
there, yeah.
I'd love to just talk to both of those guys on how that went through. I mean, the king queen is the ace jack is a super scary call in my opinion. Right?
To shove with, awesome. To call it off with, yeah, marginal.
Yeah.
Now, I mean, now four-handed. Four-handed ace jack suited. Obviously, you're going to see calls there, but man, it doesn't feel terrific.
No, it's not. You're not like.
He flops top pair, top kicker, and his opponent still has 2 overcards.
Yeah.
And now
nothing
check that
changed.
out.
Nothing changed.
And now after that pot, Gillibono up at 270. Also Serenga at 270. Our other boy at 224. Very evenly stacked. Not to mention a 200K ladder for everybody still in it. Guaranteed over $500,000 right now, guys. $553,000.
Wow, they've all got like 274,
274 and 224. It's the same.
Oh, if he was in that hand, then he could win. They could be like almost dead even, getting 3-way all in.
Oh my God.
Oh man, of course that's 11 lightning or whatever. You must be trolling because king queen suited is an auto shove, obviously.
That would literally, if all 3 of them got in at the even chip stacks, that would be over 2.2 million. And
if you're under the gun with 11 big blinds and that king queen suited, it's what are you gonna do? Just open fold it?
Yeah, I mean you're just. I think you rip it
kinda
there, but calling with the ace jack, that's
calling with the ace jack is like.
Yeah, I don't feel great about it.
Well, he picked up He picked up 90,000 chips there. So this is where I think he looks at his stack and he says, I still have, like 140,000 or 150,000, even if I do lose.
Yeah.
Right? And now I'm just behind, I'm like 2 bigs behind Zach. So that's maybe, but with 2 guys behind, that's still so scary.
Super scary. Well, these guys are all, look how even they are in chips. All at 2 and change. It's anybody's game. And like Train said, we're guaranteed over $500,000, well over $500,000 now. And Zach, we should congratulate him once more for the 6th spin up to finish 4th from some of the trials and tribulations of that final table. He spun it way up and made himself several $100,000 as a reward.
Extra.
Yes.
Yeah, for sure.
Now, what's really cool is we've got somebody out in support contacting him right now, asking him, how can we send you your money?
Yeah, just
you know what? I take it back. Last year I think we did that, and I told him to wait 30 minutes because he's very possibly breaking things right now.
You call him and he breaks his phone, like
right. Like we got to give somebody a little time to cool off.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's right. That's so true.
Right.
Yes. Now Zach can go play that $11 8K.
Right.
Yeah,
I'll tell you what, if he just started registering for some of that micro stuff, that would be just awesome.
Now, guys, again, another 200K ladder for sure here is incoming. So 200K ladder, and then followed by the last ladder is about 300K for first place over $1 million.
You know, one of the things I definitely like to do is give you guys some spoilers whenever we do something like this, and confirmed it's today, or well, yeah, I guess it's confirmed today. We bought it a little while back, but I bought the Online Poker Hall of Fame, right? And this next year, plan on putting it together and starting to do like a yearly Online Poker Hall of Fame because. Getting recognition to those old school it's online poker players, but it's also some of the new school players.
So you mean you bought the URL?
I bought the URL.
Oh, cool.
We're going to build out the site and figure out how to vote people in and how you can become part of the Online Poker Hall of Fame.
Sweet for Sarunga here, who scoops it up with his pair.
Sweet for all of these crushers who are like, can't wait for that Hall of Fame. Put me in it.
No kidding.
I mean, it's just like I wish I could have a heart monitor on these guys.
Oh,
right? Honestly,
how awesome would that be?
Especially now that it's 3-handed. There is no there is no slouching. There's no. You are in it every hand. You are in it. This is going to be levels on levels of play right here. We're going to see in this 3-handed mashup.
This is fun.
The next pay jump after 3rd, which is good for 553K and change, is up to 746 and change. Another 200K-ish pay jump.
There was a couple of questions. The tables to big blind options, yeah, it's on the list. And the little dots were to break bots. Right, because they were breaking all the bots and they couldn't read the bet sizes. That's actually going to go away in a few days, and we're going to be changing some other things. Right, so yeah, some of them are a little bit annoying. Ooh, was
King
that
high, good for 50 million.
Wow.
The rich get richer.
Running away with it.
Wow.
But yeah, we're changing little things and learning how to deter these bot programmers and the bots overall. And catching them in the meantime. So yeah, roll with the dots, right?
Yeah, I mean, all things considered, guys, the juice is worth the squeeze there, right? I mean, if it's breaking bots, like I'm like whatever.
Whoa, wait a minute!
Whoa,
Did you say the juice is worth the squeeze?
Hey, don't tell anybody.
That's something. That's something.
Hey,
I'm gonna add that one to my repertoire.
There it is. These guys talking about Renee. Yeah, we have Renee from Storage Wars actually out with us playing the last cage. Man, dude, that was fun. I'll tell you what. Very big difference between table talk on some of the tables, and then we get a table with like you, Renee, Scott Ball. Yeah. We just turn on the mics and flow.
Pretty much.
Yeah, that's fun.
And it looks like we got a healthy raise here from the big after the small blind just limps.
Oh, the limp raise. Oh my God, the limp raise.
Ooh,
and it works.
Gets it through.
Get out of here, big blind. You don't got nothing.
Sneaky.
Yeah, Renee likes himself some conversation. That's for sure. He's
And
a high energy, entertaining dude.
And he said he was really tired, and apparently the more he's
I know.
tired, the more he talks.
He kept breathlessly describing how tired he was, and it's like, yeah, okay, this is you tired?
It's if he was tired, he's like the tired chatty patty doll. Where, he just
just pulls the cord. Yeah, but wasn't that from the 19s?
That was from the 19s.
Oh,
that was Planes, Trains, and Automobiles, like one of the greatest lines ever said.
You're going the wrong way.
Oh, God, how good a movie was that?
We're really dating ourselves.
Everybody in the chat's like, what's that? I have to go.
What? I don't even. What is a train?
Planes, Trains, and Automobiles. What?
34 Milski in the pot. Gallo first to act. And he's going to exercise his right, make it just shy of 20 million. Gets it done, takes it down.
I don't know. It's buddy of mine and I argue about GTO all the time. And doesn't GTO depend on the situation?
Everything in poker is it depends. Like, what's your hardcore answer on this? It depends.
I mean, this is high stakes poker brought to you by Depends, because I know these guys all need them right now.
They are literally not leaving their computer chair at all.
For sure.
In fact, you know what? That's the beauty of online. They're probably one of these guys guaranteed on his laptop on the toilet right now, playing for $1 million. That's a story right there.
It's how many times have they shipped and needed it? Like, we know Zach needed Depends when he got called.
For sure. For sure. Oh God. Man, and the thing is,
what's funny is Zach probably just tuned in. He just got done tilting, and then I just roasted him like that.
No.
I apologize, Zach.
We love you, Zach. Zach, you play like a champ.
You did.
Hey, Alex Mike 9, the guy that's questioning GTO's validity is the newest ACR Pro. You might have heard of him, Michael Longcar.
There you go.
See, there you go.
Wow, ace high, no good. He's going to take it with just a 3.
Is that right? DePaulo was having a hard time holding it in yesterday. I'm surprised it didn't all come out when that ace hit the river.
Oh,
I'm sorry. Please forgive me.
He knocked out a green screen.
Sorry, guys.
I
it became a brown screen.
Oh, my God. Oh, God. People.
Sorry.
If you haven't seen that clip, you really there's so many great Twitch clips this Venom, but that one in particular and Cannoli's bust was pretty amazing. Just pretty amazing. The pain. You could just feel the pain and anguish.
Yeah, and I mean, you saw John Party's bust where he just sits there and stares at the screen for like 5 minutes.
Yeah.
It's just like I don't know. I don't know what to say.
It's so amazing because like the thing pops up and says, "Hey, thanks for playing. Here's $20,000," and you want to kill something.
You don't even care. You're like, it's just sitting on your screen, and the more it sits on your screen, I don't even want to look at it.
Like, I'll show you what you can do with your $20,000.
It's one of those things.
That's the game we love.
It is. It's like literally, you get $20,000 and you're like, I've never wanted to light 20K on fire more in my life. Like,
it's true. Cannoli walked away, dropped on the floor, put his head down, and waited for a second. Yeah, I got 2 out of it.
Oh, God. Somebody asking about the Cannoli bust hand there in the chat.
Yeah, it's on my Twitter somewhere. I tried to search for it, but I'm not very good at Twitter.
If you go to Tom Cannoli, if Twitch/Tom Cannoli, and you look in the clips section, you'll see it there as well.
I made a few clips there.
Yeah.
I was having fun.
Tom Cannoli was not having fun.
Oh, it's. I'll tell you what. It's especially an event like this where it's so big. It's such an emotional roller coaster, and watching these guys go through that, it's from short stack to deep stack to, it was amazing.
Oh, there it is. Ghost of M, always quick with the clips. There's the Cannoli bust out there in the chat.
Go.
Thanks, Ghost.
There's also a few good clips on Poker Gurus and what's his name's DePaulo's.
Yeah.
I'm not suggesting anybody goes and gets them and put them in the chat, but
But if they want.
But if you want.
Ghost is like, hold on, give me 4 seconds. I am a robot.
Should we ban it?
No, Ghost is cool. Ghost is cool.
Yeah, we don't want to ban the Ghost.
54 mil in this pot. Very juicy pot for both of these guys here.
Boom.
And Gillabono thinking what do we got here? What do we do? We're check 2. Do we have to bet it to win it?
I guess not.
Deuce
Deuce
ball,
is good.
See, that's where that overbet on the river would maybe make no sense at all, and
Right.
you get snapped off, or you win a really big
Yeah,
pot.
or the deuce ball is like, I can't ever
I
call
don't know.
this, can
What do I beat?
Oh, there you go. There's a cannoli one right there.
Yeah, you look at all those clips. Like it's you can really feel the pain or the joy in some of these clips. They're just amazing.
Ooh, very relevant turn
The
card.
ghost of Patrick Swayze.
Oh, wow.
I'll tell you. You know, I could definitely see Vanessa Cade putting that movie on repeat 1.
Just throwing
Ghost?
Right, like for 6 months.
Sure, that's something she would do.
Because I love you, Vanessa.
It's a good flick, man.
It is.
But it's only the pottery scene. It's
Yeah.
only the pottery
I don't even
scene,
know that.
for sure.
Are there any other scenes in that movie?
Nope.
I've never seen them.
So if they ban porn, would they ban that pottery scene?
They
Because
better
that's
not.
not porn for men, but you know.
It's better than porn for women, for sure.
Gosh, I'm getting into the wrong. It's forget I said that. Delete that. Hashtag delete.
Don't worry, it's live. Nobody will ever see your
Oh,
photos.
okay. Nobody's
It's
paying
cool.
attention.
The hooded one in the house. What's up, buddy? Good to see you. Got all the regs here in the chat, hanging with us, sweating. The final 3 started with 2,696 players spread across 4 day ones, and now down to just 3. Everybody with $553,000 locked up right now.
Yeah, DePaulo's was great. Yes! No!
Oh my God.
I've never seen somebody's emotions go so
Yeah,
far out
what-
so hard.
And you know, and I was watching it live. I was sweating it from my hotel room. I had my laptop hooked up to the TV, and I see the flop because he also has a straight draw on the flop, right? So 7's good too, and I'm like 7, and then the 10 hits, and I did the same thing. I'm like, yeah, and I see him go, yeah, and then I pretty much look away, and then I hear no, and I turn back around. I'm like, what?
It's like and he had like 2,800 viewers at the time, and it was like you could hear a collective poker world.
Oh,
like, yeah,
oh my God.
Oh man,
Oh, so
it was
painful.
so dirty.
Where's the cameras all around the world so you just get a little clip of everybody going, yes, no?
So quick. Yeah. Yeah, I don't know why. It's like the like you can't stop picking at the scab. Like I just kept watching the video over and over.
And you'll never get that in live poker because they would deal the turn,
Right.
And then you'd have like a minute and a
Yeah,
half.
yeah. So you
where
could,
he's like,
right.
yeah, and he's not even sweating anymore,
Right.
and then he loses. But online, it's like pow,
Pow.
just a double gut punch.
Yeah, so
and of course, you know what it is? It's the duct tape. Rip it off
Yeah,
quick. Like we said,
for
feels
sure.
so great.
It's there's like 3 more pieces of duct tape under that piece of duct tape that you just ripped off.
And then you cry and slowly peel the other ones. Oh, man.
Poor guy. But great run, sick run, and obviously, you know, the kid's got more runs in him. You know, if you know, he seems to have figured out this tournament poker thing.
Yeah, he's definitely you'll see him more. You'll see him more for sure. And somebody was telling me that like moments after that he was calling up the people that had a piece of him, says, yeah, I won this much, I owe you some money. That's stand-up guy.
Yeah,
right.
of course.
Like seconds after a bust like that.
Yeah.
It's you making sure you're taking care of the people.
Yeah, we even filmed a little video message and messaged him, and he shot it right back. He was laughing. He's like, "Hey, thanks for sweating, guys." I mean, you know, DePaulo's just a good dude.
Yeah.
This pot looks like we go bet here on the flop. Now this board is getting a little scary here.
Yeah, I guess the part. This is. That was a moist turn card.
It was very moist. Left these players wanting more. And wow, running diamonds here.
I'll tell you what, we'll just keep sprinkling some love on this pot.
Are we still just moist after
It's
the
like
two of blue?
Oh my God. I can't deal with the sound effect. Oh God.
That was supposed to be a sprinkler.
Oh, is that what it was? Okay.
You missed the quick one where it's like tick, tick, tick.
There you go. I was going to come back to that.
There
There you
it
go.
is, there
You're
it is.
way better at this than I am.
So you've done this before. 31 milli pot bet here after it gets checked to on the river.
I guess you really should have a sprinkler on your stream deck, right? As the wet pots, just the wet hands, you know.
Let's add that.
Let's do it.
Sprinkling moisture.
Gilabono in the tank. In the time bank.
Exactly a pot bet here. Saranga making Bono pay dearly to see his cards, and he does not want to see them.
You know he's just sitting in the big blind with 4-5, like Rivers or Wheels, just laughing. He's
Got
like,
him.
come on, I'm in a pot bet. You gotta call.
And Slot Chick's mind still in the gutter as we await the blind's action here.
Blinds at 4 and 8 milli. God, it's some pricey poker.
Galo Doido is Brazilian, correct.
Wow, we could have a Brazilian win both Venoms.
Oh wow.
That's
I'm
crazy.
moving to Brazil. I'm moving to Brazil to play the next Venom. I'm gonna be there.
I will say this much. It's I've been looking at some of the Brazilian players and some of the scorers. They've got some talent down there, and they're working hard. They're working hard.
8 high board comes down. A couple of diamonds out there. And Saraga checks over to Gallo.
Gallo checks back, and Ghost of M begs Fat Train, please do not move to Brazil. You should move much further south, like, say, to Argentina.
Oh, okay. I'm in.
That's awesome.
And then Brazil chimes in. Yeah, vamos. Let's go.
Vamos, Brazil.
So we've got Brazil, Argentina, and not Croatia. Yeah, Croatia, no?
That was Zach, who is Busto in fourth.
Sorry, Zach.
Sick needle, though.
Yeah.
Gilibono is the UK.
UK.
Yeah.
Okay. So
And-
yuck, Brazil, Argentina.
Correct.
There you go.
Yuck. It wasn't very funny. I'm running out of good jokes. The 19s, I had good jokes.
This is yeah, totally. This is about the time where you can start recycling the good ones from before.
Okay.
Gotcha.
Okay.
Gotcha. We're still
Good
good.
ones. Good ones. JJ high pair.
JJ top pair Corrado. Got him.
God. JJ's like, man, I'm not even. I look over at the stream and they're still talking shit about me. It's been like an hour. Like, I don't even,
They've just been talking about me the whole
I
time.
don't even know what happens here. And down to the nitty gritty on the river says, do I have to bet it to win it? And we have another one of those oversized pot bets.
Isn't that a different guy doing it?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Apparently he's picking up that it works.
He owed it to him.
Yeah, he's like, hey, well, you're going to overbet and win every time. I'm going to overbet and win.
I wish I had that clay pottery thing right now.
We'll put on the music and everything. Just go for it. And
Trini,
now,
you go behind Phil.
now the final table of the Venom and Phil doing Ghost Pottery.
Yeah, I'll work the camera. You go behind Phil, okay?
God.
By the camera, you mean?
You know what I mean.
Yep. This Venom just got weird. Let's go. You know, winning
This
Costa Rica.
tournament's too long. Next Venom's gonna be a turbo.
Heyo. Quick question now in the chat. What's up, brother? Good to see you. So it looks like we just had a limp from the button. The small blind gets out of the way. We go to a flop that checks through.
Women are good, but what about the pizza? They're talking in code.
Yeah.
I'm from the 19s. I don't understand that new lingo there.
DJ Quesadilla. I've had plenty of those down here.
So, on another note, since we're not actually commentating poker at all, we're just watching them overbet and not know what it means.
And win.
Yeah, totally. These guys are fish.
Yeah, so I'm thinking about the next cage, and I play every cage that I possibly can, but I'm thinking about it's completely Robin Hooding the cage, right? And I'm trying to figure out exactly what the best way to do that would be, right? It's because I definitely like to, it's $10,000 buy-ins. I'd love to have 300 people with a piece of something, right?
Yeah.
And if anybody has any ideas, it's message. It's make a post on Twitter on how I can Robin Hood that whole thing.
So in other words, get people who aren't there to have a piece of the action.
Right. So it's not necessarily that you have to buy a piece of the action, but maybe you can win a piece of the action, or you can. It's kind of the way that it's you get retweet and you get this $5 ticket or whatever. It's with a $10,000 buy-in. What's that? It's $100 would be 1%, right?
Yeah.
So it's maybe you get 1/4% and you can win multiple percents by doing whatever the heck it is. because it's I've walked away with the cage for like 40 or 50, 45,000 or something like that. And getting a piece of that would be kind of cool,
yeah.
right?
Scott's record up near 60K. It'd be sweet to have a piece of that.
And I play 100% for you guys, right?
I love
Just
it.
don't know how to give it away.
I love it.
So this is a perfect spot for Twitch chat to not just say what you're currently doing sucks, but to come up with their own ideas for
that's what I'm
how
saying.
to do how they would.
Oh wow, that was a cool hand,
Yeah,
and we paid no attention to it at all.
I was gonna say Pocket Jacks actually made it to showdown, check behind after it flopped King Queen high, and we just had bottom pair there for Gallo, but found a way to get to the river. And
Jack's good.
Jacks were still good.
Yeah, 2 overcards to the Jacks, never compete. How do you qualify for the cage? You can satellite it.
Yeah, there's $50 satellite every Sunday that we do 2 packages or 3 packages, depending.
You could fly down to Costa Rica and direct buy.
We have people that come down and direct buy, right? So if you win the next Venom, then you just come down here, play the cage.
Sure.
Because you're a baller.
Yeah, 100%.
Or if you give Phil the pottery session of his life, he might just get you
get a free
there.
roll.
Yeah.
We'll work for pottery sessions.
So it looks like we just have the button limping again, and now over to Gillo in the small. He's gonna pop it up. He's gonna make it 30 to go. And he hasn't really been doing this a whole lot from the small.
So Mike Mattis now, yeah, right.
Do a free roll tournament that each winner gets a percentage of the cage players, and then you can sweat them. I kind of like that. That could be cool.
Yeah. So like whether it's I do some.
Wow, and a call.
Yeah,
Sorry to
30 mil.
cut
We got
you
a big
off,
pot.
but there's a huge pot here.
So that's an ocean of a board, right?
Yeah.
Extraordinarily wet.
71 milli in the middle. Our original Razor now first to act checks. Over to Gallo. Such a coordinated board though. I mean, even if you want to take a stab at it, it's like your opponent could still have any random high heart in their hand and want to continue. They could have even had big suited cards and flopped the joint. Let's see.
Who knows? I love that. Like I'm hearing Tommy Lull's comment, as you know, the song "Girls, Girls, Girls" by Motley Crue.
Yeah.
Except he's singing it as "Boys, Boys, Boys." Boys, boys.
What do you do here? What do you do here with like sevens and the 7
Oh,
of
you
hearts?
puke.
Oh,
you
we're gonna see
freaking
this.
puke.
Here comes in for the check raise. Oh wow, we're gonna get in heaps here, guys. This is guaranteed.
Oh, what do we
heaps.
got? Holy
Flops
moly!
it. Oh my god!
Oh, he's
Toasted.
dead.
Toast.
He's dead.
Toast.
King Queen flops the flush.
Off drawing dead.
Gillo Bono Busto in third. GG Gillo Bono.
Wow.
Sick run.
Taking home 553.
Hey guys, welcome back to the cage, live from Costa Rica. I'm Scott, aka the Hop Grenade. This is CEO Phil. You guys know Phil. And Bet on Drew is just out of the frame here.
Right here.
And we are ready to bring you the final part of day 2 as we head toward the finish line and see who's got chips left in front of them. And I know who doesn't have any chips left in front of them, and it's you.
Yeah.
GG's.
Yeah.
What happened?
It's. I had a really tough day. Like I got into like 8 or 9 different spots that I'm going through my head, and I feel like I lost the minimum. Right? It's in a lot of these spots, but I just could never get anything going. And every time I did think I was getting something going, I wasn't. I guess it's. I want to say sometimes the cards beat you, but you can only lose the minimum so many times before you don't have any more chips.
Yeah.
Right? It just happens that way.
Well, Ryan's got chips. Andy's got chips. D. Kane still on the right side of your screen there. He's got some chips. And whoever has chips left in front of them at the end of the day, it's all real money, guys. That's what we play the cage for.
So we're now 5,100 level, right?
5,100 blinds. Yeah. That is real money.
Yeah. So that's interesting. This is like the beginning of the 50-100 level. I'll tell you, it's when you play the cage, the first 15-20 minutes of every level, it's a shock to people's system, right? Mm-hmm. That those blinds jump up so much than they were before. When you make that change, and you'll catch people off their guard, right? In the beginning of these levels.
Sure.
No, seven. We announced at the beginning that we were going to play 7-handed.
was like a fun.
Oh, if we get down to 7, yeah, for sure. So I did see some questions, and completely understandably, given that you guys were seeing the recap of the last Venom, the final table of the last Venom, which was back in December, if we have a date for the next Venom yet.
The date is the end of July, right? It's I don't know the date right off the top of my head.
We'll find it for you guys for sure.
I'll take a look, but it's gonna be the end of July because we don't want to do it any sooner than that. I don't necessarily really want to compete with the World Series, right?
Makes sense.
And at the same time, it's your summer saver, right?
Mm-hmm.
Like a lot of guys go home, and it's there you go. You've got the Venom. And end of July, and I haven't put a guarantee on it just yet. I want to see how this OSS Cube goes with Wednesday Cyclones coming out. I think it's going to be a game changer, and if that happens, I'm more likely to press closer to 10 million than I am not, right?
Yeah, that's sick. I mean, the last one was amazing that it hit, and that was super, super hype.
The OSS Cube Phil's referring to, it does start on February 9th, runs through March 8th. There's going to be 13 million guaranteed in that time, $4 million events. And then, man, if that pans out, 10 million guaranteed for the Venom potentially. Yeah. Whoa,
that's where we're heading. It's I don't know if it'll be this Venom or the next Venom, right? But we'll see.
Do we know when the schedule is coming out? Is there a schedule already released for this OSS coming out?
Yeah, for the OSS Cubed. Yeah.
Oh, okay, sweet.
It starts out with the Moss on the I think the 9th. Yeah.
Yep.
And make sure you watch this something a little bit different, because for those of you who don't know that this year is a leap year. Right? We put February 29th. We're doing the first ever Saturday $1 million tournament. Like,
Ooh,
I want to call it $1 million Sunday, but it's not. So we're doing Saturday,
Nice.
February 29th, the leap year.
Yeah.
Right?
Nice.
Plugged in $1 million Sunday, $1 million tournament, and then we're doing one the following day. Wait, I think we're doing 2 the following day, because we got the 215, the last day of the 215. Three. I gotta look, right? But it's like. It's 3 in 2 days. I think $3 million tournaments in 2 days.
Damn.
Right? Which, how the hell did we get here? Right? Like,
I remember when they started back in like 2014 or 15 or whatever.
2015 I think it was.
Yeah.
2014 I think was our first $1 million Sunday, when we had to cancel and refund.
Yeah. I remember those. So this is amazing to kind of see the progression. And when I first heard 4 millions, I was like, oh, that's sick, because tried so many different price points over the years to make them hit, and then the last one it's like 6 million.
Yeah.
You sure?
Yeah, really?
Yeah,
You know?
yeah. Well, it's I'll tell you what, it's a close friend of mine told me that tournaments are a self-fulfilling prophecy. I proved him wrong by overlaying until I wanted to kill myself.
That was a long time.
But that being said, we definitely have so Flow Junkie, I can't stop reading the chat. Like it just doesn't. I don't have that skill. So February 29th, we're going to do the first ever $1 million Saturday, right? And then we're going to do another $1 million one-day tournament the following day, right? So block that weekend, right? It's an extra day for the year. You're not actually losing anything. And what else would you rather do than play a $1 million tournament on that extra day?
And you don't have to wait. Usually,
Yeah.
I know when I bust
Oh,
out
yeah.
of the million, it's like, all right, when's the next one?
Right,
Now it's
tomorrow. Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah.
Here, I'm just going to read this as written from Tatterhead. I have an autograph book signed by Phil Hellmunt. Do that get me in the next cage? Won it in Full Flush Poker 5 years ago. So, in other words, can he trade you a book signed by Phil Hellmunt for a cage entry?
I'll tell you what. If it was Phil Hellmuth, I'd really think about it. No, I don't think so. It's not to say that that's not got a ton of value and everything, but I don't think that the people who won would necessarily be excited about the book instead of a buy-in.
Yeah, right. Yeah. Here's your book.
Yeah.
Congratulations.
He called us monkeys.
So I haven't seen the schedule yet, but for these coming up OSSs, are there any other surprises besides the $1 million Saturday?
Oh dear. So like I said, we've got the OSS Cube doing a bunch of different stuff there. Some of you have noticed that we've added the 2650s, the super high rollers on the weekend, every
amazing.
weekend.
So we got Cyclones coming out this weekend. I guess I could look at our development queue. We've got some. Let me think. I know there was something else. Well, obviously the Venom, the end of July. It's April. We always do the high five. Can't forget April 20th, right? What are you gonna do about that?
I forget every April 20th.
Oh wow, you're a failure.
RE420.
Anyway,
what's up, Loncar? Good to see you, buddy.
Loncar, what up?
Let me see. Yeah, we always I try to keep it fresh, right? I try to keep it something new. Pretty regularly. We've got some new team pros that we've added. We definitely plan to get further into the Twitch and stay in front of the community. Lots of good stuff happening.
Good stuff happening here for Ryan potentially. He's up and down here against Dustin's jacks, back-to-back jacks for Dustin. He does like that flop a lot. God, 10 deuce 3 rainbow feels like your jacks are good here all week and twice on Sunday, man. So he bets 500. Big bet, or what is it? Yeah, half pot. Okay, and Ryan can do some damage here if he can make his straight. He's also got a backdoor flush draw, so lots of good turn cards for Ryan. Oh, he raises, and obviously Dustin's not going anywhere. Overcard to the jacks. Unlikely that Ryan has a random king here and hit that, although it does go check, check, and Ryan finds it! Ryan finds it and snap jams the river, and Dustin does find the fold because the ace is ugly. He loses to just an ace. The nut wheel, obviously overkill. But with the 2 overcards coming on turn and river, that might be the worst run out in the deck for jacks.
For sure.
King ace.
Well, it also may have been the best run out for jacks. Is you go ahead and put a 6 out there and.
Oh, that's true. You're right. You're right. I mean, if
you're gonna lose,
that's fair. The ace is. That's really like Ryan's straight draw is up and down, right? But the ace really doesn't get him the value. No. It's almost a gut shot.
Yeah.
I mean, as far as getting value if you hit wise. Well, Ryan has run pretty good here, and he does continue his winning ways, but DK's still alive.
Yeah, that's nuts.
Andy's still hanging on to at 5.6K here. And it looks like exclamation point updates in the chat. There is a final chip count update here after the last break. Looks like Troy has just under 36K at that last break.
What the fuck?
And the nearest to him is Tom Canuli with 14.6. And then JJ Corrado currently in third with 13.8.
Geez, and as we have pointed out, here we have our pre-flop race percentage in a moment. Give you guys that leaderboard, all-time leaderboard for the cage events, on which Troy is second, as we have been showing you guys throughout the last couple of days. He did make over 51,000 a year ago, surpassed only by Scott Ball, who back in October absolutely just put on a clinic in PLO. But man, I didn't think that Troy was going to be able to get, given the player field, given the amount of chips in play, anywhere near his record count. But man, he's up in the 30 range, 30 plus. He got higher than I thought he was going to.
Troy is not a fun player to play against.
I'll tell you, man. And he's running good today too. Look out.
Yeah, that's just not fair.
It isn't fair.
When he left the feature table earlier, I think he had about 24K, moved to the outside table, and then he must have had a run-in with Tom to get up to 36K, and maybe took somebody out as well.
Yeah, Troy's an amazing player. I'd love to sit and talk poker with him, except I'd be talking to myself.
Yeah, Troy's he's not known for talkativeness.
Strong, silent type.
I think it's safe to say,
no,
my job in here is safe. Troy's not taking it anytime
seriously,
soon.
I mean, I heard he took a vow of silence for 6 months and nobody noticed.
That's funny.
Don't bet Troy. Don't prop bet Troy on the vow of silence.
Dustin is going to open here from the button. A couple of fives.
You might go the other direction, that he's never said more words than Eminem did in Rap God.
Yeah.
His whole life.
Edson, interesting spot. King 9 suited looks nice. He's been playing really tight, but his stack is precarious. So he gives it a moment's thought and just says, "See ya." 7 deuce out. Dustin gonna take it down with them 5s. The speed limit, they call it. What is the speed limit here in Costa Rica? Like on the freeway, I guess.
There's not really a limit. It's more of a suggestion.
Okay. Not a lot of speeding tickets being given out here.
No, not so much. I think it's like 70 kilometers, and I don't.
Well, in the
on
city,
the freeway. Yeah,
on the freeway is around between 70 and 100 kilometers.
Between 70 and 100.
Yeah.
It seems like a pretty big range.
Yeah, it's like between.
I mean, really, the roads kind of dictate how fast you're gonna go.
Yeah.
Like they actually have they have a rule after midnight you don't actually have to pay attention to traffic lights.
Is that right?
Yeah, you just
like
look
kind of
both
slow down
ways
and look.
go. Yeah, slow down and go and look. Which stupid me, I'm sitting at a stoplight and people are honking at me. Why are you stopped? Because it's red.
It's red, man. Red means stop.
It's the best way I can describe driving down in Costa Rica. A friend of mine, when I first got down here, he said, I got to a stoplight and it was nothing, right? Like one of the bulbs was out or something. I said, I don't know what to do. He said, well, if it's not green, if it's not red, it must be green.
Yeah.
Just go.
Yeah. Just go.
That's
Look both
driving in
ways.
Costa Rica. That's driving in Costa Rica.
Yeah, it's interesting. The streets here are, pretty narrow. It's certainly what we're used to in the States, and people, but man, there's motorcycles buzzing around and cars and vans and buses, and there doesn't seem to be any rules, but everybody seems to just barely miss each other, but it works.
I still haven't decided if they're the greatest drivers or the worst drivers in the world.
Right.
Because they should be in far more accidents than
That's
they
what
are.
I'm saying.
Yeah,
we were standing outside last night having a smoke just outside outside the hotel here, and we're watching. It's busy streets in every direction, right? And we're watching, and it's like. Our what's are puckering every 5 seconds, like, oh my god, that guy on the motorcycle just almost, like, oh my god, and then eventually you're like, oh, this is just how it works.
Yeah.
It's fine.
Yeah, that's crazy. Takes a little getting used to. Joe 3-bet King 4 there.
He did, yeah. He's got the button, and he's gonna blow Dustin off the best hand and
He
the power of
must
the
have
3-bet.
misread his hand. He's such a nit. I'm just gonna sit here and make fun of everybody since I lost. No, the cage is pretty great. I think we're going to put some more energy into it and try to get it up to 35 or 40 people. I mean, well, that being said, we've also got 40 people with packages that are hemming and hawing as to when they're going to come down.
Yeah, just they haven't cashed them in yet.
Yeah, it's I give people a year to figure out one of 6 that they can come down, but it turns out a lot of people still don't have their passport, and believe it or not, some poker players are procrastinators. I know, it's hard to believe a poker player procrastinating about anything.
Hold on, let me write that down. Poker players procrastinate. I don't get it.
It's kind of a tongue twister. That's why we don't hear it very much.
So how do you ramp it up? How do we get to 30, 40 player fields more consistently?
I think we'll have some direct satellites. It's with a little bit higher buy-in because it's definitely it's the higher stakes players really dig the cage.
Yep.
It's the other thing that I'm thinking about is either doing a tournament like the 2 days beforehand, try to get some of the local crowd. It's and if I do like a $300 tournament with a $40,000 guarantee and make it a 2-day event down here, which would be a really big deal down here. We'd get the eyes of all the locals and probably get a couple of extra satellites going. Maybe get a few of the locals buying in direct. Ooh, we got a big hand here.
Yes, we do. Quickly, Flow Junkie makes a great point. It's not the poker
Come on,
players.
Andy.
They're not procrastinators. They're delayed planners.
Flow
Junkie,
look at that.
You speak the truth.
They're very carefully planning their trip.
Yes, and they're still planning to this
Sure.
day. Yeah, wow. Huge cooler here for poor Dustin, who has been patience personified. And unfortunately for him, barring a miracle, Edson is going to take the last of his chips.
Yeah, I haven't spent a lot of time, but Dustin seems like a really nice guy from the times that I've hung out with him a little bit.
And for somebody who's newer to the game than a lot of the people in this building, he's held himself,
For sure.
quite nicely.
Well, you look at it's for those of you who watched Andy on stream for the first and second Venom and everything. Look how far he's come in his poker game.
Yeah.
Massive. He's made massive improvements.
Right. It's and I think that's just talking to some of the guys that are Stormers and some of the guys that he met down
He's
here.
got one more shot. He needs a honey. Not gonna happen. And poor Dustin. That's unlucky. Very unlucky. Only 2 hands you don't want to see Edson have. And fortunately, he had one of them. Great run from Dustin. Well done, DK.
Every now and again, the best hand does hold up.
Yep.
Yeah. No kidding.
Way too short to get away from that there. That's
of
just
course.
going
It's
in
just
all
a
the time
cooler, man.
between them. Yeah.
It's just a cooler. And you know what? Who was it that was getting? Was it JJ that was like, man, you played the cooler graphic, and I felt so bad about it. So I want to make sure we play it when it's appropriate. That was a cage cooler.
There you go.
And that means we're down to 4-handed at this table. I did see somebody asking in the chat about if everybody was buying in for 5 and change, where's all the money? The answer is in Troy's chip stack.
Good game, man.
Yeah. Troy's definitely got something going on. Well, and the fact is he consistently builds big stacks. He's just a really solid player. If he'd ever tell anybody what was going on in his mind, maybe that's why he's so good. Because nobody knows.
How could you know?
Do we know, is Troy he just plays here? We don't know if he plays online or anything like that?
Yeah, he does. He plays a lot of MTTs online. I don't know his screen names off the top of my head, but
he's never told anybody.
He's maybe thought about him before.
Right, yeah, it's crossed his mind.
But I know he plays a lot of live events. He's gone out to the World Series sometimes. He flies under the radar. He's just not making a lot of noise.
It's a good play.
No pun intended.
Yeah, man. That's it's a tough spot. We see DK has popped into the chat and just wanted to relive his bust out hand. Just kind of experience the trauma again so as to try to conquer it. I guess, but there's nothing you could do. You're on a short stack with queens. There's absolutely nothing you can do as a cooler.
No. Roll with it.
Not at all.
Thank you, smoked salmon.
Hopefully the 8th play.
Edson here with another big pair. And it's a blind on blind. Edson's going to be raising here into the big blind with very, very many combos of cards. He doesn't have to be as good as 10s. But Queen 6 is pretty garbagey.
Shades Ron.
Good
Joe
enough.
is defending.
Yes, he is.
I definitely see, did he min raise or did he raise more than
2.5? Looks like
2.5. I definitely see, especially as people have played the cage more, you're seeing the tournament players are doing a lot of the min raising, and you'll see a lot of the cash game players are taking a lot more flops and being a lot more sticky with their blind defense. Which when you rail some of these final tables, you see a lot of that with the ICM models. They're playing a lot of small ball stuff, and a lot of this plays a lot like that.
For sure.
Interesting open check here from Edson. Luckily for him, Joe has flopped a pair, and what this looks like is that Edson was raising with King Jack and has missed. So when he checks, Joe takes the opportunity to bet probably what he thinks is a value bet with his 6s.
Looks like Edson's carving out a raise here.
Yep, sick check raise. I love this play. Oh,
I think no.
Yeah, it is a raise.
Yeah, the 500 plaque. So
Yeah,
wow, that's a min raise. He just clicked it back. Oh no. Okay, that was for I got it backwards. So 575 more for Joe to call.
I think Joe's going to make an easy fold there. I think Joe's going to be defending his big blind a ton versus Edson and just trying to win a post flop.
Yeah.
Well done by Edson to get a extra bet and set himself up to possibly win a bigger one with an overpair there. If he totally whiffs that, he's basically c-betting 100% of the time, right? It's interesting. The check is not going to, I don't think, appear very often like that.
I'm surprised that he took that line based on the way he's been playing so far today.
Totally. How many players left, Tom Likas? I think we're down to 8.
Yeah.
We are 1 away, right, from combining to a...
7 will be one table.
All right, so if we see one more bust out, we will be down to a final 7, and we will play 1 table. In the meantime, we're going to keep hanging out with Andy and Ryan, Joe and Edson.
Yeah, I think our short stacks are Edson now, who obviously just took out Dustin a little bit ago, who's sitting on like 5-6K, and Andy is hovering around 6K as well. So our short stacks aren't really that short. They got around 60 big blinds.
We have just shy of 6 hours of play left. For those of you who want to know how long is left.
6 hours?
Yeah, well, no, 3 hours. Sorry,
Okay, I was
sorry.
gonna say. I was like,
two 1.5 hour levels. So 6 hours?
Oh my God, that's not what I signed up for.
3 hours. Sorry. Two. I don't know. I've been playing all day, and I didn't even want to play today anyway. You ever? Isn't that brutal? Like it's for multi-day events. One day you wake up and you're ready to play. The next day you wake up and you just don't want to get out of bed.
Yeah.
Yet you have to go play some of the highest stakes of your life. And You
Yeah.
don't really have much of a choice. I had to do a jumping jack, try to get myself going.
Oh God, another day of high stakes poker. Blah. What a life.
You know what would be cool? I was just thinking a CEO poker battle. You know, we got Rob and Phil and some other.
I'm there. I'm I am the greatest CEO / poker player / something else. Anything else? I don't know. That there is.
That exact combination of things.
Right.
You are top 5 in the world.
Absolutely.
Top 5.
No. Absolutely.
You're saying number one?
I may have to add in shoe size, right? But
I guess if we get enough specifics, you just are the default one.
100%.
One of one.
100%.
You heard it here first, chat.
Damn, Ryan, another. Well, he makes 3 deuces on every freaking board.
Deuces are hot for Ryan.
They really are. He has made 2 sets with them with pocket deuces so far today, and here is trip 2s with 1 in the hole.
Edson actually putting out a light bet here.
Yeah, he's the pre-flop raiser, and Ryan defended his big blind. So Edson, after completely missing, 7 high, like let's just try to take it. Unfortunately for him, Ryan runs too good. Ooh, Edson up and down now. Suddenly, he has outs, but not to a 10. He really has a gut shot.
10 would be such a sick card.
Sick if we even get that far. Ryan is out of position here. Is he going to donk right now?
I think he's going to check versus Edson.
Nope.
And we are wrong.
I would have guessed the same thing, but
I don't think he wants to go check and like let a free heart get there or something, right? Like he wants to pull out. He can get value where it will go check for a heart draw, and he'll still pay off. What is that? It's $150 bet.
Yeah,
it's
right?
a tiny bet. And here's
a tiny bet.
This is a textbook degenerate DePaulo donk block bet. He has done this lots and lots of times.
And he's begging for the raise, obviously.
Sure, and it's been working for him, and there's no bad outcome for him here. Worse calls, or sometimes like worse that thinks they're good jams or something, and that was not the 5 that's
gonna
needed.
Slow him down. That's gonna narrow his bet sizing.
So Ryan's gonna go for value here. The pot's 1.4. I'm guessing he's gonna go for like 500, 600, 700, something like that.
Looks like he went 550 maybe.
7, yeah, yep, half pot.
Young Llama, there's $55 satellites on Sundays on America's Cardroom to win a package into the cage, and typically there's at least 2 packages up top. I've seen as many as 3, and 4th place still getting like $4,000 or $5,000.
Yeah, I think in the very near future, I think that particular tournament is going to. We're going to start highlighting that tournament a little bit more on Sundays, and I think you're going to start seeing 7, 8, 10 packages.
Nice. I think that's a great tournament, and I'm excited for the higher buy-in ones that you're talking about, trying to get more packages out here. I think those will do really well. Some in the $200-$300 buy-in range.
Yeah.
Of course, Edson does fold to the river value bet from Ryan. Ryan going to scoop that one up, and luckily for Katie, she is going to have a little bit more money coming her way. JPMK. Katie, Ryan's lady. I've seen her name spelled 50 freaking different ways. How does she spell her name? I know it's a C, but there's some other
Maybe
confusing
she
letters
50
in there.
different ways. Keeps you guessing.
Hey, you know what? Maybe.
Ask Troy. He'll never tell you. I'm sorry. I do get a little spiteful when I've lost. I apologize. It's not supposed to work out that way.
It's understandable.
Yes, there's a beach outside. I'm sure there's a beach outside from you too. somewhere.
Yeah, if you just watch that scene from Jurassic Park, you
Yes.
will see the beach here in San Jose.
Someday there's the guy from Jurassic Park. He's a poker player. It's not really him, but he looks exactly like him.
Like
right?
which guy?
The old
Jeff
guy.
Goldblum? Or no,
The old guy that created the park.
Oh.
Yeah, it's
the
Gustavo.
Colonel.
Yeah, the
Colonel.
Gustavo. Tell me, Ricardo. Tell me, Gustavo is not the guy from Jurassic Park.
I still think he is.
Yes, very possibly. They at least modeled the character after him.
He comes with the hat.
Yeah, we want to get him out here.
Andy did not bust Steezaholic. He is still, as you can see right now on the screen here.
He's in seat 1, I believe, here, and yep, he's in the hand.
So top pair for Edson.
I'll tell you what, Andy's such a cool, real guy.
He is.
He really is.
He really is.
Really nice guy.
He's great.
Got to hang out with him a lot at Run It Up Reno. He was.
Oh, there you
He's
go.
kind of like honorary Thirst Lounge.
Yeah.
The
Why didn't? Oh,
go ahead.
No. I was just telling. Somebody said, "Why didn't Boski show up?" I said, "Because he's afraid to fly."
Yeah. Well, he's been down here before. Like, was he
he's
sedated?
Well, he's been down a few times, but he's just not a traveler.
Yeah.
Like he just doesn't like to travel a lot. He likes to stay in his own little comfort zone. He'll come down a couple of times a year.
Yeah.
But he's just like, I can't.
Boski doesn't even like to open the shades, let alone leave the house.
Yeah. He gets out. He may be a vampire. He may be. He only goes out for poker tournaments at night.
Doesn't turn on his light for streaming.
He always orders his dishes with no garlic.
He has those sunglasses that reflect all the sun, so he looks like the state troopers.
Yep.
And he sleeps in a coffin when he's not streaming poker.
I don't know if that makes you a vampire or not, but it's pretty damn close.
Something along those lines. Yeah, Andy's streams are wonderful to watch if you guys are not familiar with his channel, twitch.tv/Andy Milanakis. He does a variety of stuff. He does a lot of IRL streaming, walking around the streets of Los Angeles, among many other places too. I heard he will be in Japan doing some IRL streaming in coming months.
Yep.
And, they're particularly fun to watch because, Andy's famous, and so a lot of people are able to sort of come up to him. So it's fun to watch someone IRL streaming who's not an anonymous. Yeah. And then, of course, he does play, Grand Theft Auto, and he plays poker on ACR, and he keeps his stream varied and interesting.
I sat down and watched Andy's stream because I just wanted to see what it was all about. What's everybody watch? And the stream that I sat there and watched was he was watching people cook food on YouTube.
Yeah.
And I'm not somebody that's just going to sit there and watch other people cook food. Right?
Yeah.
It's just not my thing. It was so enjoyable watching him. He's got great comment. He commentates on people cooking food the way you guys commentate on poker, and makes it interesting.
Yeah.
What's great about Andy too, as we watch this hand unfold with Joe's wheel draw and Ryan's king high, is his comedy training is in improv. Right, and so he was of course most famous for his TV show from MTV, which he was doing scripted bits, but a lot of those bits were improv as well. And since his comedy training is in improv, he's perfect for streaming because he can be funny off the cuff, in perpetuity.
Oh yeah. Did you say perpetuity?
In perpetuity, yeah.
I'm proud of you.
Yeah, I went to
Something
jail
special.
because I was a perpetuator or something like that.
Yeah.
Hop's got some big words. I've had to Google a couple.
If I could spell that, I would Google it, right?
Hey, you ask Troy how to spell it. He won't tell you. Ryan does pick up a gut shot here on the turn. He keeps his lead in the hand here. Well done by Ryan to win that pot. Despite the ace high flop, air ball, and you encounter resistance on the flop, and yet he still finds a way to take it away on the turn. Not take it away, whatever. He had the best hand, but. Man, I just feel like, and given, I suck, but when I have a king jack suited type hand and then I whiff the flop so severely and it's ace high, I just feel like 10 out of 10 times I just don't win that pot.
Yeah.
I know that's not what actually
You're
is
really
true,
not
but it feels
trying
like
hard
that.
enough.
I know, exactly.
That's tricky business. No, I didn't even think. I was like, what draws are there out there he plays? And I don't work my brain fully through other than.
Andy's been quiet here, four-handed. I wonder if now Andy is, because he's grown a lot, we were talking about a little bit earlier, but I wonder now if he's starting to feel the pressure as you see the end of the day approaching.
Well, first of all, when you get four-handed, right? It's you have to have another gear. Like it's you don't look, you're not looking for two cards that look alike. You're looking to be dealt two cards, and it's really my default line in that kind of spot is I'm raising and kind of seeing how everyone else is reacting. Let's see who's going to become the table captain when 4 people left, and if somebody else steps up and wants to battle, now I change my hand ranges. But this is a really good spot for somebody like Troy. It's the reality is you got Troy, Cannoli, and Lockhart are all fits. Poor JJ.
That table.
Yeah, that's
right. Poor JJ. Right, like he's just sitting. I bet you JJ hasn't played a hand this level.
Oh, no kidding, right? Man.
But they're all in that kind of mode where I know we're four-handed. I know you can't have a hand every time.
Yeah.
But so it's apply some pressure, apply pressure.
You ever seen any like a video on the internet of somebody who's like, they're in the fetal position on the ground and there's 4 guys around them just like kicking them over and over? That JJ's the guy in the fetal position.
Yeah.
I don't know what kind of shows you're watching.
I scroll Reddit a lot.
Okay.
Yeah, but Ryan's got a sick table here. Even though Joe is a seasoned player, Joe's not going to be getting too out of line in a lot of spots.
Yeah.
Where I think you definitely have you have more opportunities to get out of line in a four-handed spot, where in nine-handed there's just too many combos out there. It's that being said, I don't think Andy's playing back at Joe. When you get 3-bet by Andy in after he hasn't played a hand in a month and a half, well. Funny enough, it's Jack 8 is live.
Indeed, and he does call because he's got position, and Andy catches Jin on the flop here. That 10 is what he was looking for. Of course, he didn't need it, but man, do you love seeing it. And he does open check here after 3-betting pre. Interesting. I would be like alarm bells if I saw that and I not just in this game, but when I've seen that in cash games where I get like 3-bet pre, and then they like snap open check. I'm like, oh, you just flop top set. Like you just get that feeling like
JJ did that to me. So I raised. No, excuse me. JJ raised and I 3-bet with Ace King, and JJ called out of position and checked in the dark, and the flop came down King high. So I checked back, thinking it's King 7-4. And the turn comes a queen, and JJ checks. I bet, and then let's see how did this go. I checked flop. Oh, I checked flop, and then I bet turn, and then he led river when the 7 paired.
Yeah.
So it's King Queen 7-7-4, and I told JJ. I don't know what this means. Do you have a 7? I just don't think you're calling my 3-bet with a 7.
Right, what 7?
And it turned out he had King Queen. I paid off. Wow.
Tough spot. And in that spot, Andy did win on the turn there, did not get a call. Andy had the right idea, though. Let his opponent catch up a little bit. His opponent had air. And his opponent did catch up. His opponent hit an 8 on the turn. And, perhaps a smaller bet might have gotten a... But I don't know, man. You just hit 3rd pair on the turn. Jack 8 of clubs, you're not really looking to make pairs. So I don't know that there was as much Andy could have done to have gotten more value out of that hand.
12th cage. Wow, we've been doing this for 2 years now. I think cage is one of the better things that we've done. It's just bringing people down here and kind of humanizing the company and getting the word out about who we really are and what's going on.
1,000,000%. I totally agree. I remember when I first found out about it, I was curious as like, what is this? And then hearing and seeing people go down, and then when I got to experience it for the first time last year, I was like, and then the office tour, I was like, oh wow, this is like, because you only see it from the outside, and you have all the people who just like, what is this? And there's so many questions. But meeting you the first time and hearing you, I remember telling people on my stream, it's like, Phil articulates himself really well. Is like he knows what he's doing, even though he can come across like the exterior can seem rough. You know,
I'm definitely an acquired taste, right? But that being said, is I've been doing this for 16 years, right? I've been doing this longer than anybody else in my chair in this business. And looking at some of the poker statistics, I've played more poker than it's got to be anybody else that is in my chair. So it's and like when I'm talking to poker players, they can definitely see that I'm not just talking out the side of my neck on both the operation side of things and poker side of things. That's one of the things that makes me believe that we'll get there, right? I'm a little impatient and I'd like to get there a little faster, but it's Rome wasn't built in a day.
That's right. And I really love to seeing you out on Twitter streets. I think that's really huge nowadays. Yeah. I remember seeing Phil put out a tweet, if you didn't see it, said that I believe it was something big that you learned last year. It was not to talk at the people, but with the people. And you could see it's huge, it's massive, and people love you exponentially more now because of it.
I think so. It's and that's one of the things is I can only be me, right? Mm-hmm. I'm not very good at doing anything other than exactly what you see, and that's why you'll see me on Twitter and it's people troll me and I troll right on back. They really got to go a long way to get like banned. Because it's I also know that I get a hot monkey tilt and say things that I don't mean, and it's much easier to do that online, right?
Yeah,
to just kind of throw something out there and tell somebody to die in a grease fire or whatever. Which you're more than welcome to tell me every now and again. As long as it's when I start to talk sense, right, that you pay attention and get there at some point.
Ryan might not die in this grease fire of a hand, but he's certainly going to burn himself. Bets turn into the 2-pair flush draw combo, the check mark, and just a failed bluff. It's okay. The flop went check check. Ryan took a shot on the turn, obviously called, and the river goes check check.
Yeah, Edson did not bet.
Edson got counterfeited, that's why. The deuce paired, so just in case Ryan had an ace, the 9-7 wasn't good anymore.
He vomited in his mouth just a little bit.
Absolutely, got that deuce. And Ryan might have just rivered quad freaking deuces, given how that guy's been running with deuces. So, you're going to see him value bet the 9-7 there on a non-deuce, non-ace river. And it was a deuce, so he just checks, and he's happy to just scoop it up. Speaking of scooping it up, there is Troy the Silent One, who the only noise he makes is the sound of his chips clacking together as he builds towers.
Yeah, lurch.
Lockwood doesn't look happy there. I wonder if he's been in some pots here.
Yeah, he doesn't, does he?
No, I think he's actually playing the warm up, right?
Oh,
so
I
think
it is Sunday. Oh,
it's
wow.
Sunday. Yeah, he's playing the not the warm up, but the
special.
No, the morning tournament. The warm up. He's playing the warm up. He said loves the structure and he wants to try to not miss that tournament at all this year. So he's got his tablet out and he's playing the warm up.
Yeah, that's a great tournament.
You hear the heavy sigh from Andy there with a 9-4 off. Nothing you can do. You want to widen your range. You're playing only 4-handed. And he really wants to, of course, needless to say, accumulate. As the table short stack, we're heading towards the finish line. It's gonna be exasperating. Hold him, man. It's like I want to widen my range, but like 9-4 off. What am I supposed to do with this?
Did Rob bust King of All Donks? Yesterday, Rob and Melissa busted in back-to-back hands to Tom.
It's definitely like when you hear my grandpa died, and then 2 months later, so did my grandma. You get your leg chopped out, and you're just like, well, I don't have any will to live any longer. I guess I'll go too.
Yeah.
Thanks for the courtesy. Yeah, you're like, yeah, whatever you say, dude.
Ryan raises the Jack 9 suited. He's gonna run into kings over there with Joe.
I like Ryan turning this Jack 9 of diamonds into a 3-bet. In casino cash games, you see a lot of people just call with these type of hands, and it's tough going out of the small blind. Almost no matter what you got, it's just the worst position at the table. So instead of just calling and trying to hit, Ryan is going to turn it into like a 3-bet bluff. Unfortunately, Joe's got a monster, so 4-bet incoming, fold from DePaulo, end of hand. But look, if he just calls, there's so many scenarios that are freaking trouble in River City, man. You know, you hit a jack high flop,
Or
you hit a
just had a
couple,
really
you know,
bad hand.
and he just avoids all that by just either I'm going to take it down right now, or I can get away if my opponent happens to have it.
I'd imagine too, maybe Joe would flat at a
Yeah.
higher frequency if it was full ring, but four-handed, getting close to the end of the day, how many opportunities is he going to
Only
get
one orbit?
to build a pot here?
How about
and
to
win
the
some
next
money?
break?
Yeah, but it's you're just putting so much pressure on the Apollo out of position, right? When you four bet there, it's you're folding out like everything except exactly what beats you and like queens,
right?
Jacks maybe.
Yeah, exactly.
Right? Like I don't like the four bet unless it was like just a min four bet.
So you want to see you would just call with kings in that spot?
Yeah, I would just flat with kings in that spot.
And then just Ryan can get into some trouble with jacks and nines.
But what the hell do I know? I'm sitting here. Well done, Joe.
It checks over to Ryan here on the button. He does have the best hand. Barely. Four would be a sick turn card.
Right.
Instead, the board pairs. Ryan's got to feel better now about queens and fours. It's you know, with the check around on the flop. Joe is now going to bet his straight draw, and he's not going to get through Ryan. Ryan's got two pairy calls. Four would just be absolutely gross. Instead, it's a 7, and Joe finds the best hand on the river. He didn't think necessarily that was one of the cards he was looking for, but he's quite happy with it for sure.
The question is, Joe's. I'm sure Joe's going to check. Joe checked, or did he bet?
Oh yeah, it looks like he's going to put a bet out.
Yeah.
Really?
I thought he was going to check too.
I figured he'd check because he picked up some showdown value there.
Yeah.
I think he thinks he just rivered the best hand, and he's going from semi bluffing to value betting, hoping Ryan can call with a 5 or 6. I mean, I guess.
That's okay.
Yeah, it looks like he bet 7 into 1.5.
This might work actually.
Yeah.
I don't know why Ryan would it feels like he has the best hand. It certainly felt like that a street ago. 7 doesn't.
Joe's probably not value betting a 5 or a 6. So it could be something that he maybe bets on the turn.
Well, I guess that's the other thing is like you be folding out, trying to fold out the 5 or 6 or 4s or 3s or 2s or something along those lines. And I think this is where. This is, as myself, I'm not betting. I'm checking and picking up the pot and hoping that Ryan tries to bet me off or try to get value from, you know, it's 4s, exactly a hand like what he has, and maybe that's what separates the very best players here is they're getting that value right there, where I'm not getting that value.
Yeah, the thin value betting. Huge.
And I guess maybe the more we talk about it, I wonder how thin it really is.
Again, you got me almost wanting to hero call you, but it's not sort of really.
He was thinking about it.
Yeah, you can hear Ryan saying like, "Man, I really want to hero call you." He does make the right fold.
I guess in that spot you're not ever really value owning yourself, right? It's what does he have, like 7-9?
Right. Yeah. Call better 7. Like
right. So that's just not happening. So you're not value owning yourself. So that seems, I guess, a really clear value bet. I'm gonna have to go make some notes and delete this part of it. I don't want Joe to know I said anything nice about it.
What's up, Sir Fred? How's it going, buddy? Good to see you today.
And oddly enough, I think with 4s I'll probably end up paying that off too. I'm worse than both of them, and again, I'm sitting here.
Well, yeah, like we were saying. I mean, is a 5 or a 6 going to value bet there? If you taking a queen out of his range?
No.
And then he's like, oh, he has to have 7, 8 or something like that.
Right.
To be beaten.
Which does make sense because it's the straight draw.
Yeah. That's one of the things that I just love about poker. I guess if it didn't evolve and it didn't get more difficult, then we would have all caught up and it would have figured out and it would have died.
Yeah.
Right? But it's every time I sit down at the table and really think about, you know, what's going on, it seems like I learned something. I probably forget it by the time next time I sit down, but I do enjoy learning it.
Truthfully.
Yeah, it does seem to be endlessly challenging.
Poker has definitely been evolving over the years. I remember back in the day when a check min raise out of position was always a set back in like 2011, 2010, and then like 2014 it meant it was top pair, and now it could be anything. I mean, the donk lead is going to be the new evolution.
That's the
we were
thing.
talking about that yesterday. That's the new opportunity. Things are going to happen there.
That's an underutilized tactic, and that's going to be the next big thing.
Yeah, I had led a couple of times on the flop or on the turn where the raiser had obviously raised and maybe a call out of the big blind, and it's let's say I've got middle pair and there's 3 people in the pot. It's when you fire out there to the original raiser and he's got like somebody on the button behind him. Mm-hmm. That puts him in such a tough spot because he's got to either call or raise 2 people, and he's really has to. It puts him in a spot where he really has to have a hand. And a lot of times, the guy that's maybe on the button or whatever, he just wants nothing to do with it. But that guy can't know that.
Right. Exactly.
It puts people in really weird spots.
Here is a weird spot. Ryan has led out on the flop with his gut shot. And Edson called him with the flush draw. Ryan turns his kicker, and Edson rivers the flush. The turn went check, check, so there is under $1,000 in the pot. Ryan not going to sustain much damage here, I don't think. Edson obviously going to go for value here.
Question is the sizing. 840 in the middle.
Yeah, it's like what are you value betting here? I think you have to go. Well, I guess there's a lot of straight combinations there. There's a lot of combinations that are going to be hard. I guess you could go a little bigger, a little more than half pot maybe.
Looks like he might have went 500.
Snap fold from Ryan. He didn't even think about it with the 3rd pair.
It's interesting to see. It does seem like Edson's starting to adjust a little bit now that he's on a bigger stack, because he was playing pretty tight for most of this broadcast today.
One red too many, but
The payouts are going to be what people have in front of them, Mickey Millions. That's real money cash you see in front of them, not tournament chips. So whatever they have left at the finish line, which is a couple hours from now, gets turned right into the cashier for US dollars.
Yeah, it's interesting that it's a few cages ago we had I think three full tables of 50, 100, and I said look around, guys. Where else do they have 3 tables of 50, 100 with an ante going on? It's you're playing some of the biggest poker there is right now.
For sure. Nut low, they will be combining tables when we get to 7-handed. We are a bust out away from a final 7 consolidated.
And that's a great screen name. The Nut Low.
Nut low, yeah, sure. What up, Nut low? Nut low's longtime Twitch poker homie.
I definitely enjoy telling my friends that they're the Nut Low when they piss me off.
Well, that's funny.
Oh, poker player humor.
We have our own language.
We do.
Oh yeah, for sure.
It is. It's great when you speak it. There's like a certain level of respect there. I feel like.
Oh, for sure.
You speak what I speak.
100%.
Yeah, it's. I'll tell you what. It is funny that you can start talking poker with somebody, and in just a few minutes that you're the dumbest person alive, right? Or you actually know what you're talking about. And I feel that way when I go try to play League of Legends or something. Everybody looks at me like, wow, you're the dumbest person alive. And, let's talk poker, asshole.
It's such a big deal right now, yeah.
and you're 2/3 of the time it's like you put.
Yeah, we'll see. We'll see how the night unfolds, but it is certainly it is not 0% that Ryan will cash out $15K and go home with nothing. The degenerate gambler lives up to his name.
Ryan's a good guy.
Yeah, I like Ryan.
You know, there are table games and pretty colors on the slot machines downstairs, and Ryan's got some stuffed pockets. Look out, world. We'll see. Maybe he goes live tonight for some of the degeneracy. Who knows?
Money buys happiness. So the Venom Sadie tickets with the penny on the end, Yes, they are being converted, so you will be able to use those for the upcoming OSS.
On Wednesday, we're doing an update, and all of those tickets will work for OSS.
The cage free roll, the $500 free roll, is in the money. Congrats, all you guys who have cashed the freebie. What up, label guy? Turn that volume up a little bit for you guys on the table. Although, honestly, man, these guys aren't really talking too much right now.
Oh, just wait till Troy gets there.
Yeah.
I do like getting at the Troy with table. I do like to get at the table with Troy, just to try to goad him into talking. He never does, but it's
yeah. You try to open him up, and he closes tighter.
Yeah.
Yeah, what is the name of those? Like, you know, you ever go to an aquarium and there's like the fish? It's like they kind of like stick to the thing, and you put your finger in it, and they close around your finger. A sea anemone. You guys ever touched a sea anemone?
Mm-mm.
Yeah, you try to get it to open, and it just closes up.
Interesting.
It's kind of a reference that didn't really work here in this case.
Can
But
you
Troy is
spell-
the sea anemone of
Can
poker
you spell
players.
anemone?
Anemone. A-N-E-N-O-M-E. I think that's probably wrong.
I have no idea.
Yeah. Anemone. I'm writing it down.
That's closer than I'm gonna try.
Yep.
That would be my best guess right
Yeah,
there. A-N-E-N-O-M-E.
Not bad.
Is that correct? Yeah, buddy.
Nice.
If only I could apply some of my ridiculous linguistic skills to the poker table.
It's
I might be able to win a pot with King Jack once in a while.
Without Grammarly, I would look like the biggest retard in the world. I have
How many-
very, very
how many
poor
limp
spelling and
fucking
fat
flops did
fingers.
you
It's
see?
a really poor combination.
Yeah.
Oh no, did I spell it? No, I spelled it wrong. I was close. A-N-E-M-O-N-E. I was very close, but I think I dyslexic a couple of those letters. Yeah, anemone.
So
Anemone?
so that counts in a spelling bee. I'm just saying.
And my opponent wins the spelling bee. Feels bad, man.
Tom Canoli is still in. He's on the outside table right now. Last we saw, he had right around 15K in chips.
And plus, you have like fanboy equity over me that I'm more likely to check. That's worth a lot, you know.
Yeah, Andy's not good for this four-handed stuff.
I'm gonna feel bad.
He needs to be better. And I'll tell you what,
Yeah, you
it's
gotta play-
definitely weird
you gotta
going
play your
from
hand.
this four-handed to seven-handed. Like all your ranges change, and you have to be ready to change gears really
I
quick.
totally see
Oh,
your
yeah.
point. I just feel like most times.
Looks like Joe's 3-betting Edson
if I
with
just
the
call.
Jack 10 here. Edson's got a decision, got to call another 500.
But it only needs to work 1 out of every 5 times for it to be worth it. Like you only need to
Yeah.
win that pot 1 out of every 5 for that just that 50 more risk.
I feel like
Worth
that's a
it. So
fold.
it's okay
When I
for
see
most
somebody
of the
grab
time.
their chips like that and drop it down.
That's fine. It's no problem.
If that happens 10 times in a row.
Well,
That
then-
is
then you're bad.
telling body language.
There's so
isn't
many
it?
fun, cool
Yeah.
things like live poker that I don't get
Yeah.
to
Oh,
experience
totally.
playing online all the
I
time.
so need to learn those because I'm planning on going to a number of live events this year, and just kind of it's get back in touch with what's going on in poker. I realized something interesting when I started in the industry back in 2002. The new people to poker right now weren't even born when I started.
Isn't that a crazy thought?
Like,
Man,
God, I'm really, really old.
Yes.
And I'm definitely going to make some trips out because you get stuck in your own little box down here in Costa Rica and you kind of have your own thought process. And watching the guys on Twitch and talking to some of the youngsters, right?
The youngins.
The youngins. There's definitely some stuff that I could be missing. So getting out there, and I guess what I was getting at is getting some of those live poker tells and leveling people on them, right, would probably be my best advantage.
Yeah. I feel like you probably could have a good table presence too, like some table talk, just a little bit against the right person. It can be really nice.
Absolutely. Well, it's also, you know, I go to a poker tournament wearing my jersey. It's people kind of know who I am, and they're gonna play against me incorrectly a lot of the times. So it's if I can get some of those other tells and give off some of those I don't know false tells.
It's actually really fun. I love playing online. It's where I just am, but the live stuff, it just intrigues me. And I notice it more too because I have this extra bandwidth that I'm not using because I'm not playing so many tables.
Yeah, it's I'll tell you what, it's online you have, you're using your 1 cent, your single cent, it's math, it's ICM, it's you're using, and you have very little, you're in a spot devoid of a lot of information. And then you get into a live situation and all of a sudden it's like this orgy of information. You definitely have to use it to your advantage. And I do find the more I play live, the more I take it for granted. Like if I don't go play live for a long time, and I wait until I'm really in the mood to go play poker, I can see like wow, it's amazing that how much information is out there.
Oh yeah.
Yes, I said orgy. At a poker table.
How many minutes until they cash out? I think we're under 2 hours, so we're heading towards the finish line here. Andy is going to raise it up. He did win that last spot with the ace-king. Uncontested money pre-flop. And here he might encounter some resistance.
We've seen Ryan 3-bet this hand quite a few times over the last 2 days.
And we're going to see him do it again here in expert fashion as his chips go everywhere.
Looks like he makes it 650.
Ooh, online poker is a science and live poker is an art.
I like that. That's a good way to say that. There's truth to that. And there you go. The 3-bet does get it done. Andy folds that ace or the queen nine, especially because Andy. Not that under the gun has as much of a meaning here in just a 4-handed table. Normally, of course, first position opening like that is going to generally get credit for something quite a bit better than queen nine.
Right. But here, he's more so playing the cutoff than he is under the gun.
One more bust out. We will get down to the final 7 if we can get there. You never know.
I only tell you to not fold. I'm not trying to be a tattle. It costs you 100.
How would you? If you're sitting here, say, say you're on, let's say Joe's stack, right? You got a healthy stack. You're not the chip leader at the table. How would you feel about the notion of Troy sitting down with the pile of money that he has?
It depends how much I was stuck in the casino.
And look at this flop for Andrew Milanakis. Unfortunately for him, his opponent has a backdoor low draw.
Yeah.
Not even.
I'll tell you what. It's that's one of those things when you're running super hot and there's just no cards colliding.
Right.
It's so hard.
Yeah. See, that's the thing, right? Like, you flopped straight. Wonderful. If your opponent has a king,
hey,
it's
wait
value.
a minute. 6, 7, 8.
No.
He's almost there.
Almost. Yeah, that's actually a sucky card for Andy. It's not really relevant in this spot because Joe has 7-6 high. But, in plenty of spots where Joe had a king or like ace-jack or something that would have wanted to continue, that hand makes Andrew straight not nearly as good. And Andy's bought himself some value here.
Yeah.
He played soft on the flop. He checked behind. That induced Joe to bluff turn. Andy called. And because Andy just called and Joe has air, he's like, well, I might as well try to win on the river. And Andy actually gets 2 bets there.
Andy got max value for sure.
Andy's going to start giving poker lessons.
Yeah.
Andy's masterclass.
Yeah.
Yeah, most of Andy's instruction would be delivered in the form of a rap.
Which would be amazing. The
Amazing.
audiobook, the audio masterclass.
Never before, and your mom jokes, never before will you have learned as effectively as you do when it is delivered to you via rap by Andy Milanakis.
Yeah.
I mean, there's the far ends of the scale. There's there's the teacher in Ferris Bueller's Day Off, the voodoo economics, and then there's Andy rapping. That's how you learn.
Tell you what, if Andy does that, I'll beatbox for him.
Oh.
There's a prop bet.
Poker with T-Dog.
Do you have beatboxing skills?
No.
Because
maybe
I
I
heard
did when I was 13.
I heard you were in the top 5 of Poker CEO beatboxers.
That's very possible.
That's one of many.
I'm pretty positive I could beat Rob Young at it, right?
Joe makes the pair of 9s. Andy has 4% next to his name. His hand is not long for this earth.
That was a great way of saying that. All right. I'm going to go downstairs. There's a bunch of people that want to shake hands, and as much as I'd like to stay here and hang out with you guys, I got to try to, hang out with everybody.
Everybody say bye to Phil.
We'll catch you guys a little
Bye,
later.
Phil.
Hopefully see you guys
Thank
down
you.
here at the next cage at some point. Come down, hang out. I don't bite much. Have a good one.
See you, dude.
Thanks, Phil.
You can win your way down here. Sundays on ACR. $55 satellites. You can win your way down to a weekend of partying and high-stakes poker in Costa Rica. You get flight, you get hotel, you get a bunch of spending cash, you get a hell of a good time, and of course, you get rolled for this event. So come hang out with us. The next ones are coming up. Whoops, sorry. Don't mean to overlay graphics there. We got 5 more coming up this year. Next one's coming up at the end of March, and scattered throughout the year, accumulating with the PLO event in December.
Yo, this is funny. Itch My Twitch says, thank you for giving us the best commentators ever this month.
And I love Fat Train too.
Thanks, Itch My Twitch.
We appreciate that, Itch My Twitch. We'll make sure to tell Fat Train that you think he is solidly a third-place commentator.
This month. Anyway.
This month.
Yeah, it's a losing play if you're worried about the big picture and graph. I'm worried about that goddamn cards come out right
There's
now.
Poker Guru.
I'm worried about
This is not winner take all, pain for all. This is going to be a cash out of whatever you got in front of you when the finish line comes. That's real money cash they got.
Cat Shirt, currently the best way to win a package is through that $55 satellite on Sundays, yes.
Yeah.
But Phil said earlier that they have plans to add some more satellites with like a price point around the $200-300 buy-in range, which I think will be super productive. I think it'll get a lot of traction.
It's like I gotta be at the airport at like 6, 7 or something.
Oh yeah. Yo, my shit's tomorrow
It's
night
brutal.
at like 11 p.m. Stranded here.
Alright.
Probably. It's so long away, dude. I don't even know. Yeah, no. If you go on a live stream the coin flip with me of the winner of my giveaway, I'll tell you in a bit. Wait, I gotta play for thousands of dollars here.
Hold on one second while I play for thousands of dollars. Hold my beer.
Yeah, 10%, but I couldn't merge the
Edson gonna raise, battle of the blinds. Joe for sure not folding queen 10 out of the big blind, and he is up against a better queen here. Interesting flop. Edson is gonna be up and down here, but Joe finds his kicker, which is what he needed.
No, 5 each is not degenerate.
Fold flop, $5,200 buy-in, $5,250.
So you have 2 winners right now? I have 2 winners. They know that I'm flipping for a coin at the end of this.
And there is the nut card.
Oh, man.
Edson turns the joint.
One of them tried to.
Edson building after being very short stacked for a long time today.
He has made himself. He turned that lucky ace deuce hand, the survival double up, into a big spin up.
All started with that ace deuce versus Marvin.
Yep, and but you're right though. He has done great to spin up since then, and here he's in a position to win even more. Edson, after betting flop on the draw, is going to continue. I don't see Joe folding here. He adds a straight draw to his pair of 10s, and Edson is in the small blind. He doesn't have to have anything.
What was his sizing? 800. So he bets. Actually, it looks like he bets about pot.
That's a big bet.
That's a big bet. I don't think he's going to get too much action.
Okay, you're right. I would have expected a call from Joe. Yeah, but see, Joe doesn't want to fold. And I expected to see a call. The odds of a call went down a lot with that sizing.
Yeah.
But dude, you just don't want to fold a hand like this. He feels like he has the best hand here, I think.
I don't know that Joe knows much about Edson. Obviously, it's easy for us and people who've been playing at the table all day to know that Edson's been playing a tight strategy.
And a third barrel here. You know what? This line looks bluffy. Raise, bet, bet, bet. It just looks bluffy.
Now he's betting 500 and a 2.4.
Bizarre.
Hey, buddy.
What up?
Longcar in the building.
Hey, what up, guys? It's Michael Longcar.
Hey.
What's up? AKA one of the, are you the newest Team Pro?
Yes, me and Guru.
Boom.
You are not, though. This is not a bad news hangout.
No.
No,
we're on delay, we're on break.
Okay.
Yes, I'm still in.
I just want to make sure.
I'm still in.
I couldn't tell. The face was too poker for me.
No, I'm still in.
Nice, buddy. How you sitting? People have been wondering updates.
Yeah, so I've got 89.50. Last break of the night. I started today with 3,400 and built it up nicely. Was up to 12K at my peak and just had some really gross hands over the last little bit, but not gonna lie, I was definitely a little sick to my stomach about 30 or 40 minutes ago at the outer table, at my table. JJ correctly, he got short and correctly shoved. He's 5 of diamonds from the cutoff. We're playing four-handed.
Yeah.
With ace 5 of diamonds, and Troy calls ace queen suited, and it's nothing personal. You all know it's business up here. I love me some JJ Corrado, but currently we're going four-handed. I'm going four-handed with Tom and Troy, who are masters at putting maximum pressure on with the stack situations in certain spots post flop.
It's such a sick table.
They're both. It's been a grind all day with those guys, and obviously in my head I'm like, okay, he's gonna bust here. We get a hold, and we go to the final table with the final 7, and I can mix it up a little bit more. And the 5 banked, and so we've been four-handed, for the last 3 minutes since then.
That was worst case for you for sure.
Yeah, but obviously, if I was going to look at it from the non-business perspective and look at it from the friendly perspective, obviously happy for JJ. But yeah, it's been a grind. It's been a grind, and happy to still be in it and healthy, and 90 more minutes left to play, and then hopefully I'll bag up a nice stack.
How's JJ sitting right now then after that bank?
I think he's got 2,200.
Gotcha, okay.
He's the shortest stack left right now.
Okay.
Here, Ryan has the Queen Jacker suited. Pretty hand, especially four-handed. And Andy has himself a big boy suited ace. He opts to just call out of the big blind, under-rep his hand, and he's going to probably get another street of value here from Ryan because Ryan is going to... Oh, no, Andy's going to donk.
300.
Andy's going to donk, and that might let Ryan off the hook.
$5. Let me see that.
Yeah, I see people in the chat saying table's very quiet. I was even...
I'll give you 5 cash out.
It was weird. Like, there's been so much talking in the entire room at players of the tables, people around the tables, and then for whatever reason, for like the last, I don't know, 20 minutes or so here, the whole room was dead silent. Like, you hear crickets.
Yeah, no
Very
kidding.
weird. Got kind of intense.
Yeah, I mean, I think people are, we're nearing the finish line here. There's people are sitting in front of a lot of money. Even Andy on the short stack, quote unquote, is sitting in front of over $5,000. That's real money that he's going to get to cash out. So, and also, we're in the middle of the day. All of us have been, Costa Rica's a party when we all get together with each other, and everyone's there's some exhaustion is overstating the case, but that is a factor.
Yes. And I just want to say real quick, I see you guys in the chat with the long car emotes. Much love.
Le doudi.
Le do day. Let's do this, man. Feeling good. Feeling good right now.
It's also tough too, forehand, just decision. You know what I mean? There's not a lot of time, I feel like, for too much table talk at this point.
Yeah.
Ghost, the commentator is my dad. You're doing great, Pops. Thank you, son. I appreciate you taking the time out of your millennial schedule to hang out and watch your boomer father call some poker.
Yeah, it's 7:37 here in Costa Rica. It's Central Time Zone right now. This time of year.
Yes, Boris the Schmelk and Longcart, they're on a break, so he's gracing us with his presence down here in the booth for a bit before they get back up there for the final segment. And, of course, we're broadcasting on a delay, so we'll be hitting a break here very shortly. Our last break of this installation of the cage live from Costa Rica. Currently, it is me, Scott, aka the Hop Grenade. Michael Longcar has joined us, and this is Ben on Drew, and we've had a great time hanging out with each other here and you guys there. And, man, playing some poker. Although I have to say, man, dude, I do not envy you right now sitting in between Tom and...
At least I have semi-position on them. I've got Troy to my direct right, and I got Tom across from me, JJ to my left. So, I mean, if I actually had to rearrange the order, if I had to, that's the order of positions I would put those players in if I had the choice. There is that positive side, but really, Troy and Tom are obviously very aggressive, very tough players, but I mean, especially four-handed, man. When you got players that know what they're doing, there is a lot of variance four-handed. I mean,
Such a monster comeback.
but yeah, it's been fun, man. It's been a fun grind today.
Don C with the obligatory "Okay, Boomer," or as one of my favorite comedians of all time, Phil Hendry, used to say, "the Booby Bombers."
Yeah, JJ's still in. I think he's got like 2,300 on break, something like that. 22.
Can you put your plaques on the other side? Can you ask him if you can put the plaques on the other side? I'm sorry.
I was just telling Andy right before I came up here, man. Freaking, he's got to be feeling pretty dang good right now, man. This is not a soft field, and he's still in. He's still in it here with a nice, comfortable stack and grinding away and doing his thing, and
it really
he's definitely got to feel good. I mean, really, really good. With where he's at right now,
for sure. And it really, if you have to pick a moment, there's obviously a clear one. That fold with that ace king really set him up to be this close to the finish line with the stack he has.
The picture that was sent in the group text me on the hand was cut off. What was the hand?
He had ace king with the king of spades. His opponent had two queens, and the flop was it two spades, queen high, ace of spades on the turn, and Andy bet and the guy jammed. Did he check? Did the guy check jam?
The flop set of queens checked flop.
Yes.
Andy bet, turned the ace. Andy bet like 1.5.
And the dude jammed.
Into, which was...
I saw it was like 2,200 more.
Yeah.
So he was drawing just a spade? Or do you have a straight draw too?
No, just a spade. But he turns top, of course. But what was so impressive was that as Andy was in the tank and talking him through the spot, he kept saying like, "Dude, I have the flush draw. I have the flush draw." He didn't even mention the part that he had top because his card instincts have been honed to the point where he knew it was irrelevant.
He knew he's probably drawing to just a spade. Right?
Yeah. Right. So really, just a terrific. He opted to. He did find the fold, just the fold of the tournament at this point, as far as I'm concerned. And he had a nice string of hands in the immediate aftermath of that hand, and spun it right back up another grand and change. And it's just kind of been treading water since. But here he is, alive and set up to make some real big money.
I'm honestly still just absolutely sick to my stomach that I did not have the fold of the tournament yesterday.
Dude,
I'm not gonna lie. I'm
very,
very. I'm hyper critical of myself, and when I make what I would call a big mistake, I don't care what anybody says. To me, it's a big mistake. It's one of those hands. I was telling Scott last night at the bar downstairs. When we all know when we play live poker, when you raise pre-flop or when there is a raised pre-flop at a live table, it doesn't matter if it's a tournament or a cash game table, and someone starts to do the pause and look down at the chips and like, oh, this guy's probably going to 3-bet here by the way he's physically acting, and then, here's the 3-bet. Yep, there it is. Yeah. When I checked... Well, first off, I thought about leading river because it would be a very easy bet fold because no one's going to bluff raise me there. Mm-hmm. If he raises on beat, 100%, which obviously part of me wishes I would have just bet 625 like I thought, and then I can easily fold.
Right.
But when I decided to check because I did think it's possible he has a bluff. Mm-hmm. And then once he started doing this funky, looking at a stack thing, I was like, oh my God, if he shoves, I have to fold here.
Yeah.
Because I don't think this guy, he's a very good player. But just from what I experienced from yesterday, I don't think that this guy is capable of bluffing with air here. And I really just have
to bluff shove.
I really just have a bluff catcher, obviously, if he shoves.
Yeah.
And I don't think most people are going to be bluffing in that spot.
No.
And then he shoved, and I stood up because I was upset, and I was like, okay, I just have to fold here. But being so critical of myself, I'm very aware that my biggest leak in my game is not taking long enough to act in big decisions. Mm-hmm. And I just honestly fell into unfortunately, think long, think wrong, perfect cliche, which is very true. And even after 5 minutes of tanking, even after I announced to the table, hey guys, I have an 8, please don't call clock on me, I was still like 90% sure I'm folding.
Yeah.
But just trying to figure out if there's any way that I should call here. And then I had been watching him very closely. I watch people a lot when I play. And I hadn't he seemed fairly relaxed, which made me even more like he's just got it.
Yeah.
And then I swear to God, 30, 60 seconds after I said that, I noticed that his heart was going to pop out of his neck. Mm-hmm. I'm talking like the heaviest heart rate I've ever seen in my life. I'm like, wow, this is why, you're like, wow, this is why I take long to make big decisions. Because I just made this comment, and now this guy's heart is beating out of his fucking throat.
Right.
So why would his heart pound out of his throat all of a sudden when I'm saying I have an 8, nobody call clock on me? Mm-hmm. Led me to the call. And then obviously I'm like, wow, I wish I would have folded at the 3-minute mark, the 4-minute mark, the 5-minute mark, when I was really effing sure I shouldn't be calling here.
Right.
And I'm talked to Justin Kelly last night. He's like, man, because we were opening up about stuff and how I'm hypercritical. Maybe I'm too critical of myself because I'll be analyzing that hand for like a few weeks. So it's just one of those things. Live and learn. If you're not winning, you're learning. Got to move on and put it in the bank of memory. And
there was some good analysis. Chris Fitzgerald was here talking about it for a little bit on stream, and he felt like it was a call. I think as you're hypercritical on yourself, which I think is mostly positive. It's
had you found the fold, Chris would have given you crap for folding. Up and down, sorry, not up and down. No, pair for Andy. Joe's got air, nothing. Also, we did see as Longcar was recounting that epic hand from yesterday, Edson did make a great fold with those queens.
I gotta go, guys. We're back at it.
All right, buddy. Good luck. Go get him.
Good luck, brother.
Thanks for watching, everybody. Enjoy.
See ya. Boom. Later. Good luck for that. Yeah, that was a great fold by Edson. He did have that Queen of Hearts. Really tough spot. His opponent had flopped the flush, and he did find a really good fold there on the turn. I know it was an ace-high board. Still a really tough call with the pocket queens there, four-handed. Well done. Yeah, and Nutlow, it's a good question. We were kind of seeing, we that's the kind of the discussions we've been having is, with those physical tells, as important as they are to notice, it's another level to even dissect what they mean because, okay, step one, notice the part where his vein is pulsing.
Yeah.
Step two, what the shit does that mean?
Yeah.
Like, does he want to call? Does he want to fold? So, obviously, needless to say, physical tells are just endlessly complex and layered, and even for as live of a crusher as Longcar is, even he still sometimes just gets it wrong. Poker's hard, dude. Incomplete information.
It's interesting too with the live tells because it can be one thing for a regular and one thing for a recreational player. Kind of some of those live tells.
Yeah, you were saying that earlier, and that really rang true.
Yeah.
See if you can recap that because I thought that was really valuable.
I forget exactly what it was we were talking about.
I think you were saying like you tended to think that if they like the nervous sort of tick look like that, like the
recreational players with the nervous tick in the neck, it's going to mean they're excited, they have a big hand.
They want to call.
Yeah, like they want to call, but like in my experiences with the thinking players and stuff, it's not the same. I mean, and it's probably a smaller sample size with me, but when I call the people who I think are thinking players in that spot, I was like, oh, great, you have it again,
And that definitely rang true to me. There's always going to be exceptions to rules, right? But it is a good rule to keep in mind next time you're playing live. DePaulo does make himself a pair here. He's got the King of Hearts as well, but Edson's got him notched with them jacks. If Ryan's going to call pre here as he did, I don't really see him folding to one bet here. It's hard to make a pair. He's flopped the best hand here plenty of the time.
Edson giving him a good price to call to. Looks like he bet 250, if I'm reading right, 275 maybe.
He raises. That's a check raise from Ryan. And now suddenly Edson is going to be uncomfortable here with the overcard out there. But man, you hate giving up jacks. He's not gonna. He's going to call, and if Ryan wants to continue the charade, it's going to be tough going for Edson. Well, maybe not now.
Yeah, that is not.
Yeah, that's the nut low card for Ryan. And if you're a little newer to the game and you're wondering why, like, doesn't that just make Ryan's pretend queen stronger? Now he has 3 queens. Well, it makes it a lot harder for him to have had a queen in the hole because now 2 of them are on the board, and Edson is going to feel more confident with queens and jacks than with just a random queen on the board.
So it'll be interesting to see what happens here now. Ryan's definitely putting some good pressure on here. 1.7K looks like the bet into 2.4K. And now Edson has to think about calling off a noticeable portion of his stack here. And again, we're getting closer to the end of the day here. We have less than an hour and a half of play. And then people will cash out whatever chips they have in front of them. So me in this spot, I'm thinking if Edson does call, is Ryan going to fire again the river?
He does call, and Ryan is in trouble. He needs a king or a 7 quickly now. Instead, well, I would have thought Ryan would have just rivered deuces full right now. But in this universe, he just has sevens and queens. And at this point, he's got to know that, you know, his 7 is not good. I'm sure he knew that on the turn. I think he was turning his 7 into a bluff on the turn. And now he slows down.
I think Edson's checking here all day. I will be very surprised if Edson bets here.
Wow, he is going to bet.
From the way that he was playing all the way up to this point, it looks like Edson's got a different gear, other gears. No, that's the check.
Oh, he does. Okay, all right.
Now,
Wait, look how he was going
at
to.
At first, when
yeah.
he grabbed it, it looked like he was going to do it, but when they grab and like put back like that, like it's for sure a check. He like gave up right there.
Totally. And maybe was that a quick like glance at how much I have? Can I value bet reasonably here? No. Or was that just like I don't know, what is that?
It might have been like, you ever see recreational players like play with their chips when you're about to bet because they want you to not bet?
Don't bet, dude. I'm gonna call.
That felt a little bit like a defensive, kind of even subconscious, like.
So it's not relevant in this case because there was no more Ryan action. The
Right.
action was just on him to check back, but it's almost like a reflexive. Yeah, I see what you're saying.
Yeah.
Totally. And Edson, yeah, God, you speak the truth, Kirish 23. He is doing work, man. That is a nice pot he took off of Ryan right there, and he's got to be up past what 8K right now. What a spin up!
Yeah, from like 700.
Right?
Wasn't he was like down to 700?
Yeah,
or 450?
he was on fumes for sure.
Yeah.
Yeah, little Ryan, a little over aggressive there for sure.
Look at that. Edson's actually at 11.7K.
Wow. Yeah, that is a clinic in short stack play. Now I will point out that he got super lucky to even be alive, but that's part of poker. And once he did that, he really took advantage.
For sure. So we're definitely going to see a flop here. Looks like Edson raised. Joe is not folding here with the queen jack suited. Looks like he might be raising actually. I agree, D. Lappy. Gotta love the heart there. And if the turn wasn't a queen, I think that Ryan's got a chance at getting Edson to fold at a much higher frequency.
Yeah, for sure. He's still going to get called sometimes, but for sure Edson is going to have pause for major concern.
Mm-hmm.
Vota una vez, man. 5%.
And man, look at that Edson table chip leader.
Wow. Yep.
Sí, le pedí una botellita de agua. Fría.
What's up there, Kizzy Bear?
That's Brent. Hi,
What's
Brent.
up, Brent?
No purple check mark yet, huh? Brent's been doing some streams recently.
How's it going, Squan? Good to see you, buddy.
The MC Kush. All the money in this tournament is in. At last check was in Troy's chip stack. Troy was over 30,000, well over 30,000. So man, that guy's hoarding money right now.
I have to raise because every time I limp, you in the pot.
Yeah.
Looks like
I was
JJ's
like,
still in his
I
chair.
can't just limp
He
anymore.
is
That makes
the
sense. You
current
limp and
short
then catch a
stack with
piece of it, and I
8
bet
people
you
left.
fold.
Yeah.
Last we heard he had around
Or
2K.
I try to
bluff into you
So
straight.
imagine that at this
Yeah.
point here, he's
Not
just looking
always
for
a
some
smart
spots to
move.
get it
True,
all in.
true. 50, right?
It is absolutely worth noting Edson was on the bottom of the chip counts for most of yesterday as well. So we saw him nurse the short stack today, and that was the case most of yesterday. The importance of survival, you know, and yes, this is there's a cash game element to this, but there of course is the timed tournament element. And Edson did a great job nursing that short stack to stay alive and set himself up to make a run today. And there is another plus 190. It's an adding on. Man, what was that stream that that Somerville was doing maybe like a year or two ago? It was a tournament. I'm blanking on her name. Maria? Was it Maria? Maria Lampropoulos? Where she went on to win it. It was a final table. And she was coughing into her effing lavalier mic the entire stream. And it was like, you know, it must have been 7-8 hours plus, or at least that's what it felt like. And it was the most tilting thing in the world. Yes, Ghost. Were you there for that stream? That was, you know, it's like, you know me, I don't like to miss Jason's streams, but that was a rough one. And she won. I kept rooting for her to be knocked out, and it never happened. Oh my God, was that not the most tilting thing? Am I just irrationally tilted by that? We are just over an hour away, guys, before we take what's left in front of us and turn it into real US dollars. It was, oh my God, right? Oh, that stream, it sticks with me. I can like still hear her coughing in my head. It doesn't, isn't that funny? Isn't that funny? Every time it was like nails on a damn chalkboard to me. It has to be related to my obsessive compulsion, for sure. Which I don't really have, you know, too bad. It manifests in weird ways, like I floss a lot and stuff. But that, man, that was a tick for me. Yeah, 2-day event. That's the cage. There are 4 left on this table, Deck Builder. Hey, what up, Deck Builder? The other 4 are on the table behind, and if we get one more knockout, looks like we're going to our final break right now. But yeah, one more knockout, and we will consolidate to the final 7-on-1 table. Her boyfriend is a crusher too, and they have a whole group of really amazing pros that most North Americans don't even know about. Yeah, I do know that she's obviously a crusher, but I don't know too much about her crew.
One of them did.
Yeah. What are we talking about?
Maria Lampropoulos, and what was it? Was it EPT Ghost? I'm trying to remember what event she won. She won a major that Jason Somerville was broadcasting maybe a year or two ago, and she had a cough, like she was sick.
Yeah.
And she was coughing the entire stream. And she's like, you know, she's wearing a lav mic, right?
Yeah.
Like, you know, she's wearing a mic on her lapel. Mm-hmm. So the entire time, you know, it's Jason speaking and Maria coughing. That's the entire stream. And I was so tilted by the coughing, and I guess I was representative of the chat, because the chat was like, oh my God, this is so tilting. Like, can't she bust? Let her bust so we don't have to hear this coughing anymore. And she won. And congratulations to her, of course.
What's up, Siri? I'm here.
Yeah, it looks, guys, like we are heading into the final break. We will be back in just about 10 minutes or so. And we will bring you the final segment of the cage, and then we will see who cashes out and who is going to go home rich, or, you know, torch it off at table games downstairs after the party tonight. This has been on Drew. I'm Scott, a.k.a. The Hop Grenade, having a great time chilling with you guys, and we will be back in about 10 minutes or so. Hang tight. See you in a minute.
And we are back for the Heads Up Challenge of the Venom. Coming at you here live from America's Cardroom headquarters in San Jose, Costa Rica. Guys, it started with 2,696 players. We're down to 2. Second place guaranteed right now, $746,000. First place, just over $1 million, which means we're essentially playing for about a $300K swing here.
Pretty nosebleed, man. This is crazy.
Nosebleed indeed.
Yeah, so 2 guys on the table fighting for it. We got the Brazilian and the Argentinian, and you got Fat Train here. You got Scott, a.k.a. the Hop Grenade there. Thanks for hanging out with us and sweating this finale.
And I, meanwhile, guys, I'm going to be getting some stuff pulled up behind the scenes to do some giveaways in the chat.
Oh yeah, hey, Ghost wants the Stormers home game going on tonight. Sorry, was there a link there, Ghost? The chat is already gone, but we will definitely plug the home game for the hometown Stormers.
Nice. Yeah, home games are always a blast. You get to play against everybody you watch, you stream with. It's good stuff.
Those are fun. The way the interacting with the streamers and the game nights that you guys were doing on Thirst Lounge and with streamers is fun.
Lots of
There you
fun.
go. Every night of the week, Stormer has a home game on ACR, and a home game being hosted tonight by Crisco, adding him to that multi-link.
Meanwhile, we got a pot brewing. 65 million in chips in the middle right now. Get to the river, and Saranga here first to act.
You got it, Ghost. Thanks for hanging with us as always, brother.
Wouldn't be a poker stream if it didn't have Ghost to M.
That is so true.
It's gonna go check on the river. Show me the money. King high and ace 3. Ace high was good alone, but you know what? We're just gonna go ahead and have a pair of 3s with it as well. Saying we can luck box a giveaway. Good luck, guys. We're going to be giving away 10 $5.50 tickets that can be used on, I believe, any $5 tournament on ACR.
Boom. Thanks for the brief interim of niceness, So Insecure, before you go back to a-hole mode. We appreciate it.
Mm-hmm. I like it. You know, I've actually met some trolls in real life, and he's like, "Hey, remember me? I trolled the crap out of you or whatever." And I'm like, "So?" And then he was like a really nice dude, and we hung out and like had some drink. Like most trolls,
Of course, man.
They always end up being really nice in person, but like behind they just get keyboard commando.
Yeah, it's
whatever.
so true. I don't know what that is, but you're definitely right.
Yeah, I just have one rule: just be cool, honey buddy. Be cool. I watch Pulp Fiction a lot. What can I say? 40 million in the pot. Very coordinated flop comes down. 9-7-6. Couple of clubs. And it looks like we've checked over to Gallo, who's going to fire a healthy 3/4 pot bet almost. Guys, we have not announced the giveaway. Not announced the giveaway yet. And so don't type anything weird in the chat. I will let you know. Eventually, it will be a keyword you will be putting in the chat. And don't type in the word keyword, because that's not it. Okay, so just chill.
Will you move the chair out of the screen? It's tilting the crap out of me.
Is it?
Thank
Aha!
you. Thank you very
now
much.
We're back to just my falling chips. Look.
All my OCD
how to make it
peeps
rain.
out there, I know you appreciated
Can I
that.
catch? Oh, grab that chip. Grab that. God, this is hard. I can never be a weatherman on a green screen trying to figure myself out here.
The payouts, how do they work, Ska Weezer? They are distributed at one time. One big chunk. No, this is no lottery thing where you can take like payments over 20 years.
Oh, no. The money is instantly in your account. In
Yeah.
fact, the money is already in these guys' accounts, and that's the cool thing is the in the money ATM. These guys could go to their cashier screen right now, and it has a balance of $750,000, and it might be more. That's sick.
Super sick. This finish is gonna be sick, man. You know, neither one of these guys, like, you don't think, right, is going to be, like, owning the other one. It might just come down to something like we saw with that King, Queen of Hearts versus the Tens. Like, you know, the board sets up the action. We'll see. They got a lot of room to maneuver.
Well, yeah, and it is heads up, right? So at the end of the day, hand strengths dramatically increase. All of a sudden, your King 3 suited looks a little bit better, things like this. And so, you know, it's going to be interesting because you might just have kind of like, if you get 2 pocket pairs, we're probably getting in stacks.
Right.
If you get two big, well, depending on what they are, right?
Yeah, but they have so much room to maneuver. They have a lot of big blinds.
True,
so, you know,
true. I mean,
we'll find out.
I mean, you're basically, the car crash is incoming shortly.
That is for
one
sure
way
true.
or another.
Debt Poker, thanks for the props, man. We appreciate it very much.
And you know what I really like it? They are really, really, really putting in the work pre-flop here. There's almost no open folding or oak or just kind of like limping.
These guys are players, man.
It's literally bet, 3-bet, bet raise every time.
Every time. We did have a lull there around like 5-handed where we were seeing like a few like limp, complete, check. But
Yeah.
that was only for a moment, and otherwise before and since it's just been a raise fest.
Well, let me start this out with your lull.
You're a lull.
Yeah, this is amazing. and it's,
Let's get close.
And it's funny. It's like Brazil. It could very well win the last 2 Venoms.
That's crazy.
That's just
How many countries can you play in approximately?
How many are there?
208.
Yeah.
There's
Yeah,
208.
Like right around 195.
Wow. So 195 to 1 for it to be the same country twice.
Yeah. So
I'll tell
Wow.
you what. If Brazil wins, then I need to call sports. We put up a line out. Brazil can win the third Venom.
Dude, epic. Yeah, that would be cool. That'd be cool
Right.
to bet on. Just straight
Just
what country?
What country?
Yeah. Gonna win? Yeah.
Hey, to do a final table and then what country could win? Yeah, that'd be kind of cool.
And there goes.
Stop saying fake keywords. No, they're all real keywords.
Yes.
I'll see real keywords. Slinging Meat says it immediately. Slinging Meat, good to see you again, man. Again, congrats on the new addition to the fam, by the way. And he was sweating the K's the whole weekend. He also won one of the giveaways as well. So,
Tiny bet here on the river from Saranga, and no value. Presumably that's what he was going for. No value.
this is the battle right here. So, just an open button fold? Nice.
Keyword is Hiroshima.
Oh, not cool, man.
Oh, that's mean.
That's just not cool, man.
Yeah, I guess that's.
Bruno, we were talking about Saranga's a pro. I mean, at this point, these guys are just pros, man. Sure, we're gonna call him a pro. I mean, I don't know what their other winnings are. I don't know who is the man behind, or man or woman behind the screen, but you know, good on them, man.
No kidding.
I'll tell you what. Just watching them play today, is these guys know what they're doing. Right?
They're battlers.
They're amazing players.
40 Milski out there. Who wants some?
Come get some. That's what you were waiting for. Come on.
Yeah, of
Come on.
course,
You
dude.
know.
Thank you for the little hit of dopamine I just received.
No, you know. Guys, it's all good. When I'm going to do the giveaway, you will know. Just stay here with us. I promise.
And till we see another message about that, 5, 4.
Giveaway.
What's up with the giveaway?
Phil, how much do you like your employees? I mean, on a scale of
1 to 10.
1 to amazing.
I love working with the people I work with.
Actually, it's cool. And as somebody who also employs people in not this industry, you know, I was like, you know, how many of I was off the air here. I was like, how many of your staff are full time? He was like, all of them. I was like, well, all of them? Yeah, all of them. It's freaking cool, man. It's hard to build something like that. Take it from me, man. Clearing payroll is not easy.
And not only that, too. I mean, like, you see the headquarters, like, they have a sweet break room with, like, a pool table and just places to relax. They have a bunch of complimentary, like, you know, drinks and snacks and stuff for the employee. Like, it's not, I mean, it's sweet. It's a good gig here for them, man.
Yeah, it's not an easy gig, right? It's not an easy job. So there's definitely times where you know I've slept at the office for 3 days.
Can confirm.
You know,
Can confirm.
sure.
During the software transition, they literally had beds set up in the conference rooms at their old office. We were there. We got a tour, and we're like, hey, why is there a bed in the conference room?
Literally a bed. Yes, no joke.
So it's no joke.
Phil drives a Geo Metro. How dare you guys?
All 3 cylinders.
Yeah, I was going to say, Phil needs at least 4 cylinders in his car.
Oh, wow. Oh, hey, we got some bets here. 40 mil in the pot, and it's just going to bet it and win it. So let's see. The blinds are still 4 and 8. What kind of chip stack do you need to get down to where you're just like, basically, you're just forced to rip, and the guy, you know, where you still have a little bit of fold equity, right? I mean, if we take 100 off his and put him at 240 and add it to his 240, 550, I mean, like.
No.
I mean, then you're still sitting at 200.
I think you're talking about like 140.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, at 8 mil for the big, yeah. No, these guys are battling.
Dingleberry says, how far is ACR headquarters from the coast? I've been to Tamarindo a few times. A couple hour drive.
Yeah, it's inland for sure.
It's you can get out to Hako in about 45, 55 minutes, right? And Tamarindo, like 2 hours.
Ishflop, thanks for the props, dude. We are going to try to bring you more and more streams.
For the giveaway later.
I like it. I like it.
We appreciate you hanging out, man. The more you tell your friends, the more games there are and the more streams we can do.
Bigger tournaments, bigger prize pools, bigger fun. 35 Marlon, I agree with you. I know if I won that money, man, I'd be the next day to go check out tour of the place. Hell yeah. Come on down. Ooh, look at that. 3-bet to 57. Yeah, he's like, okay, I'm out of here. So M. Roberts, what's everyone working on in the background? Everything, man. You got graphics, you got social media, you got print, you got copy, you got support. I mean, everything.
It's an intense operation, man.
Why don't you run the cage online like you used to? It wasn't getting enough players. I'll look to bring it back when I can. There's a couple of different features that I want to add, and I want to bring in Cyclones so that you can get to that $10,000, $5,000 buy-in, $10,000 buy-in a little easier, a little faster.
40 million chip pot here.
It's gone check. It looks like another check. We're going to show him down.
Show me,
ace
ace high.
Good.
That's good, yeah.
All day long.
Yeah, we knew the second that card flipped, like ace highs were way good. Blinds are up, guys. 5 and 10 milli now. Woo, baby.
To my friend that and you know who you are. No, we're not going to make the giveaway word doom switch. It's just too much.
But that's a good troll level though. Good, that's a good attempt.
Trolling everybody in the chat. Yeah. How bad do they not want to type it? They're like,
and then there's some algorithm that says weird. Most typed keyword on Twitch was wait, what?
Yeah.
Cyclones are dope indeed. Killicast working on end of January for bringing those guys back.
Hells yeah. That is a whole lot of spades out there, man. We've seen a lot of these just like straight flopped, all suited boards.
I'll tell you what, I can't think of a lot of that we haven't seen. There's been a lot of hands at this table.
Yeah, a lot of double paired boards. Yeah, just a lot of everything, man. Money Mac in the house, what's up? Thanks for joining us. Down to the final two, playing for over a milli. Well, let's just call it $1 million, and then the extra $39,982 is just spare change.
Yeah.
I'll put that in my change jar.
Rounding error. You mean you'll put it in your radio flyer?
Yes.
Full of change.
Okay, I'll take the $1 million in Bitcoin, and I want the 39,000 in those chips in the radio flyer, like we talked about.
See, now you're making it difficult.
He's a negotiator, a born negotiator.
It's you can see where the random number generator gets certified by, I can't remember the name of the company, but it's on the website. It's a third-party company.
Yeah, I mean, Ghost speaks the truth. Extra 39K would be a monster score for almost all poker players.
That's
I mean,
why I think it's
how
great.
Again, what percentage of poker players have a career score higher than 40,000? Very few.
Oh.
Rounding error around these parts.
Looks like
What's the Bitcoin transfer fee? I want to say it was less than $1.
Wow.
Oh, come on.
Wow.
Yeah. Are you for real?
Wow.
I'm
Amex Visa, eat your heart out. Wow.
I'm serious.
Wow. That's $1. What's the point?
And we had a button raise and a 3-bet from our big. He's just going to take it down.
I was actually thinking about doing Phil's home game on the RFID table, and we'll come here and play 50 cents a
Oh,
dollar.
that'd be so fun. Let's do that.
I'm so in.
I'm so in. Finally, some stakes I can crush.
It's you know we spread all kinds of limits. 50 cents a dollar, 1 Bitcoin, 2 Bitcoin, whatever you want to do.
1 coin, 2 coin. Oh god.
Just so you guys know, the table Phil's referring to is that we have this whole stream set up on an RFID table, right?
Yeah. It's really nice, really
It's
nice.
cool table.
Lifted edge, like LED lights. It's like
Sick. Black
It's
belt.
so poetic that we're streaming from poker table and we're streaming the final table to Venom.
Oh,
Meta.
So here's something that I wanted to do, and everybody here told me it would be silly. Is I wanted to make a Bitcoin chip set, right? That it's maybe the QR code was on one side of each Bitcoin.
Okay.
So you could scan the QR code and you could see that blockchain address, there was that much of a Bitcoin.
Oh wow.
And so I make like call it a 10 Bitcoin chip set.
Oh wow.
Right. So if you were to take all the money out of all those addresses, you'd have 10 Bitcoin. Eventually, that chipset could be worth $100 million.
Yeah, no way. That's crazy.
Right?
Yeah.
Would that be cool to play with that chipset?
That'd be pretty sweet.
Be amazing.
That's like, it's weird because it's like fake chips but real chips at the same time.
Yeah. So
right?
it's yeah, right. It's QR code on one side and denomination on the other side.
Cool.
So you're playing with it.
That's
and
really
you know
cool.
that they're like super high expensive chips.
Or denomination of what you actually bought it at too, you know what I mean? And then
Yeah.
all of a sudden you look at it, you're like, this is like your bond, like that had to mature, like the thing you got, the banknote that had to mature over time.
Right, yes.
This is it.
I got them for my bar mitzvah, and then I was able to buy rims for my Ford Thunderbird when I turned 18.
It's totally a valid choice.
Brilliant, wise spending of money by me.
And if I ever wanted to, if it ever got to be too expensive, I could just, withdraw all the money from the Bitcoin chips.
There you go.
And it's actually really nice.
Yeah, there you go.
It's like a free roll.
Boom. And we played with those at Phil's home game here at ACR headquarters.
That's right.
Yeah, I'm playing 1 Bitcoin, 2 Bitcoin on the RFID table.
Oh, God.
I'll stick with that.
I'm not ready for that. I'm not ready for that. I need to win the Venom to buy in. So it looks like basically just a good old limped pot here. King Jack Deuce pairs the board after both players check through. I prefer gold bullion. It's a little bit heavier to play with gold bars on a table, but we'll go with it.
They look good though.
They do.
I don't know. Wasn't there a thing that NASA found like this asteroid with tons and tons and tons of gold?
Really?
Yeah, like more gold than exists right now.
I'm flying out to it with a pickaxe. Doing it.
I have to Google this now.
Yeah.
Sounds crazy.
Big Bill
If
was
somebody Googles that, go ahead.
Yeah, Big Bill, was any deal made? No. These guys are playing for rolls right here. Guaranteed 746,000, which is really cool because that is already sitting in their account right now. They can literally click the cashier button and see a $750,000 balance. Potentially, one of these guys obviously getting over the milli.
NASA is eyeing a nearby asteroid, this is from June, that contains enough gold to make everyone on Earth a billionaire.
Holy crap.
They've named it Psyche 16. It's nestled between the orbits of Mars and Jupiter and is made of solid metal.
Yeah.
Whoa.
Wow.
So if we get the technology to go there, you'll go there and your gold will be worthless because they can bring back enough gold to make it completely worthless.
Wow.
Which that's why I like Bitcoin.
Wow.
Not finding Bitcoin on any asteroid anywhere.
Nope.
And the world's largest Bitcoin asteroid.
Gold will now be called Mooncoin, and you just found our second moon. And it looks like we're snugging up the chip difference here. Saranj, catch it back up.
Yeah, these guys are trading back and forth right now.
Not familiar with Bitcoin. Do you live in a cave?
Yeah, you should definitely check that out.
In his defense, he might mean that he knows what it is, but he's just like doesn't really understand how it works, which I think a lot of people are in that boat.
So the easiest explanation, it's a coin that's not a coin, that's minted by some computer somewhere for solving a math problem. Right? That was my first. That was the first person that described it to me. That's the way I described it.
You're like, that's as much as I got. That's as much as I'm gonna get into.
That explanation sounds like it's from the 19s, man.
It was. It was really close to the 19s.
Who's Bitcoin? Never heard of her.
She's hot. Trust me, man. She's
Oh
real
God,
hot.
our chat is the best.
She does go up and down a lot though.
Yeah, she's hot and cold, but man, when she's hot,
she's running good. 55 million in the pot right now, and if Saranga takes this one down, we're gonna have a tie game here, folks. Oh man, down to the river. Is this one of those spots where Saranga has to bet it to win it? Or are we just gonna check and see a showdown?
yeah, we're gonna find out.
20.
So if you have top pair here, are you JJ and call?
Ouch.
Got him. All right, hey everybody.
Welcome back
to the cage, live from Costa Rica. It's Bet on Drew and myself, Scott, aka the Hop Grenade, bringing you the last of the Venom. So at the end of this segment, we will cash out and find out who is going to go home happy and who's just going to go home. Now, I did hear that the stacks of Troy and Tom on the other table are north of 40. Is that right? So
Massive.
they've got all the money in the freaking tournament. At least that's what it feels like. But, you know, of course, there is plenty of money here in the stacks of Ryan up at almost 10,000. Andy Milanaka sitting on 5,000. These are real U.S. dollars, and they will cash out whatever they have in front of them at the end of this segment. So let's wish them luck and get down to the felt. Thank you guys for hanging out with us. We've had a lot of fun bringing you this installment of The Cage, live from Costa Rica. And I've had a blast with you, my friend.
You too, brother.
It's been fun.
It's been a really good time.
For sure.
I've been enjoying it.
It's been a nice change of pace from Fat Train. Kappa.
Let's see. So the final chip count updates, I think, are out. Let me see.
Thank you, Sheffield. Appreciate that, dude. You guys crushed it in the chat. We had a lot of fun hanging out with you guys. And we're not done yet.
Thanks for hanging out with us, guys. What's up, Pappy?
I saw a couple of questions about YouTube. No, nobody here monitors the YouTube chat. Twitch poker. Boom.
Thanks, Marlon. Appreciate that, buddy. Yeah, last we saw, JJ was down to about 2K, the last ACR update that went out.
Yeah, spit them bars.
I wouldn't mind hearing some Andy Milonakis rapping before the night is through. Either on this show or maybe downstairs later.
Yeah.
I guess sort of. I don't even know. It's pretty bad when you don't know.
We are still at 8. 8 remain. If we do have a bust out before the end of the event, we will consolidate to 7 on one table.
Yeah, I guess JJ busted.
Thanks, Opus Dog. Appreciate that a lot, dude. Pain for All, I believe we have about an hour, maybe a little less. So we're right up against it here. Is that right, guys? Are we done at 9, right? 9's the cutoff, right?
For one table?
Yeah. No, for end of event. No?
No, as far as we go.
Oh, okay.
Nice.
Never mind.
Seat 7. Wait, that's seat 7? Oh no.
Yeah, that's the seat.
Oh fuck. I got fucked again.
Yeah. Okay, right. Okay, yeah. So we got about 40 minutes left, guys.
God damn it.
So it looks like they are shifting stacks here right now. I believe JJ Corrado has busted on the other table.
Oh, JJ, we hardly knew ye.
So JJ busted.
Yep.
Yes, he did.
Confirmed.
So we're down to a final table, guys. And my wife is in the chat, Psychgirl69. Hi, Danica. Love you, baby. Danica's been down here before a couple of times. She's not here this time, but it's always a party, and we miss you. Have you met her yet? In person?
Run
It Up.
The Run It Up.
Yes, that's right.
Yep.
Okay, yep.
7, but there's only 7 people, so.
The upcoming cages, as they figure out the chip stacks here, the upcoming cages, we've showed this a bunch of times, but just want to remind you guys that the end of March is the next one, and of course you can win your way to all of these via the Sunday satellites. $55 satellites to try and make your way down here. Flight and hotel is covered, bunch of partying, you get a bunch of spending cash, and of course you get staked for this event, and it's a hell of a party. You know, right in between the March and May cage events is Run It Up Reno, which is a fantastic poker event. If you guys have never been, Drew did score himself a platinum pass at the last one, scooped a huge tournament, and it's just a rad, 10, 11 days of social and poker, cash and tournaments. It's a DGen Fest at the Peppermill, so come hang out with us in these places. What am I doing?
Here's all the stats.
What am I doing? Okay, there we go.
What's up, D-Kane? Good to see you, buddy, in the chat. It was nice meeting you. D-Kane was here at our feature table for a good while today. Busted out a little bit ago with a cooler queens into kings to Edson. So that was unlucky, especially with how many chips they had. It's just going to go down like that all the time.
Boss LFCG, who won the Venom? That was Galodoido. Forgive me, I probably butchered that through the whole damn broadcast. Brazilian.
I believe he's a party poker pro too, actually.
Is he really? Lol.
Yep.
He did score himself $1.39 million for that win, and it was an epic final table. The next Venom will be in July. For sure, it was a blast hanging out with you, D. Kane. Hopefully D. Kane will not be a stranger. I did hear some rumblings about a possible take two with D. Kane and possibly some of his Twitch peeps coming to the next cage. We'll see. Hopefully that happens.
Nice, Chewy. Maybe we'll see you out there. I know for a fact that myself and Arlie, Shaban, and John Party will be out there for some period during it, probably the whole time. So we hope to see you out there.
Lie, Skeeve. We are just about 40 minutes out, heading toward the finish line, and then we done and we cash out. And obviously Tom and Troy there in the center and right of your screen are liking the sound of that, as all that money in front of them is real US dollars.
Finally, no more four-handed.
I know, yeah, we don't have to play the blind.
Sorry to hear that, DK. Sheffield, so I actually asked last night. I guess Chinese buffets are not a thing here in Costa Rica?
No, producers confirming, not a thing.
Yeah.
Too sad.
Oh, man. Well, Drew, hey, business opportunity, dude. This is,
I know.
you know what you call this is an underserved market.
Exactly. Could be quite good, or I could be the only one eating there.
Drew is keeping his own restaurant in business. So where, obviously that has become a meme at this point, you and your love of Chinese food. Where did that start? Is there anything behind it other than just loving the flavors?
Just on my stream, inevitably throughout the course of an 8 to 10 hour stream, I'm going to talk about food and Chinese buffet, and I'll be ordering it like just multiple times. So people who watch my stream just know that I love Chinese food.
There you go.
Yeah.
Do you have a Chinese food emote? I don't recall seeing one.
Working on one.
Oh, perfect.
Yes, working on one actually. So not yet.
For sure. Table 9, Seat 9, what up, dude? Yes, it's been a blast of a weekend in Costa Rica. And we do have tonight's party before I think the majority of us are heading out tomorrow. But we got the end of the cage coming up. And then the next cage coming up in the end of March.
So yeah, as far as the satellites to the cage, you could check in the regular tournament lobby. From what I've seen, I saw somebody in chat ask about that. It's a $55 2-seat guaranteed, which will get 3 seats at times and also pay out a nice chunk of cash. I've seen the last 2 or 3 Sundays, I think maybe 3 seats went out and fourth got like 4 to 6K. So it was pretty nice.
I get it. You guys are all scared of me because I'm so good.
But yeah, so they're getting everyone set up at the table here. They're combining down to the last 7. Pretty sure last we heard Troy and Tom have around 40K each, so they have a lot of the
Yes,
chips
they
in play.
do. And now I did see a tentative confirmation that Tom does not quite have that much, that he might be in more of the 25 range.
Okay.
Troy does have a pile. Either way, they both have a freaking pile.
Yeah.
And so we're going to get to the action here right now, and we're going to find out in a moment.
Pretty standard shiz. Yeah.
Okay, I'm wrong. You're right. Tom does have 40.
Or did they just show a graphic?
Yeah, they did just for a second. It'll be back on the screen in a moment.
JT Hill, where? But it wasn't a Chinese buffet, I would imagine.
That's really so. That's the nut form is the buffet. None of this sit down nonsense.
No, I'll do anything. Just any way I can get the Chinese food in my system, yes.
Okay.
But the Chinese buffet, lots of options,
Yes.
easy. You go in quick, out, Kamikaze, San Jose, Costa Rica. JJ Corrado busted it. He had, after the last break, he had about 2,000 in chips. With the blinds going up here, he was pretty short. He had to make a decision for his stack, and it didn't work out.
We'll see if this works out for Ryan. We don't know what he's got. We do know Troy's got a gut shot and ace high.
And all the chips.
And all the money. And he is calling Ryan's bet here on the turn. And he does river the ace.
Again, he's been doing that a few times we've seen, right?
He sure has. He did against Ryan exactly as well. I think Ryan had jacks on that hand. Or wasn't it right? Like, yeah, wasn't What was the
it
random
ace-10?
ace where Troy ace 10 and Troy just like called twice with air and got an ace on the
Ryan
river?
had
Yeah.
jacks, yeah, or something like that, or,
Or
eights.
nines, yeah.
Something like that, yeah. So 1.3K in the middle here. Ryan bets 450.
Jack.
I think Troy's going to make an easy call, and Ryan is not going to be happy to see that he hit an ace on him again.
As a river.
I'm pretty sure I heard Ryan say jack.
That's frustrating for Ryan.
Oh yeah, jack 9.
Gosh, again with the spiked river ace. Ryan's like, man, where are all the like offsuit sixes?
I know, right?
I'm going to make a controversial, provocative statement. Fortune cookies, wildly overrated.
I'm fine with that. The other day on stream, I ordered a bunch of Chinese food again, like I was telling you, and I went to open the fortune cookie, and it was so stale that when I opened it, it didn't crack. And then I had it didn't crack at all. The fortune fell out, and then I was like, if I can open this up to a circle chat, I'm gonna do a $10 giveaway on ACR. And I opened the fortune cookie all the way up, and it did not crack. It started to tear a little bit, but it got into a complete circle. And
wow,
it was
that
the stalest
thing
fortune
is from
cookie
the
ever.
late 1990s.
Yeah,
for sure.
Yeah.
Now, of course, inside we're winning lottery numbers on the fortune.
Oh,
right?
there was actually a good fortune
Oh,
inside.
great.
It was something like that I still have. I put it on my monitor. I was like, wow, I'm keeping this one. It's like, but this cookie's going in the garbage.
My wife is tilting the crap out of me in there. I love me a good fortune cookie. Yeah, she does. She's like, whenever we get Chinese food or I'm out picking up, she's like, can you get extra fortune cookies? I don't know if she likes them as much as she wants to tilt me.
Matt Fleury, if you want to play the next cage event, make sure you check out every Sunday. There is a $55 satellite event that guarantees 2 seats to the cage here. The experience is definitely worth it.
I actually had one today. You did? That's so good. Here's 3-bet Ryan getting lawn car off the best hand. And lawn car, I don't know if it's would it be an overstatement to call that a tight fold? We're back to 7-handed. Ace 10 does go down in value.
I could see that, yeah. I could see that for sure.
You know, I mean,
being a tight fold. I don't mind it either.
You know, Longcar would have been playing post flop in position.
Pretty hard to beat your hand on that.
And you know, he hasn't been playing on the table with Ryan. He hasn't seen how frequently Ryan has been 3-betting. So you know, I don't mind that. He just sat down.
Right.
You know, I don't know what I might fold there too. But.
Straight punt city.
Oh, the King 7.
Yeah, it was only $1,700. You know, no big deal. But I don't even know why things are passing.
Bunch of crap out there. What up, Pugger Guru? As far as I know, hanging out here, maybe playing some table games downstairs. Not really sure. Andy did float the notion of doing some walking around, but he might be really tired. We'll see. And yeah, I did. We all noticed the distinct lack of a sword next to your name.
I thought he said he couldn't be trusted with it.
He
said
couldn't.
it himself.
He couldn't. But Melissa's still taking it upon herself to, you know, throw some shade in his direction. I've heard stories about those, Melissa, and not all of them are great. The stories, that is.
37's breaking.
I'm probably just going to be chilling. I've been drinking a bit the last few nights. I usually don't drink, so it's taking a toll on my body. I think I'm going to be chilling out.
I think if 37 was a lot.
I, on the other hand, am currently smashed.
I like that better. I know. It's like bullshit because.
Oh, that's funny. I didn't even see you added the sword to Budog.
Oh yeah. You know, as one with self-control, I feel like she would, you know, thrive in the role.
That's funny.
You can always tell you've made a good joke or had a good line when somebody announces with a straight face, "That's funny." Andy's got jacks here on the button. And this probably is just going to be a raise and take it. Nope. Longcar wants to defend his blind with the old Dolly Parton.
You can't figure out my levels on that Bermuda grass. We're so used to the bank grass, probably you do that.
Queen high flop. Andy's jack's still way the best. Never liked the overcard, but heads up. Got to feel pretty good with jacks here.
There's a couple of them where, like, I mean, I played that course so many times and I still get it. But
Continuation bet from.
it's like,
Oh, yeah.
that it goes that way.
Yeah, continuation bet
weird,
from
I've had
Andy.
times where, you know,
And a fold by Longcar. Does this look like a man beaten by jacks? Yes, it does.
and on the comeback side, it doesn't do what it did on the way down. It's like, fuck it. What the fuck? I mean, who knows? Maybe I'm like slicing the putt or something. I don't know, but it's weird.
Yes, Melissa, we have some medals for you to affix to the lapel of your jacket, just so you will be decorated and official.
So it doesn't even matter to me at this point.
I had to switch to the ball inside 10 feet of my
Oh, really?
Right.
Old man lips.
Yeah. Any pressure points inside 10 feet.
Side bets. Let's take some side bets on whether or not the degenerate gambler is going to end up with over or under 10K at the end of the day today. We are under a half an hour out. I'm taking the over. Ooh, Drew just slid me a note that said he's going to go busto. That seems like a...
That would be crazy because there's only one person, and that would mean that Troy walks away with heaps, beats the old record.
Oh, hey, that is not out of the realm of possibility. He has had Ryan's number.
Didn't want to see that damn queen or king.
So do you think it's a spot where we can expect Troy and Tom to really open up their ranges and playing a bunch of hands? Less than 30 minutes to go in the day?
And just keep trying to accumulate as much as possible in the last half an hour. No one's going to want to play back at them unless they have it.
Right.
You know, at this close to the finish line with that kind of real money sitting in front of you, this is prime accumulation time.
Yeah.
It's just like so frenetic. Like
As Tom just finished raising Queen 6 suited in +1 there.
Dell's going for the over. He's going to gamble and suck out. What? That doesn't sound like the Ryan DePaulo I know. Kappa.
So just to say that, Tom's raising 10 deuce suited under the gun here.
Boom. Right on cue. And DePaulo has a suited ace.
Looks like calling chips.
Ryan wants to see a flop. Gonna rein in his 3-betting ways for now. Was that part of your deal in the Mario Kart races last night? So that choke was purposeful? I knew it was too egregious to be an accident.
So looks like Longcar called on the button with the 5s, and then Troy's coming along with the 6s. And we have some action here.
Yes, we do.
Check.
And if Troy makes a set, or sorry, if we can, I mean, I don't know how we're gonna. Wait, God, check around? Nah, Tom's gonna bet, yeah, because he's the original raiser, and he made his deuce.
Yep. Backdoor flush draw, 2-pair draw. Big things happening. And I just think people are going to play tight here.
Yeah, I foresee the same thing.
Look at that, even Troy.
Mm-hmm.
Troy's going to fold the 6s.
Yep.
Call for the meme. Look at that.
2 pairs out there better than Tom, but Tom says, "I bet," and it works.
Trust me, I've done a lot of negative review stuff for content. It's not.
Yeah.
It's not what they do. Or the
God, could Troy possibly break his record?
Yeah.
He needs, so 51, 315 was his record.
Hit the set.
He's 5K away. Hard, but possible.
Very, very possible.
I guess queens in terms of that.
Joe's got the honeys. Yeah, you saw those deuces
My
out.
best hand of the day.
And the queens are just going to raise and take it, something we haven't really been seeing a whole lot of.
So the gods were telling me.
That you should have raised?
Yeah, did you show something?
I lost.
No, I fuck out of queens. Best hand I've had all day.
But
Oh yeah, queens there?
I got like 10 or 90. Same thing.
It's on the tree. You see it on the screen.
What's up, Jessica? You never know. It could happen. That would be pretty sick, actually.
You guys love pain, huh? You just love the max pain. Let's see some coolers and coin flips.
6-bet. It doesn't work.
Suited ace for Troy. Lawn car had better be careful here. He's overcoated. But of course, you know, in the hijack with a hand like that, that's an open. Absolutely going to get a call here from Troy.
It's like I should have called that pot C-bet there with your king 10, king queen.
Bless.
Mistake.
I was going all the way with that one. I had a real plan. So,
What's that?
I had a real plan. I was going all the way with that one.
Troy does make himself his ace that he did not need. Lawn car whiffs, luckily for him. Troy checks behind on the button, correctly realizes that he's either way behind or way ahead here. The latter is true, trying to give his opponents a chance to catch up. Oh, I didn't see. Oh, geez, Ryan has the flush draw. Did not see that. Damn these two-color decks.
I know, right?
So check over again here to Troy, who I don't think is checking behind here a second time. Or not. He does. Really.
He must just think he's so far ahead here.
Sure, and he just has to let them bluff. He's right. They have king high and 6 high. And but everyone's in preserve mode, and nobody obliges him.
Yeah.
So we're here in Hold'em no man's land, where he's going to make a value bet after all this checking, but it just doesn't matter. He's not going to get called. Hard for Troy to show up with something like an ace here, but his opponents don't have any, decision.
I like his bet there. It looks like he bet like 12 or 1300. On the river, trying to look bluffy. Like he's trying to take it. Hope somebody hit a jack. They're gonna have to call at that point, right?
Totally.
Nobody has an 8.
Yep. Both of these guys lucky that they didn't happen to have a jack. And then it's like you call and you're like, I just rivered the best hand, right? And he's like, you have an ace?
That's crazy. Looking at the graphic there, Tom and Troy have 70+% of the chips in play.
This is, I would say, the most weighted it's ever been like this at the end of a cage. It's not like it's even chip distribution or anything, but this is crazy weighted.
I feel like typically it's like one person with a really big stack, some
Right.
middling stacks, right? So to
Exactly.
have kind of 2 big stacks and a bunch of smaller stacks. Tom's raising the 9 and deuce off. He's just got chips. It makes sense. Ryan's got the kings.
Somebody forgot to turn their mic off. And great spot here for Ryan. But it's just going to induce a quick fold here. Tom was just kidding. It was just kidding.
Ryan has to be a little bit sad there.
Right? Like, that the most maniac guy within a 50-mile radius didn't even think about it. He just insta-muck from the button.
Yep.
What up, Jeff Boski?
What up, Boski? How's it going, buddy?
So Ryan's going to pick up a couple $100 there from 3-bet Tom, and he is $600 short of the 10K mark. Again, I have an over bet on whether he will finish with more or less than 10K, so go Ryan.
One more.
Joe's got another hand here, the jacks. Raises in +1. Looks like Tom called, it looks like. Is that 250? Yep.
Edson going to defend his blind here with his ace. Better hope he doesn't see a 9.
I'm pretty sure Tom's in this hand too. He got removed from the graphic, but I still see he had his cards, and I saw him throw in 250.
Oh, okay. I didn't. Oh, you're right. Yep, I didn't see what he had.
Tom has 4-5 of clubs.
Oh, I did. Okay, yes. Yep, I did see that. And he does make the 3 of clubs is a pretty card, and he's got a pair as well.
We're getting him back in there. Here we go. All right.
Cool. Good stuff. Check. Bet. 1,075.
So Tom picks up an open-ended straight draw here on the turn. Joe has jacks. There is a queen on the flop. Joe calls 1.1K from his 8.2K stack.
Sure.
And then ace on the river. See what Tom does here. You can't assume that his 5 is going to be that good here when Joe check calls him twice. And the flush comes in on the river.
Tom's a blaster, though. And he knows he can't check and win with a 5. The question is, does his opponent have something he can fold? And the answer is somehow yes. And is this going to work? His story doesn't make a ton of sense, but it doesn't matter. Like, what are you doing here with jacks? How can your opponent not have you?
Looks like he bet 1.9K.
This would be a absolutely sick hero call by Joe. I don't know how in the world he's going to do it. I just don't see it.
Joe knows Tom's capable, though.
That's true.
Right? So this is an interesting spot to see. It's so much easier when you can see the cards. I love it.
Of course. And but the thing is you just feel like such a moron. Like if you call and he's just like trip 6s or something, you're just like, dude, of course you just have it.
Yeah.
Or like, you ace 3 suited and he just got there.
Mm.
But man, he wants to. Tom is so sick. This is such a sick bluff. I still think this is going to work.
I think it works most of the time, too.
Yeah. It's just not much you can do. Tough spot. You're like, man, really? Like, dude, I just called you. Like, I just called a big bet on the turn. And you're still going to blast off? Like, how are you bluffing? How am I folding?
Right, exactly. It's interesting, though. If it wasn't an ace of spades, I wonder what cards Joe's calling, because when he's calling the turn there, I have to imagine he's got to think. Tom's likely to fire this river again, right?
Right. Yeah, maybe his plan was like, I'm calling rivers, but like the ace put a wrench in those spokes, you know? Tough spot. Good bluff by Tom.
Andy's got ace king suited here on the button. This is pretty.
Raise. 225.
Pretty sure Longcar called with like 9-5 earlier here, so if he called with that, thinking he's calling here.
He's a defender. And that flop is all Andy. Here's just going to be another standard check, c-bet, fold. And Andy doesn't mind that. I mean, of course, that's a great flop for him, but I guarantee you, Andy does not mind just having a fold and scooping some chips up as we are, like, 10 minutes out. Because that is 275 real US dollars. It matters.
No.
For sure.
I'm just.
And this is Andy's second cage, I believe, right?
Nobody. I was
So
only
the last one he played was the PLO cage.
It'd be like that
I'm pretty sure he did not bag that one.
Yeah.
So this will be cool here.
Yeah, be a nice score for him, Of course, we do have some hands left, so let's not get ahead of ourselves, but certainly he's in a good spot.
Nice try, Trey. Nice try.
Couple of threes. Tom's got a king jack. He's going to be in there battling. That might be it.
300?
Yeah, make it 300. I suspect we'll see Edson call from the button here. Or, I mean, well, 3-bet possible, of course. Even a fold is within reason.
Baller shit.
But, Edson's got enough chips at this point. He's not folding. He's going to see a flop.
I know, 4 or 5 Ks under
there,
whatever.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Troy shit, man.
That's some real Troy
Troy's the
shit.
cage boss, man.
What's up?
Here we go. Classic Texas Hold'em. Coin flip. And Tom wins this one. Suspect we'll see a c-bet from Tom and a fold from Edson.
350.
Cody is rad. Are they playing 7-card stud? No, they are playing deuce to 7 triple draw low ball. And Edson, for some reason, even though he's got a couple of low cards, is going to fold.
Red flip. I go.
Just a little ways out from this cage trip being over.
What a long, strange trip it's been. And you are heading back to the islands from here, or what?
Nope, I am. I think Train is heading to the islands, but I'm going to be heading back to Vancouver. Back to the stream and online tournament grind for me.
The fucking chili shot.
Chili Guado.
Yeah.
Let's get around. I haven't had enough chili guado on this trip.
I actually had a couple of shots of
need a
those
thousand,
last
Andy?
night. I feel like at the ACR party when people walk around and just hand you shots, I don't have the
for me?
ability to say no.
Yeah,
You can't say no.
I wouldn't
It's
do
like,
it.
I don't even ask what it is. Like, okay, yep.
I would do it if I
He's
could
also
get
a
my
bar
money.
owner and drinks a ton and is basically a professional drinker and
He's
has
a
a very high
bar
tolerance.
Yeah, I have problems with acid
He drinks a
reflux.
lot. So, I mean,
That would
his
fuck me
his
up.
tolerance is really high. So.
You hear that, Scott?
Yes, I do.
I probably wouldn't do it for under 10K.
What?
Under 10K? Get out of here, Milanagas. You freaking troll.
No, it's just about the bet. There might be something that I would do for 1K, just not that. I got acid reflux. I don't want to feel like shit.
Oh yeah, you got yeah.
Do any of us do parkour in our spare time? Why is Junior shot? I did until I saw Ryan's skills, and then I was like, what's the point? And I quit.
Actually,
Well, I've never done any.
There you go.
I like to keep my feet on the ground.
It would be over quick. I don't think it would be really.
You're a very down-to-earth guy, literally.
Normal, or you just find me super
Both. It's fanboy equity. But oh shit, I'm so fucking shot. I'm thinking this non-existent seat is the big blind. I need a coffee. I ordered a drink. Thank you. Thanks. I don't know if this is the signal for coffee. Like this is the signal for coffee. That's tea. Maybe this is the signal for coffee.
That's like what they say for improv.
250. What?
You say like, what the fuck?
Oh, I don't do a gun like this. Like,
Yeah, but
actually. Like,
Thanks again, everybody, for hanging out for us the last couple of days. It's been a good time, but after this, if you're wondering what's next, it is the OSS series on ACR coming up February 9th. Less than 2 weeks away. What is it, 13 million in guarantees?
Yes, 13 million, 4 separate $1 million guarantee events.
So I will be all over that. I will be playing that, and I will be streaming that a bunch on my channel. So I'm looking forward to it. That's kind of where my home is online.
Yeah, it's gonna help.
If there was better live tournaments around the Vancouver area, I would probably play a little bit more, but it's not really a tournament scene around there. There's some like cash games I've heard.
It's too bad. I mean, there's a ton of people and a ton of money. What's the missing element?
I don't know. Honestly, that's a good question.
You know?
I honestly expected that there would be a bunch of stuff going on. I saw there's some like okay dailies at the Park Casino, and there's some cash games there, but I've only heard about Park and Grand Via there that like have some cash games. Past that, not really much tournament action. And I'm a tournament junkie, so.
I got excited like there's a pay jump on the line. It's like autopilot.
Now, did Troy raise and Joe shove and Troy folded? I believe that's what happened. Joe, is that right? If the graphics are right, that's sick.
Yeah, especially for 8.5 there, small blind.
Oh,
Man.
very much, yes.
Button.
Raise, re-raise, ship it.
You usually do that.
Yeah, that's usually where I operate
That's
from.
your
That would've been sick if Troy calls and wins. He
Oh my
gets
God!
his
Right?
Another.
There it is.
new
The
high.
the record, personal record. He of course has what is Scott Ball's 59 and almost 60. Yeah, he would have a while to go.
You a Jersey boy. You fan of Jay and Silent Bob?
Raise to 50.
Looks like Joe raises here. 250 with the ace-2 suit and the cutoff.
Because I was thinking.
3-bet Tom does what he does. Looks like he made it maybe 900. See if Joe shoves again.
Not this time. King high good, ace high not good. Poker's weird.
You know, you can tell after so many times commentating with Train that you definitely pick up some Trainisms.
Clerks chasing
Without
you.
yes, you
You're
get
outside in front of
infected.
the store smoking
There's nothing you can do about it.
No, I believe it. I believe it.
Yeah.
The
Do you have
guy
any
with long hair and the one guy
specifics
who's,
in
like,
mind?
silent, he just doesn't-
No, just
Yeah.
poker's weird. I've heard him say that
Oh, yeah.
a bunch of
Sure,
times.
yes.
And then there's just been little subtle things over
that used to be my
time. I
room.
think you slid a dad joke in
he's
yesterday
like-
that I thought was, you know,
Sounded very Train-like.
Yeah, it was a well-timed
Yeah,
dad
yeah.
joke.
I definitely have incorporated "got him" to like I'm wildly overusing it. Like in my, I really need to curb it.
Private, not when we're on Twitch.
I know.
In private, I'll tell you some fun stories. But on Twitch, it seems a little cringe.
I got you.
Is chat saying Phil Nagy's a dealer right now?
Phil's, I think they're trolling.
Okay, yeah, no.
Because
I just saw that.
Cody is rad is like a child who has wandered into the middle of a movie and he doesn't know the plot and he's like, "What is this?" And so people are trolling him.
Nice job, chat. You got me too.
Trolling the host. Ryan does raise it up. Yeah, he does. And Joe, with the Jack-10 suited, that pretty looking hand, the Jack-10 suited, calls to see a flop. And Ryan is in a weird spot. He has the best hand, and he's in the lead because he 3-bet pre, so he's going to continuation bet, and that is far away from what Joe was looking for. So I'm sure much to Ryan's relief, he's just going to see a fold right here.
Cool to see the adjustment Joe made here. Joe's been raising late position, getting 3-bet by 3-bet Tom. He's got Tom and Troy there, and he decides to limp in the hijack with the Jack-10 suited.
Oh, is that what happened? So it wasn't a 3-bet; it was a limp. Ryan raised, Joe called. Got it. You know, I don't even mind that. You know, he wants to make sure he sees a flop, and if he raises and gets 3-bet, he's seeing a very expensive flop.
Yeah.
And he just limps. Maybe he'll induce a multi-way, like he'll get a 3-handed flop, and that's a great thing to have when you have a hand like Jack-10 suited.
For sure.
Or if he gets raised, he can more comfortably just call. Yeah, it's passive, but I don't blame him this close to the finish line.
No, I personally think it's a good adjustment. It's if you limp and everybody limps, it's like, okay, you got Jack-10 suited, that's fine. But then he got to basically see the flop there at half price than if he would have raised and then got 3-bet to like 900.
The whole orbit is not that crazy.
Later, buddy.
You guys are so dull.
Turin. Come on, Turin. Enjoy the show.
For God's sakes, man. Or bug off. Andy's got queens. There's the honeys. And does anyone have something that will contest him? Troy might come along with it. Oh, there you go. He raises. So Andy, I suppose, is going to 3-bet here.
Let's see what the sizing is, because if it's too small, Troy is going to be coming along with basically everything.
How's this size?
Too small. I think Troy is going to be calling here.
And Drew is saying that because now, instead of Andy making it like, say, 825 or something, which would make Troy get like, he's getting like 2-1 barely on a call. You know, now he's getting like 3 and change to 1.
And that's something that as Andy kind of gets more and more accustomed to the game and whatnot, sizing can be a really big thing, in position, out of position. Troy having all the chips, assuming he's got an edge, he's in position, Andy's giving him a great price. You know, he's going to be calling there a lot.
Absolutely. Now, in this spot, Troy does flop a pair. It's not good enough. Andy quickly checks. And interesting, that kind of is a pretty transparent move to 3-bet pre and then open check an ace-high board, that he has something exactly like he has, 2 jacks, 2 queens. But Troy didn't catch a big enough piece of that, and he checked back on the flop. Would have been rough going for Andy had a king or a 5 rolled off on 4th Street there, but that was not to be. And Andy wins on the turn.
Yeah. It's really, honestly, you know, he can use it against me, it's fine, but it's honestly just scary. Like, even with pocket queens, with this close to the finish, I could just, like, call him.
Hear that?
If I fire at him, he could just be like, fuck your
Andy's
stack,
talking
all
about,
in.
he's very
And
conscious
call him
of the
because
ending.
queens
Everybody
is
obviously
still, like, a
is.
scary spot,
You know,
right?
in less than 30 minutes,
still have to take a
everyone
chance to,
here
like,
will
try to,
be
like,
bagging up and
get
taking
some chips
home
out of
this
my
real
good
money.
hand.
Oh, yeah, much less. I actually think we're down to just our final couple hands here.
Is it?
I
Okay.
think so. No? Oh, there's a little more time than that? Okay, no, I'm wrong. Drew's right. We're going a little longer than that.
You know we're going to be here 30 more minutes?
30 more minutes. Okay, Drew's right.
Yeah, but I mean, he could use that
Okay,
to
so we
his
do have a
advantage.
little while to
He's
go,
like, oh,
but
he's
you're
scared of me, I'm gonna just
was a
barrel
guess.
him and
Yeah.
have him
It
come
was
up
a
and-
complete guess, just vibing.
We gotta fake it right now. But then we're not building the friendship that I think we're working on. Then it'd be based on a lie in a lot of ways. Imagine we thought we were like getting some knocked on.
Cody is rad. JJ Corrado busted out, and I guess we'll call it 8th place. He was, we're sitting final table of 7 here.
I'm Steezaholic. Y ended 9. I'm wrong. We're not. It's 9:30 Costa Rican time, and the reason that there's an end time. Right, there's a finish line. That's the structure of this event. That way we know when the cash out is happening.
Did you just tune in, Nutlo? Actually, I feel like you were here earlier, but there's actually been quite a bit of action here since we combined the 7. Tom's raising the majority of his hands, 10 deuce suited in early position, 3-betting, queen 5 suited, barreling down. There's been quite a bit of action. Maybe in the last few minutes there's been a couple more folds, but...
Well, Hooli24, who came here from Ryan's post to watch the degenerate in action, you're just in time. He has ace queen, but uh-oh, Andy has 2 queens. This is trouble for Ryan. He's not going to want to fold here.
Jessica, yeah, I played the cage last year. I believe it was maybe March or April I played the last cage. And I was fortunate enough to survive both days. I ended up taking home a little under starting stack, like 4,900.
Jack high flop. This is trouble. Ooh, we've got a hand brewing, guys.
Ryan has the ace of diamonds.
He sure does. He's also got a nut shot to Broadway. The king gives him the ace high straight. And Andy has an overpair. Now, that board is all red, and Andy's queens are not. That sucks. But he does have an overpair, and that's a good enough hand to bet when check to.
Andy bets 600, and Ryan raises to 1,500.
And it works. Andy snap folds. This check raise semi bluff works. I think Andy just doesn't have he's not confident in a plan for future streets. You know, if he calls there, he doesn't know what he's looking for on the turn. And what if like he's already dead? You know?
Right.
And so he just is like, I don't know how to navigate these waters. My stack is fragile.
No, if I had a diamond.
I'm out.
The end of the tunnel is in sight.
Yes.
I think Ryan just told him what he had. Heard Andy sigh.
And
But do you blame him for folding? What do you think of
No,
that?
I don't at all.
End of day 2, right there, you can see it. You've got like
Thank
very
you.
vulnerable stack. Ryan's got you covered. Sketchy board.
Super sketch. I honestly think I check back on the flop a lot rather than bet when check to. I can navigate a little more safely and like, you know, we're exercising a little pot control. I don't want to blow up the pot. I have an overpair, but I'm sketched out about this board.
Right.
I think when he open checks, I'm checking back. And on black undercards, he can't get me off my hand on turn, and then we reevaluate on river. But the whole hand obviously plays out very differently if you check back. Like, am I hoping that he folds if I bet on flop? And he checks to me and I bet. Do I hope he folds? Yes, I don't know. Do I hope he calls? Oh, no idea where I'm at. I don't really know what outcome I want if I bet.
Yeah.
You know? So, I don't, as played, no, I don't blame him at all for folding. If I got raised there with 2 black queens, I might puke fold.
Right.
Yeah.
Right. Yeah.
I mean, because honestly, I wouldn't call and see a turn card. I would just be like, am I good right now? Does he have the ace of diamonds? And I would ship. Or fold.
Yeah. Yeah. I can see that.
Yeah, re-raising all in is totally an option. It totally is. And it just, it feels gross. And Andy just doesn't want to take the risk at this point in the tournament.
So Manifestos, yeah, for sure, agree. I think a lot of people at this point, especially if you're newer to poker, it means something to finish this event. You know, the drinks taste better afterwards. It's, you know, there's some value there. Though, once you understand that mindset, a lot of the pros at this table obviously can exploit that.
Checking that flop is leaking so much equity. Tough turf MJ. You know, I know that can be true. I think you're overstating the case by saying so much. Are you leaking some equity if you check back there? Yes. Do you have to take the circumstances and the point in the tournament at which you are at into account? Yep. In addition to leaking equity, do you also fold incorrectly if you bet and get raised a bunch of the time? Yes. So you have to include that part into it. It's not only the leaked equity part that's a factor, right?
Energy, I'm not sure who won a seat, but I know that not everybody here at this final table won a seat.
You even had the suit today, I can tell.
I didn't know how to fuck, man. Does he out of it or like less aggressive or less aggressive?
The suit makes you more aggro. Like the heat from the steam inside of it.
This, I mean,
yeah, it's a little warm.
Troy, you really lost a lot of cool points.
What's up, Digital Pimp?
The Drake 87. I thought this was over a while ago. Yeah, dude, it ended at like noon today. You are stumbling through the Twilight Zone.
You look cool as fuck, and then you go about and you reveal it all.
Canada's the best country in the world.
I knew you were gonna say something like that.
I'll concur. Yeah.
Canada is pretty awesome. I lived in Vancouver for 6 months, and it was freaking
Ooh,
amazing.
could see some fireworks here. Andy's got suited Queen Jack. Not fireworks. I mean, Andy's, playing carefully. But Joe's got a big suited King Queen.
And he makes it 2 1/4.
Probably had 3-6 of spades, bitch.
Any advice when playing the cage and RG Poker 1991? Yes. Try to make the other people who came down to play here bet you, make prop bets regarding drinking. They wildly overestimate how hard it is to drink certain things, and you might make more money doing that than you make at the table.
And my advice, first thing that came to my head is don't party too much Saturday night or your Sunday,
Yeah.
as mine was last year, can drag out a little bit in the early parts.
Yeah. Sir Fred speaks the truth. Try to avoid Tom Canuli. About 20 minutes, 25 minutes or so before the finish line.
So it looks like Andy, I missed it, but checked flop. Joe probably bet turn, and Andy just folded the queen. They both had a queen. He did correctly fold because Joe had the king kicker.
Straight tilt.
How much is it to go here, Tipsy? Well, you can win your way down here. There are $55 satellites on Sundays. And you can win yourself a package, flight, hotel, spending cash, and, of course, the entry to this, plus a bunch of partying and good times. Otherwise, if you want to fly down and direct buy, $5,250. For sure, Tough Turf. Yeah, it is close. I mean, betting there is fine for sure. There's a case to be made for checking back. It is a really, really close spot.
I think too, actually, a cool thing to consider is if somebody bought in, like how much does the money mean to you, right? If you get
That's
to
a factor.
If you get to this point, and let's say you're an average stake buy-in player of like $2, and then you like won your way or took a shot in the $55 satellite on Sundays on America's Cardroom, and then now you're here, you've gotten your spending money and this whole big experience, and this is your biggest stage you've ever been on. And I know when it comes down to like professional poker that this might not be the way you want to think about it, but if you're a recreational player, you play for fun and you want a story, you bagged the cage, you didn't bust, you might want to play tighter and then lock up your biggest poker score ever of, let's say we're using Andy as an example because he made a couple of tight folds. You take home 5-6K. That's an amazing story, and the story might be worth more than the actual money.
100%. Yes. Yeah, I know. In poker theory world, we're not supposed to take these things into account. We're just supposed to take each decision as it comes, and there's merit to that. But in real life, man, these things do matter. The stories, your memories, and the money do matter.
Yeah, for sure. So I can totally understand the different adjustments and different strategies that people might be playing at this point. And it's real and it's fun. And you know what? You kind of don't know. It's easy to see from the outside what you're going to do. So I would say I thought I knew what I would do in some spots before I came here. But then you sit down and I had a moment. I remember when I sat down and looked at my chips and I have my tournament mindset. I was like, but this is real money.
Yes. And yes. Not tournament chips.
Yeah. It's like, this is real money. But then in order for me to play my game, I had to tell myself, like, no, you can't think that it's real money. Otherwise, you're not going to play as good as you can.
Totally.
So it's a very interesting thing, and you just got to try to get yourself down here for the experience, see how you do for yourself, and see how you would play some things. It's different when you're in the
You
chair.
just snapped eye.
I would also, I would caution like another one of them is like, man, Andy probably has more money than anyone else at this table. Andy had a show on MTV. He's famous. You gotta be careful though about thinking stuff about people's like personal finances and stuff. Dude, sometimes appearances are not what they seem. Sometimes the quiet neighbor lady in the 2-bedroom cottage had 10 million in the bank when she dies. Sometimes famous people are in debt. You just never know,
Right. For sure, 100%.
Just to be clear, I don't know anything about Andy's personal finances. I'm just saying as a general rule,
Yeah.
Yeah, I know, and you did say probably, yeah, for sure. I'm just pointing it out as a sentiment, but for sure, dude, I take it in the spirit in which it's intended.
I mean, we haven't. Oh, my bad. No, not this one. I don't think we've
For sure,
ever.
tough turf.
I don't think we've played a hand
As
yet.
far as maybe just folding and playing it like a satellite, it's maybe considering that now and going back to that queen's hand where Andy just folds. Maybe then you might lean towards what Hop Grenade was saying and just check that flop. If you don't want to be in a spot where you have to put more chips instead of betting in. Though, there is, positive value to betting that flop, obviously.
You're stronger than this. You gotta smack yourself out of it. You get yourself out of it right now.
If you give up after a failed bit or something that's not that funny or something, you just keep going, man.
He's like, what do you mean? I don't even know what that means. What do you mean not that funny?
Yeah, he's like, I crush everything.
So it looks like
What are you
Andy's
fucking
sitting at
talking about?
4.1k now. Loncar's got 7k. He's the next shortest stack.
And Troy's got the bullets. Seems unfair.
Poker god.
Oh gosh. Anyone else have a hand here? Let's see. Not so much.
Hello, it's mellow. I don't feel speedy.
Not yet, but I'll go 3-bet yet.
Tom's gonna throw in the. Did he call? Yep. Okay.
Yeah, nut low, dude. I mean, I just don't want to get into it, man. It's just not the platform for it, It's just been talked to death. If you want to have a beer sometime IRL, for sure, I got thoughts, but just not on the air, Trying to have fun and get past it and just enjoy you guys and all the awesome elements of Twitch poker that I love.
So looks like we actually went 4 ways. And top pair for Andy, and he is doing what he has been tending to do, is lead here. And this is actually one of those situations we were talking about earlier when you lead with top pair, getting called by worse, or you're getting called by better, folding out worse, and now we're in this exact situation where Troy has aces here.
100%. This is going to be an absolute clinic in why the donk bet is trouble. We've seen, can be trouble, I should say, right? We've seen, like Drew's saying, we've seen Andy do this a bunch yesterday and today. The few times he's done it so far today, he has, with top pair, and then worse has just folded out. When worse would have probably bet if Andy had checked, and then he can call or whatever. But yeah, here he's leading, and he's going to be in trouble.
Yeah, maybe.
And Troy decides to raise, which was what I was wondering what Troy was going to do, because obviously he's not seeing these hands because this is on a delay, but had he known how tight and how big of folds Andy's making, he probably can't raise there.
Totally.
Because Andy is just going to let go of his king just as he did. So.
Right.
No, I know.
Yes.
I mean, obviously I'm making some tight laydowns.
And you hear Andy there talking about making his tight laydowns, he knows.
When you have 3-6 of spades.
Yeah,
Oh, that's so cool, Nutlow. A barbecue truck? That is really cool, brother. That's awesome. I definitely see tons of breweries. That is like a great place to exercise your business, right? So many breweries don't have food programs. They just are a brewery. Yeah, I mean, a lot do, but a lot don't. They just have beer and they have food trucks outside. So there's a lot of demand now for hey, we have a craft brewery, we got 10 taps, but we don't have a kitchen because that's a different permit. But we want food, so people will hang out and drink more beer.
Yeah.
And so food trucks have a great business hanging out around breweries. So right on, dude. What's it going to be called?
Is that a California thing? Because all the breweries that I've been around, usually you could get food there too.
Permits, like what your permit allows for, and like does it require a kitchen? Does it have all alcohol, etc.? It varies by state.
Okay.
But pretty much anywhere you go, you're going to find a combination of brew pubs that are restaurants, breweries that are full food, and craft breweries, just tap rooms that have food trucks outside. I suspect since you're not necessarily a huge craft beer guy, that when you're at a brewery, you really have gone to a restaurant that happens to brew their own beer.
No, I don't want to. I don't want to
is
play
it.
like that.
Most of your folds are correct, you know.
Buckethead Barbecue. That's cool, dude. Keep me updated on that, man. Good luck.
Yeah, that was the wrong fold, and then against Troy earlier. Still, but otherwise, you have mad good folds.
That was the wrong fold, but you had 2 cards to hit your diamond.
A lot of good food comes out of those food trucks. though.
Dude, food trucks cook up
I
some
love
chronic food for sure.
I don't even care what they have. If I see a food truck, I'm ready to try.
For sure. Big California thing, yeah. And a part of that, that some of that is just a function of it being, such a populous state, right? Of course, there are so many craft breweries in the U.S. Or sorry, in California rather. And there's just a lot, there's just a lot of people to go around, So it's a good place to open something up, and just got a few taps. You can start small. You can grow your business, more slowly. You don't got to worry about a food program. You can focus on the beer,
Nice.
And so yeah, definitely California is especially loaded with them.
Yeah.
Kazi, anyone can buy into the cage. That is correct. If you're here in San Jose, Costa Rica, you got $5K in your pocket. You're like, I don't know what to do with this. You can just walk on in and play it.
I don't even
Is that
know.
a right stat, Floss Sugar? 1 in 6 Americans are Californians? That's crazy. That's a crazy stat.
What's up, I bluff you not? When is the next 24-hour stream? I don't
Yeah,
know.
how much rest time do you need in between those? A lot, probably.
I never did a 24-hour stream until Christmas Day. I did my very first one, and then I did one right before I came to the cage here. And so I never done one, and then I did 2 within 30 days. And it
That's
was
savage.
Yeah, it was intense, but people seem to like it. I don't know.
Oh, yeah.
It's interesting. I might do it at a certain frequency, but I can't imagine me doing it twice every 30 days.
Well, it totally makes sense to me that people like it. Like, it's cool to see somebody, just, like stamina like that,
Yeah.
There's also something comforting about it. Like, I don't know how to describe it really, but like, I was telling you, I was hanging out in the chat. I was watching you for a lot of the evening, and then I went to bed like a normal human being, and then I got up in the morning, and like, there you still were, and it was comforting.
Yeah.
That's a lot of why I love Jason Somerville streamed so much back in the day. It was a day of the week he was streaming.
Yeah.
Every freaking day, that workaholic stream.
Yeah.
And it was comforting. It was like, it's just another day on the computer, and I'm hanging out with Jason. Like there's something so about consistency is just so huge for that reason.
Huge. Consistency is a huge thing on Twitch, and it's actually cool to hear you use the word comforting, because the people do turn out and they'll hang around and they'll just leave the stream on. So
totally,
it's very interesting to me.
It is indeed. Andy does raise here. He's got an ace, and that's probably going to be good enough unless Troy wants to be stubborn.
Troy is in the big blind, so this is, I think he's just going to defend a lot.
Totally.
And he just flops
Flops
the
the
straight.
straight? Really?
Wow.
And at least Andy doesn't turn an ace here or on the river either, so luckily.
Troy knows he has nothing. He's just trying to trap Andy into
Totally.
the
And that, yeah, wow. Oh my God. Nice hand. Man, the truth is, guys, California is a mixed bag. I've lived my whole life in California. I've been a lot of places. I live in the Bay Area now. I have businesses in multiple states.
Thank you, Father.
The truth, and everywhere that's the case, but especially in California, like, oh, it's overrun with drug addict, homeless people. That's true. There's wild prosperity, and like it's a model for the rest of the thing. Well, there's truth to that too. It's a really like a very polarized mixed bag.
I'm making myself
What
play
is the, can you pull up the graphics for the next cage? Somebody in chat asked how often the cage runs.
There's the rest of the year's schedule.
So 6 times a year, looks like?
Yes, exactly. Yep. And the one in December, as you see there, it's going to be PLO. We did a couple of those last year. Now we're back to Hold'em for the next bunch. So yeah, try and win your way down here and come party with us.
That's pretty crazy, Ali. I didn't know that. I didn't know Violet Mystery does 24-hour streams every month.
Doing? There we go.
That's insane. I saw she ran for like 30-some hours yesterday or something like that. I was like, wow.
Yeah, again, like, you guys are right about that. Like, it is a ton to, taxes are crazy. But also, tons of people have money, so there's a lot of money generated. Believe me, I can't get too into it here. It's not the platform. It's simultaneously extremely tilting and extremely gratifying because everything's at high levels.
Excuse me.
High rev, high
Can I
tax.
order a water, please? Yeah.
Yeah, me too. Can I have another water? Sorry. We're scared that one has a corona.
Do you know, is that Ryan's sweatshirt brand or whatever, the minus EV? Or is that a sticker or something you put on there?
I was wondering the same thing. I think it's a sticker, but I couldn't quite tell.
I love it though.
It's awesome. Negative EV. It's great.
Yeah.
It's very on brand for Ryan.
Yeah.
What? Like, you mean when you have to fold or just like pre-flop?
No, just like when I feel like a hand, like I made a bad move, like just fucking beat myself up relentlessly.
Yeah, you got. I used to do that. Yeah, you'll get this. Start moving on.
Just like.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you.
So Joe raised in the cutoff here with the king 10 of clubs.
It goes away with time.
Yeah.
The cost.
Tom
is
folds a
your
small
soul.
blind, and it looks like Ryan folded the big blind too.
Oh, it's his new merch. Is that right? So that's Ryan's new merch line. That's awesome.
Sick. I love that.
Okay, so it is literally on brand. That's perfect.
But I made the worst call on his back jam. Is that what it's called on the car? A back jam. When you flat jam. Queen came off.
All of the chips, huh? Troy's leading.
Big blind?
And he's not, it seems like he's on lockdown, to be honest. He's got 25 minutes left to win the game.
So in my experience, I've definitely heard that Costa Rica can have some spots that you maybe don't want to go in. But I think around the hotel here, for sure, I've always felt safe. I've been here twice now, and I actually did go out Friday or Saturday night into the town and like away from the hotel, and I felt fine. I was with a group of there was a group of 3 of us. So if you do go out and explore outside of the hotel and the casino here, I would definitely travel in a group. But that kind of goes to say like anywhere new and things like that, I probably wouldn't go explore by myself.
Ghost is like, I'd feel more worried about walking through my own neighborhood than downtown San Jose, Costa Rica. Yeah, Ghost lives in Calcutta though, so that might not be a great example.
What's up?
Ace high board. And that means Ryan is going to minus EV himself right into a call from Tom here. I don't think Tom's going to raise.
I don't think so either. I think we'll see a call here a lot on this pretty dry board. So it does look like he has raising chips out there.
Okay, yeah, he sure does.
You grab too much, man.
Never mind, he does raise, and see you later, says King High.
I'd be very curious to know what Tom was thinking there, raising that flop.
Right, like maybe, like even if Ryan has something like 2 10s, is he going to be able to call there?
And 2, he just understands the pressure of the situation going on right now. You know what I mean? Like, he knows people are going to be folding more. So that's interesting.
It is. Or maybe it's like, if he does have something like 2 10s, or even like somehow flopped middle pair or something, that it's Tom blasting off. He's not going to get any credit. It's an interesting race. I heard that, yeah, Elon making a hovercraft Tesla, and I heard they're only going to be producing units at a $4 million per unit loss. So that's cool.
Fuck it.
So Troy with an ace here raises. It looks like everybody folds.
70, right?
Move on.
Remember, players, when we have 5 minutes left on the clock, we're gonna pause the clock, or we're gonna play the last 3 hands.
What did he say?
We're gonna pause the clock and have 3 last hands on the 5-minute mark.
Oh, 5 minutes.
So it sounds like, did you hear what he said there? They're going to pause and have 3 more hands? Is that what I heard?
Oh, it's a dime.
Is that it? Yeah.
What's that?
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
They should have an end naturally.
Andy down to 3K now. Still in it though.
I'm not sure if this is exactly what you guys are saying, but I am going to dub us the 1998 Toyota Camry of poker streams. Sure, there's not a lot of bells and whistles, but we'll get you where you need to go.
I like that. I'll take that.
You know, and we'll be going into the next freaking century. Reliable, we're there for you.
Yep. We, I was going to say retain our trade-in value.
Yeah, we hold value. Absolutely. You know, not Ryan, but we do.
I'm not good enough to get live reads off. I don't know if I'm bluffing or value betting, dude.
I believe that. Ryan has no clue if this is a bluff 3-bet or a value 3-bet.
Ryan's still going at it versus the big stacks though. Just 3-bet Tom, just 3-bet Troy here.
Good on Ryan for not slowing down here. You know, he's so close to the finish line and he's still torching. He does flop himself a wheel draw. And Troy has a straight draw of his own.
So Ryan continues here.
And he is going to puke, see this call.
Looks like he bet 1.3 into 1.8.
Yeah, that's exactly right, Triple. You know, it's 2 to 3K. That's pretty good for a card that old that was never that much in the first place, you know? Jack of clubs, that is an ugly turn card for Ryan. Not that there were a ton of turn cards he really wanted to see, but that is amongst the worst.
Troy checks again. Let's see if Ryan fires one more. I think, though, he probably feels like if he checks, he loses when Troy bets the river. And
Yep.
He doesn't improve.
I'd say so. Impossible spot. He does check back, and he's like 5, 5, 5, 5. Instead, it's an 8.
Yeah, looks like Troy's not trying to get too out of line here.
This is. I'm really surprised to see Troy check this river. You know.
Seems like Troy's kind of slowing down here towards the end of the day.
You know, here's what's crazy, though. Yeah, he is. Certainly he has, which is interesting. Ryan thinks he has to bet to win. Or at least he's considering whether or not that's the case right now. Wait, what? Oh, he bet. Oh, wait, the graphics were wrong. He did bet. Okay, I was going to say, I don't understand. He's checking 6 high? That didn't seem like a Troy move.
And look, Troy actually went all in on that river.
He shipped. Wow, he shipped.
For 4x pot there, basically.
Sick.
And then he flips over the
With
6
love
high.
from Canada.
Sick.
With love from Canada, Ryan says.
And Ryan has to fold out his best hand, of course.
Still like fucking find a way to do something. Maybe like 10% of the time.
You bet the turn, you win, of course.
You hear that? I think Troy says you bet the turn, you win.
Yep. And yeah, you could see Ryan kind of almost knew that was the case, but he's just like couldn't bring himself to do it because it was getting too expensive.
Yeah. Imagine though Ryan checks a flush there and then Troy 4x's the river there. It's like,
That's the dream.
Wow.
That's the
Yeah.
dream.
If he has a single club, he's still calling probably because he's sicko. If he has, some
Green,
good
yeah.
draws, he could easily
All green or do you?
Jack.
Okay.
What a name.
1, 2, 3.
It's a fair question, Pebble Hoppin. Why is Ryan 3-betting the super huge stack on the bubble? That's a good question. The super aggressive giant stack. You know, Ryan's got to make his merch. You know, he's got to work for his merch's brand. You know, minus EV.
Yeah.
And I think Ryan's just not going to be one to stand down here. He's
Yeah,
gonna
exactly.
Continue to play his game.
Of course, we're needling him, but really, it's the mark of a battler. Like he's a battler.
Yeah, he's out there swinging. He's like, we're still in the ring.
Absolutely.
It's to your credit that.
Andy's got a hand here.
Dude,
So does
I'm
Longcar.
playing like 65% of the hands we played together.
225. Raise from
those ones I
Andy.
outplayed you, the ones you got lucky. You just raped me in
That's
one
in
where I
folds.
won. No, the twos I fucked
And
up.
let's see what Longcar does here.
Oh, that sevens hand. I
Ace queen suited.
That you didn't raise on the river with the ace, like that was fucking.
I think he's
There's
definitely
blocker
aware
bad.
of how tight Andy's been playing.
I'm a god. You just raped me though. You raped it all back. You know, what I mean? Rape on rape. But I lost the times that I'm saying I win, huh?
So there's
That
the
last
raise.
one, you were determined.
Looks like he maybe made it 8 something. Yo, yo.
No spoilers, we won't see anything.
Okay.
I was gonna move in over a bet or over.
As we await what is a potential big hand unfolding here.
So Longcar, 3 bets to 825.
We just saw that really tough hand where you got chipped on with that ace 3 of diamonds on the river and had to fold. We almost felt like on the turn you were like, I shouldn't check behind here. I shouldn't check behind here. Check.
I thought he was calling with any club on that turn, any like, and he's Troy, dude. It's like if I bet he could just jam for no reason, like make
Which
a
he
bluff
exactly
that makes
did
no
that.
sense.
He exactly did that.
Yeah.
Yeah, like.
And here we go.
I have to call off and ship. I'm calling.
And then Andy folds the 10s.
I have like 3K.
Yeah, poor Andy folding with the queens, like
15 minutes away. I'd rather just
my
make it
check
to the
raise
end.
with ace
I would.
queen.
I'd rather, you know.
I
Same here.
know.
I don't. I'm
Really
calling off,
lopsided.
obviously. I don't want to flip right there for $3,000.
Yeah.
So I'm in the future, guys, and you know, listening to.
Whoops.
We here in the future, they're in the present. You know
That's
what I
right.
mean?
That's right. It's a big time warp up in here.
Look, I'm a little cranky after that fold with the ace 3. Still, like, yo, he owned. He was taking pride, Troy, and like showing the bluffs.
Oh yeah, he shipped and you folded and he whacked his
Yeah,
hearts
yeah.
down. Got him. See, there it is. Got him.
Got
We were
him.
talking about
Dropping got 'ems.
train-isms that have
Train-isms.
affected our speech.
Got 'em.
Speech patterns.
Oh,
that,
tell me more about these trainers you speak of.
Lightning Poker says, why would he fold 10s there? Just because the end of the day is in sight. He's got like 3K in his stack, and Andy's kind of verbalized a little bit a couple times, you know, there's some value in just taking home some money here.
Exactly. Longcar up and down. Canuli has the 8, the gut shot.
He only has the 8.
I don't know. Yeah.
welcome to the game.
Canuli has a suited double down.
Backdoor pair.
Yeah, backdoor pair draw. Absolutely.
I know.
Oh my god. Just in case, for those of you that don't know, even though most of the chat is just screaming parkour, that's Ryan DePaulo, that's Fat Train, that's Chris Fitz joining us in the booth.
We're finding out what happened along with you guys. I don't know. I honestly don't know how the rest of the day went. We're finding out.
He blacks out at the table.
Brian did hella drugs.
I did hella drugs. It puts you on like a 30-minute delay, man.
Oh
Some
man.
Costa Rican stuff.
Dude, what's it been like with 2 guys having all the freaking money in the room?
What do you mean? Oh,
Troy
weird.
and,
Well, I wasn't playing at
Tom.
the table with them most of the day.
Oh,
but-
just for this last little
Just for
stint
this
though,
last
yeah.
consolidation. But Tom, I'm less scared of than Troy because Tom and I were playing together a lot yesterday, and a lot of blind versus blind, and I owned him off stream mostly. You know.
Oh, perfect.
No, I mean not
Well,
owned,
not
not owned
the
him, but at
confidence
night he was
building.
telling me, "Yo, you played really well," and I respect him saying that. But I mean, I was super aggressive, and it is confidence building. Like
Totally.
Yeah, when you get validation that you're like doing it right, you're like sweet. As
Yeah.
long as he's
All
not,
right.
as long as he's not angling you and setting you up for later, you're just like, oh, you played really great, sucker.
I know, right?
Do it
and,
again.
yeah, and then I do the same things today. So here's a funny story that so he and I swapped 5%. I texted him after I just got his number, and I texted him like swap 5%. He's like, yeah, sure. Then later that night, out of nowhere, I get a text from him, and he goes, great conversation tonight, Mike. And then I'm like, what? This doesn't make sense. Then today he goes, yo, Mike, and I was like, oh my god, do you think it's Longcar? And he was like, no. I was like, did you think you swapped with Longcar, not me? He was like, no, I knew. But it was like,
He didn't know.
I was like, dude, this is great news for you because I'm much better than him. So you lucked out.
And then unbeknownst to Ryan, not to like, you know, empty out everyone's swaps or whatever, but I see Longcar go, oh, I owe you 5%.
That's funny.
Flow Junkie wants to know, what is validation?
It's when other people tell you when you don't have enough internal belief, and other people can give it for you by saying compliments.
I was gonna say it's when you don't have to pay for your parking.
That's what I was gonna say.
Hey,
No,
more
no
people.
on the casting
No
couch.
spoilers. They're in the past.
Join the couch.
They don't know. They have seen nothing.
Oh, they're all here.
Everyone is here.
Poker Guru
Hey,
and
chat.
Melissa, Monkar, and Cannuli.
You can I got excited. 5% of his lap.
What's up, baby?
Hey, ladies, you two. What up?
I watched a little about that playback. Thank you guys for the props.
Oh, dude, of course, man. Well deserved. Well
appreciate it.
deserved,
Thank
for
you.
sure. I think we are.
No spoilers.
No
No
spoilers.
spoilers! We are nearing the finish line. I don't know how many hands we have left, but obviously we're very close. Unless all you guys busted.
Everyone's out.
You guys all busted?
Yeah.
Troy has all the
Troy
money.
won $110,000.
Troy
The
won.
cage
Troy
won.
has all the chips.
What's the
Oh
lowest
my
amount
God.
of people ever in the cage? Like, what's the was there ever final 3?
No.
No,
That's
I
gonna happen at some point.
think
Somebody's gonna run very
seven.
good.
Seven was the lowest.
Let me
You made it
commentate
the first
this hand
50.
because I
No,
have a good
I
hand here.
I doubled it. Like,
Okay,
this is maybe the second time it was just a final table.
Ryan's gonna commentate this hand.
Yeah, Ryan, commentate.
So here I'm hype. Oh wow, they had nines and all types of shit.
Right there.
All right, so here I look down out of my hand out of turn because I always do and probably give away a lot of reads. And I know I have tens already and I'm like, yo, this is good. This is what I'm thinking, like, yo, this is good.
This is really good.
Yo, 10's good.
And then,
Wow, Tom, you got
what?
That's a 3-bet.
Why did Tom disappear on the graphic, but he called?
3-bet to 1.5.
Because he flatted. Tom had said had nines and he flatted. So.
That changes.
So you up your 3-bet size.
Yeah, I up my 3-bet
Yeah.
size. For sure.
And then is Troy
And then-
gonna try to set mine here?
Well, Joe's wasting everybody's time here. So he's just thinking like,
Like a
oh, I want to
king jack
finish the
offsuit
day.
here.
Yeah,
He's
like,
literally
you know what?
stalling.
He's a good spot to 4-bet lose.
He is, yeah.
And
What's
he's
it?
live.
Clock. What is he considering? Like, does he?
Oh,
think
he's
that-
stalling.
Okay, yeah.
He's stalling.
Right, and then Troy here, I think he's gonna fold it. I'm like, all right, sweet, whatever. I'll get it through. I don't care. I'll just win some chips. We have like 12 minutes left in the day. It's near the end, and he had just taunted me viciously with the 6-8 or whatever.
No, it was much lower than
6-5.
that.
It was
Yeah.
worse. Yeah, it was like it was worse. And then also I was trying to like. He's like a London guard. Like you can't get a reaction out of him, even when he had a fruit plate, even when he was being mad.
You're like
gangster.
playfully slapping him. He's just standing there.
Yo, for real, for Will. So Tom's still in his hand, you know, I think.
So Troy is gonna continue here.
Yeah, Troy just like looks at me and he's like, yo, I think this kid's a bitch. He even said it in the previous hand, basically. He said, I was like, yo, I was prepared to call a jam all day from you with top pair.
There was a lot of
and he's
talk
like, but
between
nobody
Ryan
does it. We were bickering, we were
was?
bantering
No,
this.
like,
No,
previous
leading up to
15
Mine's
this.
silent as hell during hands.
So,
other hand, he goes,
I have snap jammed here. I snap jam.
Oh, he 4-bet
He
you.
4-bet me.
And you jammed?
3.9K, and I snap jam. He's
Yeah.
asking for a count now.
Tens are nuts.
And
That's a
I'm
sick
very thrilled for
jam.
him to fold, but
Sick jam.
But Troy's just throwing it in.
And Troy with
And
a
this is my whole-
$5,000 gift at the last second.
Not necessarily, dude. This is look at this.
Oh, wait, he
I
called?
could lose. Yeah, he called.
Oh,
Dude.
he called?
Yes.
No.
Yes.
Oh,
My
no.
whole cage is on the line, bro.
Okay.
It's a pure double. It's a pure double with like 6 hands left.
He called?
Troy did that.
Troy
Because
back.
he made it like 4,400. And
Scott,
it was like
he
another
back raised. He
5,500
back
call.
raised to like 4,000, 5,000. He had to call 4,000.
Yes,
Got it.
Oh, yeah.
But he only had 5% equity.
You're throwing dead off.
The pure double.
Yes, no moment.
That's sick, dude. Hell yeah.
I
Wow.
know, man. And
A
after
full
all the-
double?
Did you hear what he said?
Yeah, yeah.
Did you hear what he said?
Yeah,
a
we're
pure
listening now.
double. I know, that's why we wanted to come down here.
Tens are
Yeah, yo,
Scream's
Boris has
so
2% of me in the fucking for being a mod in my chat.
Call.
And I got to do the
Paul
sick
makes it
degenerate
1,500
coin flip of because I had a Twitter winner of 10% of me and an Instagram winner of 10% of me. I couldn't merge them, so I said I'm gonna coin flip between which of those guys is
Yeah,
gonna win.
right.
That's so sick for them.
That's a sick. Have you done the toss yet?
No, because I don't. The amount isn't announced yet. How much I end up with.
Ah,
I
yeah,
might have
fair
dumped it all
enough.
off, but we don't know.
Yeah.
It's not over yet.
That is a That is
Oh,
just
so
a,
sweet, man.
Just a sick hand in the last
After,
moment.
and he basically told me, like, I don't think you call in these spots, man.
High stakes Mario.
Yeah, the whole
we all run
over.
over. You're not saying, oh yeah, you see everyone behind?
Yeah, that's
like
sick.
20 people behind. We're like, what the hell happened?
We had a croak redoubled. Which one was it?
Yeah, no, we knew. We knew it was Ryan.
Yeah, that
In the
board.
middle of the story, it was like a cartoon when they all run away and there's just dust there.
Yeah, really. I felt so bad. He's telling me his story. Like, 1 second, Phil. 1 second.
Man, Troy was trying to top his own record. If he
That's what
busts
it
you there,
is.
he tops his
Imagine if
own
he has
record.
ace king. Imagine if he has ace king.
Yeah.
Is that what he
He said that?
He's puking.
Puking.
Yeah.
Sick double.
He
Wow, what a
still has
sick
ace-
spot.
He still has the ace king, ace queen.
God, what if you had
suited
ace
stuff,
king
you know?
suited right there? Fucking God.
I'm saying he's just crying right now.
I mean, I know.
You
I
jam
know.
ace king suited
Well,
too,
I know
right?
I have no fold equity, but yeah, of course, yeah,
Of
yeah.
course.
Because he's doing that with anything. He's doing that with
two freaking
any
fours.
cards.
Oh my God. That
He's
was
doing it with two
big
fours.
octave
Oh my
combo.
god.
I've been
Wow.
so hyped for the Troy Maniac moment, and I
That
got
was
it.
so
I've
crazy.
heard of the Troy Maniac.
It's
And
so
you
sick. They were talking about it for like 15 minutes straight, like 20 minutes before that
Right,
happened.
right, and he
Brian
was-
DePaul said, I don't know if you guys in the chat heard of it. He said it multiple times. He goes, I've told myself I'm mentally prepared for the 6 Troy snap-off call at one pair on the river for a massive pot, and then that happened.
And
like,
that
right
happened.
after.
Yeah.
That's so good.
Maybe that manifested. I mean, that was like... That's
I
crazy.
did manifest it. I literally kept telling. He was like, I don't know. People say that, but they don't do it. And then Stu Unger gave me 10s, bro.
You know what's great is, we heard you scream yes, and it sounded just like the yes from when you turned the set in the Venom, but it wasn't followed by the no.
So I've got to ask
He has
Tom,
it
because obviously this is
down.
the massive butterfly effect. Tom, why did you not 3-bet 9s there? Because I can't imagine most of the time
Yeah,
you're
you
not going to 3-bet 9s.
missed.
And
What are you
that changes the whole hand, obviously.
Right.
That hand,
Thank you.
DePaulo doesn't double up if you 3-bet there, and I would expect you to 3-bet
Wow,
a small amount of
collusion.
9s.
I don't know. I just wanted to feel that one. I just wanted to call that
Tom
one.
wanted to see a
maybe
flop.
Troy could have been trapping with something, but
That's
not
crazy.
even
That's
that.
such a
Not
massive
even that.
Troy
I'm
is
out of
trapping?
position.
Massive butterfly.
I'm out of
Oh,
position
yeah, I
with
guess
nines.
if he's not
That's
3-betting.
like the
like,
subtle run
I'm
good
gonna
in
be in an
poker.
awkward
No one
spot,
knows.
no matter
Like
what.
everyone forgets how good that subtle run
I
good
don't know.
can happen.
And then I think
He
that
3
the guy
bets,
that
Troy never
opened
stacks off.
initially
Yeah.
isn't
3-bet,
really
4-bet,
that
and then it's
aggressive.
just different hands.
Yeah.
He's probably going to 4-bet Tom and just take it down.
Maybe
So I
Tom
was like, I don't
stacks
wanna
up. Maybe
fold this
5-bet
hand.
shoves. Probably not. Tom
Probably
has-
not.
Go to a flop.
Tom has
Save you
discipline
some
with
money.
the bet stuff. So
There's the clip in the chat. Thank you, Ghost. All in versus
Ghost
Troy.
of M.
Apollo
Yes.
gets him for a full double.
How good is
Would you
that?
have
Wow.
this hand, long card? Oh, ace jack off.
I really was like legitimately... Okay,
Everyone was
sorry.
Yeah,
so
yeah,
happy
don't-
for you.
don't
I
be
felt
ahead
bad
of
for
it.
Troy 'cause everyone was rooting for you.
And ooh, Ryan's got
I just
jacks.
have to... I don't know if you guys missed the last hand there where Troy raised the very next hand
Wait,
after those
why do you have
4s and
16 and
10s,
9K?
and
Don't you
Tom
have 20?
3-bets him with 4-3 suited and just like slaps in
I
his
thought you
face.
doubled the 20.
One person talk at a time so the chat can hear us.
That's not a spoiler. I thought when he went all in, it was day one. I'm not saying. Shut up. When you double,
We're telling you to be quiet. Take the hint.
So awkward spot for you, Mike, with this ace jack here.
I literally wanted to tell him across the table, like, bro, I just doubled. I'm not doing it. Like, I just want to fold and go home with my 16K. Like, come on, you're my friend. Just leave it.
Leave it.
And he's thinking, what are you thinking?
I mean, obviously, I'm not gonna want to like.
You're
I'm
just
not-
thinking,
I'm not-
I'm a nit, I'm gonna fold, right?
I mean, yeah. I mean, obviously.
No disrespect.
If I really feel like you're just effing around here,
You're a nit. I'm gonna
I'm ship.
fold.
Like, I'm
No
never
disrespect.
flagging. Obviously, I'm just shipping or folding. It's just too big of a risk.
So he
Because
does
you say
fold.
no disrespect doesn't mean-
Under the gun.
Did you read me as more likely to be 3-betting light, like after that big win, or
Yes,
like? Or,
yes, absolutely.
Oh, really? See, I think the
You thought
reverse.
so?
I always think
I
the
did, but
reverse
then
of
like,
people.
why would I ever like? This would be like the dumbest shove in the history of the world, so I just let it go.
I would just fold, yeah.
And instead of ace jack, it's the 9-6 suited, a
You thought
3-bet
you'd be
Tom
wide.
that comes
That's a good spot
along.
to be wide, but I actually think you were tight there a lot. They just won a big pot, you know?
He was,
Ooh.
Ryan was 3-betting
Oh,
quite a
Ryan?
bit today.
No, Ryan plays a lot.
Ryan was 3-betting a lot today, and I just
He's
feel like,
not-
oh, he's feeling good. He's
He's not scared.
And
Yeah, three-bet,
interesting
like,
check
king, queen
back.
suited here, and,
I would expect
you know,
you to
like,
bet turn there when check too. Certainly the
you
flop
maybe
makes
three-bet
total
like
sense.
That was sort of like an
that's
end
just
of
risky.
day. I like.
One person at a time, guys, so they can hear us. Go ahead.
It was sort of like an end of day. Tom is my friend. Check back.
Oh,
sort
okay.
of.
Okay, fair enough.
And then this, I was like, nice blocker with a whatever you dick, like with eights. Like I said that out loud. I was like, nice block. You got you lost the minimum.
This is the greatest commentary of all time. Yeah, I just got a blocker, right? Oh, whatever, you did.
That's a nice
Fold 'cause
dude.
you're a fucking
Yeah, that's a
idiot.
huge pot.
That
Yeah.
pot was over 2,000.
Dude, when you get people to call like out of position with 9-6 suited, your 3-bet, it's printing money. Is he in here?
Yes, I'm sorry.
Wait, you 3-bet 8 ball? Is that what happened?
Yeah, let's see how much
Man.
you bring you money.
I'm sorry, Tom. I'm a little hype right
20
now.
KP. Wait until it comes out something you don't like. Put all the money in.
10-8-7.
Dude, I
10-8-7.
hooked you up with that check back.
7 of clubs, 7 of clubs, 8 of clubs. Deuce of diamonds.
Look at Troy pouting, man.
6-5. Dude.
Wow.
No, what are you talking about? He's super happy right now. You can't tell the difference?
He still has like a lot of chips, right?
He has all the money. He has 40K.
Did you guys notice how the very next hand after the 10s versus 4s, Tom 3-bet, Troy with 4-3 suited and Troy folded, and fucking Tom just slapped his face up on the table saying...
Wait, Tom did the hand after he stacked him?
The very next hand.
Because Troy
I
had
respect
also...
that. That's a good move. That's a good move.
Just grinding the salty.
Because you wouldn't 3-bet somebody, you never want to 3-bet somebody who just lost a big pot. So Tom goes next
savage,
level.
super savage.
That's savage. That's
How many players were there? 19 total?
19, yeah,
19
with
with 5.
That's a wild
5 double
3-bet.
buys.
But
That's
he did that
That's
because...
So 24.
That's a fucking disrespectful 3-bet.
That's a good
That's out
point.
here
You
to
know,
play poker through,
I did see in the chat that it's very, you know, you got it in with the best of it and held. Isn't that the opposite of what you normally do? You get it in bad and
that's
suck
not
out.
my strategy.
It's not your strategy
It's so
at
not
all.
like me.
Oh,
yeah.
it's not. It's uncharacteristic.
It's weird.
Tom showed Troy brought this taunting on himself because he had bluffed Tom earlier and showed, right? All cocky, slapped it down. So you had the needle like right hand after.
No, he showed me the nut low in a spot, and then
Right.
Showed.
That's what I'm saying. Yeah, he both tried to. He tried to.
Okay.
Yeah.
Oh, okay, you put it right here. Okay. That's what makes it fucking tough.
And that's a monster flop for Tom there.
Troy is so funny. He has like the really hardcore like poker stares, but then
Oh, I
he's
got
like the
6-4.
Canadian friendly guy like voice. It's like good juxtaposition.
I don't know how to do it. My body
Try
doesn't.
again.
My body doesn't do that thing.
Flossing?
Us fat
He's
guys don't.
flossing. He's
We don't know how to do that, so.
How we didn't get that on stream?
Because I purposely out of emergency. No, because I was on stream. Somebody asked me if I was pregnant. I was like, oh, okay. Thanks, man. Right after I just ate, I was feeling bloated as hell. I'm like, hey, you pregnant? Oh,
My period's coming. I just
yeah.
It is a little bitchy.
Do you miss your mod sword?
Yeah, what the fuck?
Oh, it's so great.
She was on my account taking a nap. She's like, "Oh, unmod me,
No,
like, or
'cause
do this stuff."
'cause I said, "Bro,
She's
my
like
phone
giggling. I'm
died.
like, "What are you doing?"
My phone
Like, what are you
died.
doing?
Can I
All right, wait. We have serious commentary for those who are still playing at this point to do. So I I had pocket jacks again, and I actually was hoping for like not
God
hands.
forbid should it all be about you.
You get wait.
It is about. Look at these
Did you
hands.
go from tens jacks to jacks? Is that back to back to back hands?
I'm turning up the table
no,
audio.
There's a couple hands in hand still. Like all within
Hardback.
all within like 5 hands, 6 hands. Yeah.
Tens jacks. Jack. I didn't see that once. That's unbelievable.
I wanted to just
That's a good run.
get like 8-3 and
Can't
be
see
able
the
to
board.
fold.
2, 3, 8.
It's a great flop here for jacks, that's for sure. Cannoli biffs it.
He's like, oh, you think that's good now? Wait till it comes 10 something something, and I get you.
Wait till I cool your
I'm
face
way
off.
too cocky right now. I'm like, so
Oh, you're
darn
feeling
lucky.
yourself.
So feeling myself.
And man,
Another 1K.
Look at you
fucking
pull it.
easy.
Look at you pull
Easy
chips with
money.
confidence. Like you're
Man.
just running the table over, but you get every good hand.
yeah,
Like
definitely
3-5.
over pairs help a lot.
Yeah.
That's for sure. Yeah. If you guys have your steno pads out at home,
Ryan. I got
over
jacks
pairs.
on the 8-3-2 board.
I still could lose it all. There's still hands.
Wait, what are the 47? VPIP, Jesus.
Strong VPIP there.
What's going on with everyone? Everyone VPIP.
Wait, you should say also just if you want someone to call you, say if I
Can we have that many chips? I didn't realize he had that much.
But it's a
Neither
lie.
did he. He's also
Oh,
on
yeah,
that life
dude.
delay.
A lot of you guys have a
Balance
lot
your
of chips.
verbal lie range.
40.
Wow, you were just giving some really stellar advice right there. Do you
What was
remember
this?
what it was?
No, what?
About what happens when you have an overpair, how to get all the money?
What?
You don't remember? You said it just a few minutes ago.
I don't
No?
remember what.
Like 40 minutes
That
ago.
clearly indicates how much I
Well,
talk
I
out of
didn't
my
really
ass.
understand it, so I was hoping you could articulate it. You know,
And what-
'cause
what-
it was unclear to me. I don't know.
Oh God.
I believe this is the last hand. of
Last
the
hand?
game.
Yeah.
Thanks.
I was fucking shook as fuck at these tables.
I was hoping to get those pop bases.
I know. I was telling Andy. Oh, Andy was saying if I get a big pair, I'm going all in here. And
Yes.
You have to announce if you also get a shitty hand, you may do that.
I knew what
You
I
have
was
to balance your
yeah.
lie
I knew
range.
what I was doing though. Just because I said that doesn't mean shit. I knew what the fuck I was doing.
Andy was
But you should
open
say
folding aces on the last hand.
Nah, you want to say there like, yo, any two I'm going all in, and then just fold unless you have aces.
Yeah. Good advice. Is that it? I heard a lot. I heard applause, which means I believe we've reached the finish line of the cage. Yeah. All right.
Good job, you. Good job, Andy.
So chip counts. Andy made it. What'd you make?
Let's pretend I don't know the chip count exactly. No, I lost like half of my stack over the last hour or so. I think I left with like 2650, but I mean, I was close to keeping 5K-ish, but I got fucked by this guy a little bit.
Yep.
And like 2 other big hands. I don't even remember at this point, but
Everybody put the head in, really.
I really wanted to last to the buzzer, so I was playing a
You
little
did.
bit.
Great job, man. And that's, dude, it's almost $3,000. Nothing to sneeze at.
So what was your
Well
final
done.
bag then?
20. See, when I say 20, I don't mean 2000. I mean 20K, bro.
Oh.
But no, like 20.9, 20,000.
Wow.
900 something.
Wow.
Nice.
That is impressive, dude. Well done,
Yeah,
man.
yeah.
That double up
Thank
at the
you.
end. Here we go. All right.
Final
Official
chip
chip count. Troy, after giving Ryan a whole hell of a lot of chips there at the end. 41K and change for Troy. 3-bet Tom cashed out over 23,500. Ryan, like he said, almost 21,000. Edson, who made an incredibly impressive spin up from under 1,000. I think he had like 700 at one point. He got pretty lucky with an ace and a deuce and doubled up, but from there just played terrific poker, spun it up, and ended up with $8,500.
Oh, damn, good for him.
Great
Yeah,
poker by Edson. That was really awesome to watch. Lawn Car cashed out over 7,100. Awesome.
Yeah, he was the first guy from Bolivia that we've ever had here at the cage.
Lawn Car.
Edson. Oh, yeah, that
Edson, yeah, right on. And then just the last couple, Joe, 5,700 and change, and then Andy, nothing to sneeze at, $2,600 and change.
Hey, I lost the buzzer.
Absolutely, congratulations to you guys for making it to the finish line. Tough one. So yeah.
I was saying on stream, it looks like Andy's been working on his game because watching the first stream from the Venom and everything to watching him play here, he's
You didn't even see
different.
his fold. He made a great fold. It was actually
yeah,
it was
and
really
Ace King.
he thought about that one through. That was really good.
The Ace King
The
fold?
Ace King suited.
That
The Ace King
was
with the nut flush draw on the
that was the
turn.
fold of the tournament.
Not many people
That's huge.
hit top pair with a nut flush draw and stack off. Everyone
Fold of the
That's a
tournament.
big deal because I can't tell you how many people like learn to play poker and then they're just like stuck at the same level as soon as they learn.
He watches me a lot.
He
never he doesn't, but
I'm sure he'll do better next time.
Yeah, he had trip queens, and I called him out. I said, I think he has queens.
You said it exactly. Yeah, we
I
heard you
think
say
he has
it.
queens, and I'm not going to risk my tournament life to chase a flush. Even
Yeah.
though I had top pair, and I just fucking...
I'm not going to draw against a made hand.
Yeah, I like that. There's a little subtlety that you didn't say anything about your top pair being good.
Oh yeah,
that was
I
a
knew
subtle.
it wasn't. He went all in. I was like,
subtle.
eh.
You just knew you're basically just drawing.
Yeah.
That was well played.
Thank you.
I didn't see Queen's guy throw any Oreos across the room though. It seemed like he was gonna, right on cue after, you're not supposed to fold there. Fold? It's just a sick fold. I just love it.
Yeah, and he admitted. He goes. You said I had queens. He goes. All right.
All right.
Good call.
You're confident.
Dang.
I thought you knew. I thought maybe you flipped it up because when I came over and talked to you.
Oh no, he told me he had it, and then I watched in
yeah.
the VOD or whatever, and
Yeah,
I was
yeah.
like, oh fuck yeah, thank God.
Because we went back to the room, we watched. I was like, oh shit, this is the hand, and he did have queens. It was
That was for like about 3K, so I probably wouldn't have made
it was
to
like
the buzzer.
2,200 more. Yeah, it would have been a lot of your chips, I think.
Oh yeah, not my cousin, but they're saying someone has 1%. I sold Katie's brother 1% at a markdown for $40.
So cool,
Wow.
dude.
Okay, he's happy. $200 for that.
Yeah, yeah.
So
$200.
there's going to be no hiding this money from Katie, so you can go donk off another tournament because that's what
Well,
everyone thought you were going to do.
Probably. Well, they give us 1,000, and I tipped some of it, but there's pie gow down here. There's plenty of donking.
There's
to be done.
some
I gotta go
DJing.
set up my YouTube live stream for the coin flip for
Right
somebody
on.
who's gonna win 2K. So.
Hell yeah! Well, congratulations again. It looks
Thank
like
you.
are we
Thanks,
still
guys.
we're just cashing
we're
out,
wrapping
right?
up now,
Yeah.
yeah.
Okay, so let's wrap up. I do want to point out one last time that there are some sick tournaments coming up starting February 9th through March 8th. The OSS Cube Series, over $13 million in guarantees. So hang out on ACR, man. Don't miss those. That's going to be awesome. Keep your eye out for DePaulo's donk limp value traps. It's a new poker move, and they are dangerous.
This is the victim.
This right here.
I'm in the room.
Whined about it for about 24 hours. Still not done.
I got a family, you know. I gotta sleep at night. I can't fucking. I gotta hear about this shit.
Train and I will be collaborating on an audiobook called Fish Talk Nonsense.
Yeah.
So keep your eye out for that one as well. I learned how to spell anemone today. I had a blast hanging out with you, Ben on Drew. That was awesome.
Great time. Thanks for having
Great
me.
time
You
indeed.
guys are really good comments, by the way.
Thank you, brother. Appreciate that a lot, too. Thank you.
Now,
are we
please-
missing
now,
anything,
please remind
guys?
me.
did we miss anything? Okay,
Bye,
cool.
chat.
Bye, everybody. Thank you very much. Let's do some quick thank yous. Our producers, you guys are awesome. Love you guys. Thank you for doing a great
Chat,
job.
don't
as
go
always.
anywhere, guys.
And how
Don't
about
go anywhere,
Phil?
chat.
How about
Don't go
Mr.
anywhere.
Phil Nagy?
Thanks to
We're
Mr.
going to do our
Nagy.
thank yous. CEO Phil for showing everybody a great time. Thank you, brother. It's been a
Mr.
blast
Nagy
as
himself.
always. Mr. Nagy.
Tips the fedora.
Ghost of M and the mods. Thank you, guys. Not you. But everybody else that's a mod, thank you.
Unbelievable how fucked I got. Who unmodded me? Which one of you guys?
It wasn't me.
I'm gonna
You guys
poison you.
just do a great job, and we appreciate you a ton. Ghost, you're the man. Thank you so much, brother. And that's it. All right, until the next cage coming up at the end of March, it's Scott for Bet on Drew, and everybody, the Stormers and ACR saying so long.
Everybody, we'll check you out later. We're going to send you to another ACR Pro, Jeff Boski stream. So
yeah,
hang tight.
Boski.
Jeff Boski is streaming right
so
now. We're going to
old.
send you there. Make sure you check it out. Hit the follow
cocktails.
button. We'll see you later.
Bartender.
Peace.
Cocktails.